staff know that we are ready to go,
Okay.
and they'll give me the go ahead shortly.
Liz, you're on mute.
Unmute. I just said thanks for getting tested if you did get tested.
Yep. I went to Stanford last weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Easy.
Mayor Fine, we're ready to go whenever you are.
Okay. Thank you everyone so much. So it is Monday, June 22nd at 5:01 p.m. I'd like to call to order this special meeting of the Palo Alto City Council. If the clerk would please take the roll.
Councilmember Cormack.
Here.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Here.
Councilmember Philseth.
Here.
Mayor Fine.
Here.
Councilmember Niss.
Here.
Councilmember Koo. She is shaking her head. Yes, I guess she has a problem with the audio. Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
7 present.
Okay, thank you, all of us present. We have a lot on our agenda tonight. Obviously, tonight is our budget discussion and hopefully our adoption of that. But our first item is a closed session item, conference with labor negotiators between the city and UMPAPA, SEIU Local 521, Local 521 Hourly Unit, PAPOA, the Fire Chiefs Association, IAFF Local 1319, and Palo Alto Police Managers Association. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this item?
I do have one, Mayor, Jeremy Ehrman.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Mr. Ehrman. Just so everyone knows that there aren't many speakers in this item, but for later items tonight where we do have more speakers, what I think we should do is last week, the clerk displayed a list of names on a Word doc that was also presented. And we're going to use that as our order for public speakers. And we will also try to be really precise about announcing when public comment will end and when we'll stop taking hands, so that the list will be our source of truth for the order of speaking, because it can be kind of hard to track the Zoom hand raises going up and down. And Clerk Minor, if you would help Mr. Ehrman with his comments.
Jeremy, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Obviously, all of the negotiating sessions have been closed, so I don't know exactly what's discussed or how it proceeds, but I hope that the city council and staff remember that negotiation is truly a two-way street. It's not enough to simply say, this is what we want, give it to us. So I really hope that you listen to the workers, because at the moment, this budget seems to be about record-setting capital projects, but also record-setting layoffs. And I haven't heard city council or city staff ask the question in the last month, what can we do to avoid layoffs? What solutions can we find? Other cities have been asking this question. San Jose is trying to at least delay layoffs for several months to see what happens to the economy. So I really urge you to listen to the city hall workers, the city workers, and see if they can't find some negotiation, a true negotiation back and forth to try to preserve jobs, which seems to me extremely important during this pandemic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jeremy. And that's our only speaker.
Okay, I'll move that we go into closed session. Is there a second? Thank you. So motion by myself, and I think Councilmember Niss was the second. Voting in reverse order again, and next week, which is August, next meetings, we'll switch it up again. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, actually, one suggestion is you could just shift it down by one, and that way everyone has a choice.
That's the other one I thought of. It just tracking it's really, really hard to.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Myself is a yes. Councilmember Philseth.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Okay, this item is scheduled for an hour, so we should be out here, back out here at about 6:05. Thank you, everyone.
Can I just check with the city manager? Is 6:05 the correct time for reconvening?
No, 5:50.
Okay, great. Then I'll stay. Thank you.
My staff will change it.
No worries. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm here, but I'm gonna go mute. Bev?
Awesome, Liz.
Hey, Bev, did I hear that you're going out of town and you're going into a bunker and you're not coming out for 3 weeks?
That's correct.
I thought so.
In the 12 years I've been here, I've never been totally disconnected.
I was very impressed.
So I'm totally disconnecting this year.
Oh, it's a hard year, really is.
It is.
Yeah. If I never had to Zoom again, I really wouldn't mind.
Yeah, it's not so much the Zoom, it's just everything else.
Well, when you think how many it takes to run the Zoom, it's pretty amazing.
It is.
Makes it hard. But we're a little ahead of schedule tonight already.
Yeah, if we get all council here, then we can go.
Okay, 3 of us are ready.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Great. So council has returned from closed session with no reportable action. We now move on to item number 2, a study session of 3300 El Camino Real, a pre-screening of the proposal to rezone the site as from research park to planned home zoning. Does staff have a presentation?
We do. Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council members. I am Jonathan Late, the Planning and Development Services Director. Claire Raybold, our Senior Planner, will load up the PowerPoint presentation and walk you through the project. You'll also receive a presentation from the applicant as well. Before we begin, though, however, I just wanted to just sort of remind ourselves why we're even here at a place where we're considering a pre-screening application for a planned community zone, or what we're now calling a planned home zone. And it goes back to, of course, the City Council's adoption of the comprehensive plan and the ambitious goals and targets that we had set out to add more housing units in our community. And that was followed by colleagues' memos and the housing work plan and ordinances that have been adopted since then, all in with the intent to create a zoning scheme that would allow for more housing units to be produced. And you received a report in February that just gave an update on those numbers and the work that we've done to date, and reported that we're still not there. We're still not meeting the goals of council from the comp plan, and we're only barely meeting our above market rate housing numbers that we are expected to make in order to stay at the meet the SB 35 standards that were adopted a couple of years ago. And of course, the City Council knows that we are about to embark again. In fact, we've already started in some ways the next cycle of the housing element update, and that we are expecting upwards of 3 times the numbers that we've had for RENA over the next 8-year cycle than we had for the current year. So, you know, in February, the City Council did decide that you would take this step to consider a couple of planned home zoning applications to see what was submitted. The application that Claire is going to walk you through this evening is one property owner's response to that question: what is it going to take to build housing on your property? And so with that, Claire, I'll ask you to go ahead and take it from here.
Thank you so much. Good evening, council members. Claire Raybold, Senior Planner. So just the purpose of the study session tonight, the pre-screening process is a requirement in our code of any zoning map amendment. This project would propose a map amendment to change the zoning on the site from research park to a planned home zone. The study session is intended to facilitate a conceptual review of the request, focusing on big picture policy versus fine-grained details of the design. And it's really intended to gather policy direction to help guide formation of a formal project if desired. So just briefly showing the location of the site at 3300 El Camino, which is the corner of Hanson Way and El Camino Real. And this is just a quick location map. In red, you'll see the outline for the project site, and I'll come back briefly to the CPI building in a moment. So just a little bit about the surrounding context. So the nearby zoning includes primarily research and commercial service uses. There's a mix of commercial and multifamily residential uses in the CS and the RM20 zones to the west. These zones typically allow up to 40 feet to 50 feet. In some cases, there are minor exceptions if you're adjacent to residential uses. Surrounding buildings are generally 1 to 2 stories, even though the 40 to 50 feet is allowed. Across, I just want to note that across Hanson Way, Hotel Pramani is slated to be reconstructed with a 4-story building. The site also abuts the communications and power industry site. So just going back briefly again to that location map, I just wanted to outline for you guys the building on the CPI site that contains Tier 2 hazardous materials, which is located more than 300 feet from the proposed mixed-use site. So with that, just a brief overview of the proposed project. It's a new mixed-use residential commercial use. It splits in 2 buildings, the commercial use entirely in one building and the residential use in the other building. The office retail building has a 0.4 FAR, which is consistent with what is allowed in the code for commercial uses. The multifamily residential building has 187 units, which is a 1.39 FAR. So this is the additional request as part of this planned home zone. Again, the office building is 35 feet and the residential building is 60 feet to the midpoint of the sloped roofs and 67 feet to the top of the stair elevator shaft. And there are 352 parking spaces in 1 underground garage that are proposed. And I'll go into that a little bit more. So some of the key considerations we're asking of council tonight, we're interested in council's feedback on the proposed use and the density of the project site. The project includes the proposed residential, office, and retail use. The density of the residential use is 62 dwelling units per acre. As I mentioned, that's 187 units as proposed. The mixed uses are allowed in the RP zone district, but the FAR for the site, whether it's all office or all mixed use, is 0.4 to 1. So the applicant is really proposing what they could consider under the code for commercial, then adding a residential component in response to council's interest for housing. So changes from the underlying zoning really relate to the height and the FAR that's being requested. The height of the office building is consistent with what the code would allow, but the height for the residential, as I mentioned, would go up to a height peak of 67 feet. And there's an additional FAR being requested of 1.39 for the residential use. As far as parking, there's a proposed 184 spaces for the office use and 168 for the 187 residential units. So that's essentially equivalent to approximately a 10 to 15% reduction, depending on the overall mix of the residential uses in terms of 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom type units. setbacks would meet or exceed the RP requirements, so the requirements of the underlying zone district. There's also, just wanted to note, a utility easement concern. There is a utility easement running through the site, as you'll see in the conceptual plans. So this would need to be relocated or otherwise worked around. So that is an issue that needs to be resolved as part of any formal application. So we just want to note that there may be some refinements to the design that need to happen surrounding that utility easement and the mix of uses, depending on council feedback and what is ultimately figured out with that utility easement. And finally, I just want to note that consistent with council direction, any project proposing a rezoning under the PHZ must have a 20% inclusionary requirement and must offset the on-site job creation with housing. So the applicant is aware of this and intends to meet these requirements as part of any formal application. And I'm sure you've seen that tomorrow night there will be further discussion related to the requirements around these and how we do the calculation for that. And so I just wanted to note that they are aware of that and you can't expect that. But again, there may be refinements to the plans to meet those depending on council's input on tomorrow's study session. And with that, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from the potential applicant here, or does the staff report finish that?
Yeah, typically applicant will make a brief presentation.
Okay, let's go to that and then we'll go to members of the public.
And I see Allison, are you making that presentation? Or is Bob?
So yeah, I would think, Allison, if you're talking, you're on mute. There we go.
Yes, it'll be a combination. Yeah, me and my my architect will be there. So I'll start it off though. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Fine and fellow council members. Oh. Oh.
You're good, Allison. We can hear you fine.
I'm sorry, I think I need to share the presentation. Hold on one second.
Yes. Thank you all.
Yes.
Oh, so you can't hear me.
We can hear you, Allison.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, good evening, Mayor Fine and fellow council members. Thank you so much for your time this evening. And thank you to staff for all the efforts to get us here to the study session today. We are here before you tonight to ask for your initial feedback and comments on a potential mixed-use opportunity that seems to align with the city's housing production goals, as indicated in various colleague memos, as well as the city identifying housing as a priority in February 2020, and then subsequently voting unanimously to use the planned home zoning and housing and mixed-use projects to encourage and spur additional housing production. As we know, we're living in a very unique and challenging time. Prior to the pandemic, the region was already struggling to catch up with its housing needs. And the pandemic, I don't think, has made the situation any better, but in fact has likely exacerbated the problem worse. Further, across the board, Palo Alto's office market and the sub-market in the Stanford Research Park has taken a hit with increasing vacancies and softening rents. However, we do have one bright star here as an exception at the neighboring parcel to this particular location that we're discussing today. An innovative superstar company has committed to relocating their tech and data headquarters from another South-based city to the former CPI site here in Palo Alto. They're reusing and repurposing the existing buildings. However, we're here because in order to accommodate for their future growth needs, we had initially prepared to propose a simple, compliant R&D office project, consistent with the zoning and consistent with the comp plan. However, following the February 3rd council hearing and understanding that the city is still shy of meeting its housing targets as outlined in the comp plan and set forth by RENA, we were strongly encouraged by members of the Palo Alto community to study the possibility of adding housing to this site and making this a mixed-use opportunity. That's the alternative that we're presenting to you today. We're simply asking for feedback to see if our high-level conceptual study is in line in the general ballpark of what council is asking for. City staff has worked on various economic analyses that has gone before Planning Commission, and it's shown that going above a 15% affordable on a project severely impacts the economic viability of a project. However, we have a very unique opportunity here. We have, in this particular location, a mixed use opportunity. And because of that, at this location, we're committing to a 20% affordability requirement because the mixed use component and the office itself will help subsidize the affordable requirement. I want to be really clear here that adding housing with these types of restrictions and levels of affordability doesn't actually add to our the financial value for us on this project. We purchased and entered into the site because we fully intended on doing a straightforward code compliant office R&D project. But we're here tonight because we believe it's the right thing to do. This is the right place for housing to go. There's high quality transit right on our site actually, and we're very close to Caltrain. It's also close to many important employers and in 2 grocery stores. I think that you'll probably find a hard time finding another more appropriate site in the city. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to my architect, Bob Giannini from Form 4, and he's going to walk you through more of the details on the proposed project itself. Thank you.
Great. Are you hearing me? You probably have to mute. This is Bob Giannini from Form 4 Architecture. And actually, if you could go to the next slide. So what I wanted to do was maybe show some graphics to kind of show some pictures of what this would actually look like, sort of what do the words mean. So the current zoning, option 1, and black and, oops, next slide. Oh, is it up? It's up? Yeah, you're up. Okay. On the next slide, so you can see in black and white what would be allowed with the current RP zoning. So we could do a 2-story, about a 52,000 square foot office building on the south end of the site, and then surface parking on the corner. We would also park underneath the office building. So this has underground parking under the office building, a surface lot, and a 2-story office R&D building, which would be allowed per current zoning. You could go back, but then the option below is to put all of the parking underground, tighten up the office building. It'd be the same square footage, but we would make the 2 floors exactly the same size, and then build the multifamily residential project there. It's kind of bouncing around. I'm not sure what you're seeing, but
I apologize. I'm losing you guys, so
okay.
I'm having trouble.
Okay, so if you could go back to that second slide. Okay, so this kind of, so this shows what the 187 units would look like on that site. It would be 5 stories of residential. And now go to the next slide. Okay, the image on top, so we don't really have a design yet, but this shows what the scale of the project would be. So you can see at the far end of the site, you can see the 2-story office building massing, and then coming at us at the intersection of Hanson and El Camino, looking south, would be the multifamily building. One of the things that we considered was And we saw some of the neighbor comments that the building should harmonize with the neighboring building on the site, which is a low sloped roof building. So we considered the option of doing sloped roofs on this building and roof decks and pushing the setbacks further than normal to just to soften up the building and sort of be responsive to the building, be a little bit softer on El Camino. If you could go to the next image.
This one?
What this slide shows is the top image is the currently approved building at 2755 El Camino, just down the street. It's 50 feet tall and has a flat roof. The lower image is our neighboring building, which is the low scale building with a sloped roof. And the project doesn't rely on this. We could do a flat roof building at 50 feet, but if you wanted to consider it, we could do a sloped roof on top of that, which is what brings it up to the 67-foot height. Next slide. And this is just a section to show that graphically. So the office building on the left is per current zoning. The residential building shows 50 feet to the top parapet of what would be the residential units. On top of that, we would have roof deck and roof slope. There'd be no units up above 50 feet. And next slide. And this is a little bit larger view of the site plan. Wanted to point out a couple of things here. First off, the setbacks. So we have a 50-foot setback on Hanson. We have a required 50-foot setback on the south end of the site toward the other zone. And we're proposing a 20-foot setback on El Camino, again, to soften up the project. You can see the relationship with the existing one-story building. And the red lines are the two existing access points to the site. So we're actually able to utilize the El Camino driveway, which is really the only driveway needed for this project because that takes you to the garage entry that brings you down to the garage below both buildings. We may have to adjust the position slightly. On Hanson Way, we won't need that driveway anymore, but there are existing driveways going into the 607 Hanson site. And that essentially describes the project. Thank you.
Any last comments from staff or ready to go to the public?
No, I think just one last reminder, I guess, that we're not looking for any formal comments in terms of recommendations or just any questions that you might have or otherwise comments that might be helpful for the applicant.
Okay, thank you, Director Late. Okay, so now we're going to go to members of the public who would like to comment on this pre-screening of the project. As I mentioned earlier in the meeting, 4 items where we do have public comment. We're going to try something a little different this time that we began last week, where we will display a list of names on the screen. And that's going to be the order of speakers. So the city clerk can register and list your interest in order, and then we will get to you at that time. And we will also be more specific about calling when public comment is going to end, who the last speaker is. But just so everyone's clear, the list of names on the Word document that will be projected shortly is our source of truth. So let's please go to our members of the public who wish to speak on this item.
Our first speaker on this item is Arthur Lieberman. Arthur, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Council. I hope you can hear me. I live on Chamales.
You need to speak up a little bit, Mr. Lieberman.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me better?
A little bit better. Go ahead.
I live on Chamales, the street that is adjacent to the CPI property in the Research Park. When CPI withdrew from 607 Hanson Way and centralized all its activities in 811 Hanson Way, I asked our Chamales neighbors what they would want to see on that soon-to-be vacant property. The response from residents was overwhelmingly for housing. We all know that there is a real need for housing. Every day there are campers and RVs parked bumper to bumper on El Camino alongside the 3300 El Camino property. These people need housing, but we neighboring residents think that the entire 3300 El Camino site should be used for housing. Palo Alto does not need yet another office building. A few comments about this particular proposal. First problem, the huge residential towers squeezed onto a small parcel. 67 feet tall, 5-story buildings. Such large buildings are out of scale. If the entire site were housing, one would not need such massive structures. Second problem, the entrance and egress. The only entrance and exit to the property is from El Camino. The driveway that the architect mentioned on from Hanson Way would be obliterated by the buildings. So do you think a mid-block entrance and exit to El Camino, a state highway, is wise or even acceptable? I think that's a non-starter. And the third problem, the relationship, and this is the main one, with the 607 Hanson property. The project plans do not show any barrier or interface between the buildings and 607 Hanson Way property. This proposal is supposed to stand entirely on its own and not be some mixture of the two parcels, but it can't and it doesn't. So this is the wrong proposal for the property. Before the council gives any feedback, Sand Hill needs to state its intentions for future developments or construction at 607 Hanson Way, because future construction and development of that site would significantly impact any possible project on 3300 El Camino, as well as affecting the adjacent residential zone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lieberman. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by L. David Barron and Aaron Eckhouse. Rebecca, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Rebecca Eisenberg. City Council needs to understand that it is not great news that another tech company would move its headquarters to Palo Alto, given that these tech companies create traffic, create pollution, use our public resources, yet pay nothing into the city coffers because you, City Council, continue to refuse to tax them. That means that every single new square foot of office space, every single new office space lease creates cost and damage to our city without any accompanying cost. Zero. It's the taxpayers who are the residents who are forced to absorb all those costs. It not only doesn't help us, it harms us. We do not care about the financial health of the commercial developers. We do not care. And it is of no interest to us what is in their business's best interest. All we care about, all you should care about, is the health and the safety of our community in Palo Alto. What you know that we need is housing. Approving more office space does not lead to housing, and we do not have to approve office space to approve housing. All you have to do is learn to say no more office space. No wonder our city is being overrun by Ford, HP, Palantir, and now this other exciting new tech company to settle here. We're the only city around that doesn't tax them. We shouldn't be surprised that all these businesses want to be here. These businesses are selling the city services, the public parks, the street cleaning that we, the residents, pay for to their employees. They're giving away our taxpayer paid services without paying a dime for them. Don't you see this? You need to stop all office development, and then we'll see housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is L. David Barron, to be followed by Aaron Eckhouse and James Hindery. Mr. Barron, go ahead.
Good evening, Council. You're looking at a proposal for an office building that might plausibly hold over 400 people and a residential building that might hold 187 homes. It's good to build both of these things. Market prices show that they're in demand, and putting both homes and offices in denser areas rather than sprawling our metro area out further is better for the environment. This proposal is much better than what would be built under current zoning, which is the office only without the homes. But this ratio of office to housing also isn't going to help the Bay Area's housing shortage. I'd encourage the council to support and encourage this project, and also to do things that would allow even more housing in Palo Alto. This would include reducing parking requirements, raising the 50-foot height limit, and raising or removing floor area ratio limits, particularly in places with density, walkability, and good transit. I'd also encourage putting new office construction closer to transit is even more important than putting new housing closer to transit, which is generally the opposite of where office construction happens in Palo Alto today. Some of these things may be appropriate at this location, but again, I would encourage the council to at least support this as it's proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. Our next speaker is Aaron Eckhouse, to be followed by James Hindery and Ryan Globus. Aaron, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Aaron Eckhouse. I would like to say I really want to echo everything that David just said. This is a site that is currently zoned for office use. If City Council rejects the proposed plan development that includes a mix of office and housing, the likely result is that the developer will come back with an exclusively commercial proposal that does not have to go before City Council, and we will get no new homes, which would be a tremendous tragedy for Palo Alto and for the entire Bay Area. Palo Alto is a city that has a reputation around the region, around the state, around the nation. And that reputation is for saying no to new homes. I think this is an opportunity to begin to undo that reputation, to say yes to more housing in a great location for it, a place where people can walk to work, a place where people have access to transit on both El Camino and Caltrain. I think the point about using this as a way to reverse job sprawl is also very important. We have right now across Silicon Valley, many job centers that are located far away from transit infrastructure, particularly along the Bayshore. This is an opportunity to place them right on El Camino Real, in a place where we will hopefully have even better transit in the near future. So I really encourage you to move forward with this. And I'll add, if you look at a 20% starting inclusionary zoning rate, that would, in this one development, include almost as much affordable housing in any one income category as Palo Alto has approved over the current RENA cycle over the past half decade. So this is an opportunity to make a really big step forward for Palo Alto in terms of housing and especially affordable housing. And I hope you'll make the most of it and move forward with this mixed use development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eckhouse. Our next speaker is James Hindery, to be followed by Ryan Globus and Rohan Ghosh. James, go ahead.
Hi, Council. This is Jamie Hindery. I'd like to echo the statements made by Mr. Barron and Mr. Eckhouse. I'm very happy that housing is being proposed for this site, and I do worry that if we reject this proposal, that it will be merely commercial buildings that go up there. So I do really want the Council to consider approving this project. The issues I have with it are I agree that the driveway should not be onto El Camino. That makes no sense for a mid-block driveway for that many houses or that many units. And I also have an issue with the amount of parking that's being dedicated to the office space. It seemed like there is not even a parking space per unit for the residential area, whereas the commercial space is getting a lot of parking. I think giving the commercial space that many parking spots just gives them an incentive to have employees living outside of the city, not paying into our tax base and bringing traffic into our city. So I would like to see most of that parking be dedicated to the residential part of the property. And that's all I have to say on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hindery. Our next speaker is Ryan Globus, to be followed by Rohan Ghosh and Kelsey Baines. Ryan, you have 2 minutes.
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Ryan Globus, and I'm a resident of Palo Alto. As you all know, Palo Alto is in desperate need of new housing, both market rate and affordable, as you declared in February with our goals. And this is an excellent opportunity to turn a parcel from office only to both office and housing. As the developer mentioned, the office is needed to fund the affordable units. This is, 35 to 40 affordable homes, which is a huge number without a single penny coming from city coffers, which is a fantastic opportunity. And it's also a lot of homes near transit, near the 22, which is one of the most popular bus routes for VTA, as well as near Caltrain, and a bunch of jobs at the research park and at Stanford and elsewhere in Palo Alto. This is a fantastic opportunity. I would love to see more housing. I'd also love to see the possibility of, if I'm a little unclear if the office space and the homes are sharing parking, hopefully they can share parking, and that would reduce the need for the overall number of spaces. And therefore maybe we could add a few more homes. So something to look into. I'm a little bit unclear what the current proposal is for how the parking is laid out. But overall, this is a great opportunity. We're not meeting our own goals. We're not meeting RENA goals. So let's take this opportunity to build more homes in Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Our next speaker is Rohan Ghosh, to be followed by Kelsey Baines and then Kevin. Rohan, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, yeah. I really do think that it's very important that Palo Alto begin to start actually pulling its weight in terms of building adequate housing for people in the region, and especially in our city. And we haven't been doing a good job at all of following through on that. So I'm very happy that we finally have this project that includes housing, and a very significant amount of housing coming up. And ideally, we'd like to see even more housing on that property. And in future, I think it's very important that we see similar projects like this that have a significant housing element be continued to be approved and promoted by the city council, because then Palo Alto really needs more housing, and we really need to start actually building homes for people to live in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Rohan. Our next speaker is Kelsey Baines, to be followed by Kevin and then Mitch Mankin. Kelsey, go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. It has felt like a very long time since I have advocated for a project in Palo Alto, so this is exciting to have a project to be able to support. So I do want to express my strong support for including housing at this site. I think it's important to recognize that even during COVID, when a lot of our traffic issues have kind of disappeared all of a sudden, that people in our community are still living in vehicles, and people in our community are still cost burdened by their rents. And service workers are still super commuting to come here. So it's really important that we create more housing options for the people who live and work here, especially these housing types like apartments and BMR units. I think the 5 stories is really a nice pedestrian scale for what I hope will become a more pedestrian friendly and transit friendly road in the future with the Grand Boulevard initiative. But might suggest that this could be 2 stories taller without going into the more expensive construction types. And potentially, if we had 2 more stories, we could have 80 more homes for members of our community. And we could also get more units of affordable housing. And I will also just express my agreement with Ryan Globus about potential for shared parking between the residential and the commercial spaces. And I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelsey. Our next speaker is Kevin, to be followed by Mitch Mankin, to be followed by a phone caller with the last 3 numbers of 187. Kevin, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. City Council, I would ask for your support for this project. I'm a Ventura resident, and my workplace is actually on a Hanson. So every day previously when we were not working from home, I would pass by the current site, but next to that site's always a line of RVs, some days with towing notices on them. So it clearly demonstrates that the city and the region has a housing crisis. If we do not support the housing here, the commercial property would still be there. Instead of a housing site, we just have a surface lot parking. Given that our city is trying to be a leader in sustainability and climate, given our current SCAP plan, I don't see that why we should be continuing to support such a parking focused design where we just get other people from other cities drive in because plenty of parking. Why would I need to take transit? Therefore, I would suggest that the city should continue on the housing plan so we can have more citizens in this area so they can actually live and potentially work in the same location. So we can both actually get some of the people that are on the street into our community fully and support a community that we all deserve to live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Our next speaker is Mitch Mankin, to be followed by phone caller, last 3 digits of 187. Then Marcia Voskeren, and our last speaker will be Becky Sanders. Mitch, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Mitch Mankin, speaking for Silicon Valley at Home, the voice of affordable housing in Silicon Valley. We're very excited about the possibility of 187 new homes coming to Palo Alto at this site. And we think this is great evidence that the City Council's creation of the PHC designation in February is beginning to bear fruit. The conversion of land that would otherwise be zoned for offices to mixed use would set a forward-looking precedent for the city. And while this is only a preliminary pre-screening, we're very hopeful that the council will be receptive to this proposal and consider what steps it can take to enable housing to move forward at the site. And to that end, we encourage the City Council to be flexible with respect to zoning standards in accordance with the stated goal of housing as the primary community benefit. We're also hoping this proposal spurs further creative thinking. We want to second the analyses that recently come forward from the city that have shown that changes to height restrictions and parking requirements increase the feasibility of housing development and of inclusionary zoning requirements that get more affordable housing. But overall, we're very happy to see this. Council has stated that housing is the highest priority for the city, and we believe that this is an opportunity to advance that goal and just the first step of the process. So very happy to see this. I hope it goes forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch. Our next speaker is phone-in caller with the last 3 numbers of 187, to be followed by Marcia Voskeren, Becky Sanders, and our final speaker with no other speakers after them is Angela Evans. Phone caller with 187, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Ogilvie. I'm a Bay Area resident, and I'm delighted. I'm truly excited to see the opportunity for Palo Alto to add a generous amount of more homes to its area. I'm familiar with the Sandhill area. I feel like it's lacking in the amount of homes that would be wonderful for a range of incomes, a range of families to be enjoying. It's such a lovely area. It really, it's close to amenities. It's very convenient. And I truly believe the housing element in this project should be enhanced. It can really add value and really add workers that can help rebuild the economy for California and give them an inclusive and welcoming place to thrive. So I would ask that Palo Alto, I would urge you to really consider lifting some of the restrictions on the zoning and the height limits for this project, because they're really decreasing the project's potential. And they do reflect relics of the past that we really need to start dismantling, which we all know are very racially and socioeconomically and generationally charged. So I would encourage the council to really consider maximizing the potential for the housing element and making it an abundant opportunity for Californians to live and enjoy the gorgeous city of Palo Alto. And please, I support the project. And I look forward to seeing it grow and flourish into the project that it can become. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Our next speaker is Marcia, and I know I'm going to blow your name, Voskirchen, to be followed by Becky Sanders, with our final speaker on this item, Angela Evans.
Hi, my name is Mircea Voskirchen, and I live at 572 Chemalos Drive. I'm literally across of my fence. I could peek onto the parcels, both 607 Hanson Way and 3000 El Camino Real. I'm just corner with Creekside Inn and those two properties. I'm literally, this is in my backyard, and I'm really excited to see a project like this taking shape. I think it's the right place. The height of 5-story, either if it's 50 feet or 67, I don't see a problem with that. I think that we need to, as it was mentioned before, that El Camino Real, it's part of the Grand Boulevard. The 5-story buildings are built across Los Altos and Mountain View, up and down. It's a massive opportunity for Palo Alto to lock in a 20% BMRs from the developer, which is very generous. I think this project should be approved, go forward, and open up for other opportunities for larger size lots like this one, where we can add more housing that we all need. And definitely, I looked at the parking area. I think that being in the proximity of the Caltrain and the bus and everything, I think it's appropriate. I totally agree that maybe a combination of the office parking and the residential parking should be considered, because I assume there will be some guest parking, especially over the weekends, and that would be very helpful. But otherwise, I'm fully support of this project. I want to thank the city council and the developer to bringing this project over. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Becky Sanders, to be followed by our final speaker, Angela Evans. There you go, Becky, your 2 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'll limit now. Okay. Yeah, I too am super excited when I've got some feedback. Okay, something's going on here. I apologize. Okay. Yeah, so super excited about this project. I understand and appreciate the enthusiasm of so many of the speakers tonight. I just want to point out that we are meeting our RENA goals everywhere except BMR. So yeah, we need housing, we need BMR. So we are being offered pretty much the minimum for a lot of standard relaxations. So I do think the council should be in charge and encourage the applicant to give us more housing. I second a lot of people that we don't need more commercial at all. So I'd like to see you address that. And one of you people said relaxing the standards like parking and height will give us more housing. I think it actually gives us more profit for developers. So I just want to point that out. And yeah, so I live in Ventura, and we have a lot of people here living in our parks. And I'm not sure they're going to qualify for the housing over there. We have a social services issue. We need to address our housing needs for them. I don't think this is going to do it. So, and then just I want to point out that Sandhill Properties is currently in a lawsuit with the city. They burned us big time at Edgewood. And I would just say, why would we even
Thank you, Becky. Can you
consider
please-
dealing with them? Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Angela Evans. Angela, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name's Angie. So some of you know me, some of you don't. So I have been working on tenants' rights and affordable housing since 2015. I do not often speak on market rate housing proposals, but I was really excited to speak about this one tonight. I'm not going to repeat all the great things that so many other people said. We are all really excited because we don't get this many housing units proposed in Palo Alto very often. So I'm going to stick to a few of the things that people haven't talked about. And really what I want to mention is, you know, the inclusionary units that are here, the number of affordable homes that we could build here is really incredible and important. And we're not going to build 100% affordable there. We're only going to get the affordable that we, sorry, my dog is barking in the background and my kids are running. Anyway, okay, so I really want to make sure that the inclusionary units are maximized because when we maximize the overall number of homes in the building, we get more homes. And I want to make sure that when we talk about this, we're thinking about this flexibly and creatively. Because flexibility can really allow us to get the greatest number of homes at the deepest levels of affordability. And I want to make sure that we also allow for the possibility of something like land dedication, where this developer could work with an affordable housing developer and provide the services that Becky just mentioned they don't have access to. And then the last thing I want to say, which I know people did mention already, but I really want to hammer this point home. The developer at any point could withdraw this and easily do a 50,000 square foot office building by right. And I want to make sure that doesn't happen. So I'm asking this council to make sure that we don't scare the developer into an office only project or push them into this office only project. Because these homes are really important to our neighbors and our friends and the people working in those offices.
Thank you, Angela. And that was our final speaker for this item.
Okay, thank you so much, Clerk Minor, and thank you to all the speakers for your comments, questions, and input. We now return to council. Given how much work we have to get done tonight, I'm going to ask us to keep it to 1 round each, and our assistant city manager is keeping time. So the first hand I see is Councilmember Niss. You're on mute.
I hope I'm unmuted now.
Yes.
We have talked about this for quite some time. We passed essentially a plan that would support just this kind of development coming to us. I feel some hesitancy already because I know what we're going to hear is all we need is housing. We don't need any office. I think what we've forgotten is we have no money at all in our own funds right now to put up any more affordable housing. I think we have $3 million left that might go for teachers in a program that Joe Simitian has talked about before, but we haven't heard anything about that lately. So this is the first time we have seen something coming to us. As I said, I'm pretty sure we'll get pushed back on the mixed use. I'm very enthused about the mixed use, and I think this is an ideal corner to do it. Right down the street will be the new kind of experimental building that's at the corner of Page Mill and El Camino, which is finally underway. So Allison Koo, I know you're on here somewhere. Thank you for bringing that forward. We've often discussed how more housing could be put into the research park. I think this is a particularly good way to do that. Right on El Camino, right close to services and so forth. It meets any number of what we have given as guidelines before. So I hope we see this again. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilmember Niss. There we go. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you so much, Mayor Fine. And thank you to staff for working with a variety. I know we'll be talking about it tomorrow, but really reaching out in the community and trying to understand what hasn't worked to figure out what might work. I do have a couple quick questions. Would it be right to say that if we can have housing here or we can have a parking lot, Director Late, is that basically like, or is that overstating the case?
Well, I think what you have is a development that could go forward in the form of the office project that meets code and needs to just go through the architecture review board process. So what the PHC process offers is how would we replace that with housing and still get parking to satisfy both uses.
Okay, and some of the public speakers asked a question which I think was answered in the staff report. The parking is shared, isn't that correct? It is shared underneath between the residences and the office?
Yeah, and there's a roughly a 10%, 15% reduction.
Okay, and I want to thank staff for reminding us about Hotel Parmani, which is 4 stories nearby, and Palo Alto Square. I could see that in one of the either the photos or renderings. What is the height of Palo Alto Square? Does anybody know? It's tall.
Claire's been working on it recently. Do you remember, Claire? Oh, you're on mute.
You're on mute.
Yeah, they're tall buildings. I don't think.
All right.
I want to say up to 10 stories.
Okay. All right. Just trying to get a sense for the context there. One of the speakers brought up El Camino guidelines. We also, of course, have the NV cap going along. Your general sense that this would be consistent with those?
So we would, once formal plans are filed, we would do a more thorough examination of our El Camino guidelines. That's true. We would have to do that still. But there are some, we haven't identified any major compliance concerns.
Okay, great. And 187 units is more than half of our annual comp plan number, right?
Yes, we're trying to get into 300s.
Okay, and it looked like about, roughly 37 of the units would be affordable. I'm sorry, I didn't understand if the proposal is for rental or ownership housing. I think I may have missed that.
For rental.
For rental, okay, thanks, that's helpful. And then, I don't know how I'm doing on time here. If we could just look at slide 5, found it a little confusing, the 50 and the 60 and the 69 and the.
Height limits. Are you referring? Are you referring to the height limits?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So
the 50-foot, we're all familiar with the 50-foot height limit. And what the diagram shows is that it's 50 feet to the top of the roof. And then if you wanted to have a pitched roof, it would go up to, I believe, 60 feet. And there are stairwells and elevator shafts that extend up to 67 feet. So those are just isolated parts in the building. So predominantly it's a 50-foot building with a pitched roof where the roof comes together and that extends to 60 feet.
And I know we're not supposed to talk about details, but the roof is decorative or functional? Again, it was a little hard to understand.
I was just going to note that they do plan a rooftop open space. So the top of the railing would go to 60 feet is my understanding.
Okay, but that'd be open. Okay. I don't have major concerns with the angled roof. I think it's actually responsive in the area that it's in. I understand that, they've gone as far as they can go with the 50 feet. And I think in some respects it looks more attractive. I know that's for the ARB to decide. Than the flat roof that we see so much of these days. I like the fact that it's set back, right? It makes it a little bit easier. I know people talk about a canyon effect, and I don't get the sense, at least from this rendering, that it would be that way. So I'm grateful to the applicant for bringing this forward. And I think we have a pretty clear choice between what looks like an office building and parking, or an office building and housing. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Cormack. Any of my other colleagues wish to speak on this? Please hit your hands. Councilmember Koo.
So I'm going to say again that first and foremost, with everything that we're going through right now, Black Lives Matter, our emergency, we have to have a study session 1 hour listening to this when it could have come later in August. And it's also putting the cart before the horse. You know, we're supposed to discuss this zoning, this new zoning to us tomorrow, but this is being discussed today before we have kind of vetted out this new zoning that we're looking at. And then something that the director said, what is it going to take to build housing on your property? Did I hear that right, Jonathan?
Yeah, so when we were having that discussion in February, that was kind of the question.
Right. And you know, what is interesting to me is that people, and you know, every time you introduce these subjects, you talk about housing, but you don't come out really transparent to say, in addition to the housing, there's also 52,500 square feet of office space. So, you know, there's not even retail in this. I thought at least there was going to be retail, but now I'm looking at it's mostly office space with the housing. So what are the people that are living in this part of town going to be going shopping at, or having anything that is to hang out at without having to go all the way down to California Avenue or to University Avenue? You know, what kind of planning is this is what I'm trying to figure out, you know. There's no amenities for the people from Ventura. There's no amenities for people from Barron Park. It's just office space. And I'm just really surprised by everybody who spoke today. They talked about housing and how it is really, really great, and we need the housing to contribute to the region, to contribute to the Bay Area, you know, but it's rental housing, and we don't even know what COVID has done and what we might need or not need. But none of them spoke about the office, how it is going to contribute towards the job and housing imbalance throughout the city of Palo Alto. So I would love to see a little bit more of a thinking for the community rather than just for the developer. And lastly, I do have concerns with this developer because there are other projects that we have that we are not operating through in good faith at this time. So I would love to see some conditions imposed on the developer if we do go forward on this. Thanks.
So Councilmember Koo, I just have to jump in quickly. I do, you know, I spent the weekend reviewing our rules and procedures. Decorum is one of those rules, decorum to our staff, to colleagues and the community members. And, you know, also in terms of thinking, the project clearly states 50,000 square feet of office and 4,000 square feet of retail.
No, they didn't present retail. And you know what? I am just speaking my mind. So I would appreciate if you could respect that. Thank you.
I absolutely do, but it's in the report. Do we have another council member who would like to comment on this? I think Councilmember Filseth and Vice Mayor Du Bois, if you would like to speak. Councilmember Filseth.
Thanks. Well, briefly, you know, I'm another one of those people that looks at the 50,000 square feet of office space and go, man, that could be up to another 100 units of housing. You know, do we really need that, right? And I understand the dynamics here. I guess what I would say is, you know, I'd rather lop off the top and keep it and keep the height lower. But you know, there's going to be some, you know, opinions may vary on that one. What I would say is, if we're going to go over zoning, you know, 20% BMR is better than 15. But if we're going to go that far, if we're going to go significantly over zoning, I'd love to see some more BMR housing there, as opposed to market rate. The parking deserves some scrutiny. I actually was down there today. It is right across the street from Ventura. If we put something this big there, there's going to need to be an RPP in Ventura, and the building can't be part of it, right? Because it's already pretty impacted in that neighborhood. Less certain whether people will go around the corner up Chamalis Drive. Okay, yeah, love to see some more BMR in it. Thanks.
Thank you. And Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, question for staff. So does this commercial square footage count against the research park's remaining square footage?
Sorry, Councilmember, Vice Mayor, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I think we have something like 700,000 square feet of development left in the research park. So does this office square footage count against that remaining amount?
It would count toward the research park's square footage, but there's a lot left on that still.
Yeah, I think it would count towards that, Councilmember Du Bois.
Great. And do you guys know why the parking lot was split from the building? I mean, it seems like you could do a lot more with the combined lot.
That I think Mrs. Koo provided us some information, and we want to bring her back on board just to provide the response. But I understand that the uses that were requiring that before have not. There's a different agreement now, but I'd rather let Allison speak to the particulars of that.
Okay. Well, I don't have too much time to maybe if this project comes back. It really.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like, again, we're using the parking lot of the building behind. So it'd be a much nicer project combined. So I share some of the concerns. I'm not keen for the city to go through what it went through with this developer. Excuse me a second. You can hear that siren. I mean, what we went through at Edgewood Plaza, we had the demolition of a historic facade. We had issues with the grocery store. So I do have some concerns about that. I really would like to understand about the Varian headquarter building. I mean, Varian is one of the pioneers of Silicon Valley. This building is going to be completely hidden from the street. So I don't know if it's historic. I'd like to know that. In terms of issues people haven't talked about, I do think the toxic plume and the toxicity is something we should understand, particularly if a lot of people are going to live there. I'd like to know maybe after the meeting if we could require Varian to clean up the site while they're still located nearby. I'm also very interested in landscaping. We had that special setback on Hanson. I'd like to see like trees and a berm, maybe similar to Palo Alto Square. I think that works really nicely. The trees at Palo Alto Square were part of that PC. They're looking pretty anemic. So we really need to see that trees are cared for. And I think, we could have a decent number of trees as part of this project. So in terms of the project as pitched, I think it's a great site for housing. I think we heard that almost universally. And we heard a little bit of disagreement about the mixed use, the additional office. I think several of us in council are fully on board for PCs that are 100% housing. For me, this type of project is not really what I had in mind for planned housing zone. It appears to be an office project with housing kind of tacked on. And the housing is done in a way that maybe invites some criticism because of the massive scale. I do think if the project replaced the office with housing and included a decent chunk of inclusionary housing, like Councilmember Filson said, I'd be really open to granting even more public benefits. So with COVID-19, I'm not really eager to approve more office. This area is at 35 feet. There's mostly 1 and 2 story buildings. It's kind of the context. So I believe most people in town support the 50-foot height limit. It really is kind of the scale of our tree canopy. We have a lot of mature trees that have been kind of threatened by most projects coming to us. And so, going from 35 feet to 67 feet is a huge jump, almost 2 times. If it was more something like 35 feet with a pitched roof on top, I think there'd be no problem. I do think it wasn't anything about loading delivery spaces. That's another issue. So, if the applicant take anything away from my comments, it's really hear this. I'm completely game for significant housing at this site. I'm not supportive of the additional office space. I think this is a great site for housing. There are plenty of nearby offices in the research park, and until we really understand the impact and kind of changing nature of work, I want us to really focus on housing. So thank you for bringing the project.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
Can staff bring up the, it's kind of in the packet that shows the split of the housing and the office. Can someone share that on the screen, please?
So Claire, are you working on that?
Yeah, I'm working on it. I'm sorry, I'm really having some struggles with my internet tonight. I apologize. Are you looking to build, just bring up the one of the slides, or are you looking for a page in the packet?
It's 05 conceptual site roof plan.
Okay. Oh, of the applicant's presentation?
I'm not sure it's the applicants, but it's what's on the website. If you click on it, it says this is the plans for the project.
So I've got it, Claire.
Yeah.
No, the bird's eye view one. This is the side view. It's not in the slides actually. It's only in the it's in the
applicants.
I'm not sure if it's applicants or who. I guess it is the applicants. Yeah. Okay.
We'll try to get that up and running.
It's number 5 conceptual site roof plan.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Hold on.
It shows the multifamily residential and the office.
Okay. Okay, I think I got it for you.
Oh. Sorry, are you sharing or am I sharing?
One of us is.
Okay. Sorry, I think I am right now.
Yeah, go to 5. Yeah, that one. Oh, no, the one you were just at. 5. Yeah, that one. Okay, great. Okay, so can you make a full screen, or is that possible? Great, thank you. Okay, so we have the office on the right-hand side, right? And then we have the residential on the left-hand side, correct? Okay.
Correct.
And then the retail, where's the retail again?
The retail's right here.
It's right there, okay. So when I was looking at this, I was thinking about, kind of the general fact that in general, I think residential doesn't like a lot of traffic. In general, you want to get away, most residential want to be on quiet streets, and then commercial actually generally wants to be on busy streets. So one thing I was thinking about when I was looking at this project is, and this is just, kind of high level thoughts, is, right now you're putting the residential right on the corner of El Camino and Hanson. Now, admittedly, Hanson's probably not the busiest of streets, but El Camino really is. It's really busy. And so one thing I was thinking about that might make it more peaceful for the people that would live there would be to kind of move the residential away from traffic. And so here's a couple ideas, and I'm sure there's better ones than the ones I'll mention. One idea is, maybe the first floor of residential could be the office. So rather than having the office and parking separate, the office and residential separate, maybe the office could be below the residential, right? So then it's kind of like office on the bottom, residential on top. So you kind of move the residential away from the street level traffic and give them more privacy. And then the office could be on the bottom. So I don't know if you guys understand what I'm saying, but maybe like spread the office out over the whole part of where the residential is, and then have the residential on top, so that residential is not feeling the brunt of the El Camino traffic. So that's one way of doing it. Another way of doing it is to put the office as like a thin slice against El Camino, and then the residential on the inside. So the office and the residential are kind of like back to back. So so that the office kind of acts as like a nice sound barrier for residential. And so the residential will be facing inward, where, and then, yeah, it is a parking lot, but it's not El Camino. El Camino is, I don't think anyone really likes living on El Camino. It's going to be a tough place to live. So anyways, that's another way of doing it, where you kind of move the residential away from El Camino, and maybe to some extent Hanson, because if there's going to be a hotel on the other side of Hanson, so it would be maybe even having an L-shaped office to kind of buffer even on Hanson, and then the residential kind of moved away from all of that traffic on the inside, where it's much less traffic and a little bit more peaceful. So that's what I was thinking in terms of how to make this project more desirable for the people that would live there. And I think for the office, they would actually probably like the exposure of more traffic, right? They could, I'm sure they had their signage there, and they could get the El Camino traffic, which is like a lot of traffic, so they could get great visibility. But most residential, they don't care to get eyeballs and lots of visibility. They want some peace and quiet typically. So anyways, I think there's many other ways to kind of skin the cat here, but I just kind of feel when I look at this and I see the residential is like put on the busiest corner of the project, and there's gonna be a hotel right across the street, which will maybe have some Ubers and Lyfts dropping people off. I'm just thinking that there's ways, since this is a fairly early stage of the project, to make this more desirable by kind of just moving as much of the residential away from the traffic as possible. And I think that will give, it'll make it for a better office project, and probably better for the residential as well. Now I understand that maybe there's some desire for some sort of connectivity between the office and the two different office buildings on the property. So maybe that's why you want to do it on the bottom instead of like an L-shaped office. The other thing I was thinking about in terms of retail, where would the retail go? I would say around the corner of Hanson and El Camino, because it'll be right across the street from the hotel. Right now, this is kind of like a little bit separated by the residential, and so I think it'd be better if that retail was really on the corner. So like if let's say it was an L-shaped office, it would be right on that corner. Or if it's on the bottom, if all the office is on the bottom, then the retail could be in the corner. And then the residential could be kind of like elevated higher, and away from all the busy office and street traffic of El Camino. Anyways, these are just some ideas. I'm out of time, but thank you for everyone's work on this.
Okay, I think I'm last here. So just want to thank the applicant for proposing this. Thanks staff for your work on it. Thanks to my colleagues in the community for comments. A few questions. So one, how would we actually implement this? And I know tomorrow night we're more speaking about the planned home zoning. Would this be like an overlay on this site, or would it impact any other RP zoning? What would the actual mechanism be if something like this were to go forward?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Clark.
I was just going to say, so it would be a rezoning of the site from RP to a planned community. And we're calling it the PHC, but it's a planned community.
Okay. Thanks, that's helpful. And so there would be a little chunk of the research park that's no longer RP, but it would be PHC. So in the staff report, it reads, the office component floor area is consistent to the underlying zoning, with contemplated increases being associated with the housing project and limited retail. So is that essentially saying that under existing zoning, they could build the office complex, but not the housing?
Correct.
Okay, and so then the PHC—
Essentially as designed.
Yeah. Okay, essentially as designed, and I know there's a long process for that. But essentially the planned home zoning is enabling the housing component.
Correct.
Okay, so I've heard some members of the public and some of my colleagues, saying this is a jobs housing project. It maybe breaks even. We'll figure out the exact math going forward. But I'd also, float to us that the zoning changes we're looking at are enabling the housing. We could do absolutely nothing and we'll get 50,000 square feet of office. And so you know, maybe this isn't the perfect project that we'd want, which is 100% housing. But hey, it's playing catch up and, you know, not making our problems worse. And furthermore, I would encourage us to think, you know, beyond just a jobs housing balance, a ratio, because housing is so much more than that. This is potentially a new neighborhood in an area of Palo Alto, you know, with students, elderly, affordable housing, et cetera. And that's a benefit to our community in and of itself. There was a small lot adjustment of 4,000 square feet. Can staff or the applicant quickly tell me what's going on there?
I'll let the applicant speak to that.
Yeah. This is Bob Giannini again. In order to make this project work, it's definitely tough to kind of get all the numbers to work or whatever. If the site was 9 feet wider, we can get a 3-bay parking garage in the base, which is what's allowing us to get an efficient parking garage in the base. Without it, we would lose a third of the cars. Because we can talk to the owner of the other property and make that lease line adjustment. That's what that 4,000 feet is about.
Oh, so it's a lease line adjustment.
It's a lease line adjustment.
Okay, all right, that's helpful.
As is everything in the park.
Okay, and it's to enable the 3 wide parking.
That's the reason we're asking for it.
All right, thank you. That makes a bit of sense. I was just looking at the map and trying to figure that out. Look, overall, I'm pleased by this. I think this is, you know, certainly not perfect, but it's something we should be considering. You know, we started this planned home zoning project because we weren't seeing housing projects in Palo Alto. And while I certainly hope it does produce projects that are 100% housing, you know, what we said is if you produce a project that is, you know, housing and does not make our jobs housing balance worse and it is 20% affordable, come forward and show us what you can do. And this is doing that. And I'll just reiterate to everybody, it seems from my understanding of this that the office component could go forward today. We wouldn't be able to do anything about it unless we change the office zoning there, which is another thing we could do. But I think we need to focus on the housing component, and this project gets us there. So I'm interested in this program. I'm glad to see this idea, and at least personally, I'd like to see more ideas like this. As Councilmember Filseth mentioned, you know, the more aggressive that we can see in terms of housing and affordability levels, I think, you know, the better reception you'll see from council. But this is meeting what we asked for. So I'm there for it. Any last comments from staff? Okay. Well, thank you all for the work on this. Really appreciate it. And thanks to my colleagues for their comments as well. So that completes item number 2. We now move on to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. I do want to mention a quick thing here that because our meeting agenda tomorrow does not have agenda changes, additions, and deletions, if there are any changes, additions, or deletions you'd like to make for today or tomorrow, we've decided to hear them at this point. And Attorney Stump, do you have any comments on that? I see you. Okay. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. A couple comments. So honestly, I'm concerned about the length of our agenda tonight and tomorrow night. There's quite a lot there. I think we're going to be forced to truncate public comment and also truncate our ability to have some thoughtful discussion. So we are cramming a lot in and rushing towards our 6-week vacation. And at a time when we're sheltering in place and we are able to call in remotely. So I'd just like to suggest that if it's necessary, we could schedule another meeting. We can push some items out to next week or the week after. Just on a personal note, I have some critical items for my day job that I can't put off. I have to be up at 6 a.m. tomorrow and on Wednesday for some international calls. So I will need to drop off at 11 o'clock. So just a heads up that I'm going to be doing that. I also want to suggest that we kind of go back to our policy and see where we are at 10:30 and finish that item and consider carrying any remaining item over to tomorrow. If we hit 10:30 tomorrow, like I said, we could either defer the item or schedule a meeting. And then one thing I'd like to suggest also is that the last item tomorrow night is the AECOM contract. And if there was support, I thought maybe we could move that to put it on the consent rather than as an action item.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, I guess I'll make that a motion that that both things, that we check in at 10:30 and that we move the AECom item to be on consent.
Happy to check in at 10:30. I'll set an alarm on my phone. And is there a second to move item 9 tomorrow to consent?
I'll second it.
Okay. I don't believe we speak to these motions. Is that correct, Attorney Stump? I don't think we need to. Anyways, I hope not. Okay. Anything else, Mr. Vice Mayor?
Nope. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to suggest Councilmember Koo, do you want to speak to item 9? Just that, and then I can come back to you if we need.
I don't have anything to speak on about this, but I'd like to make another change later on.
Sure. Okay. Let's do this one quickly, and then next we have Councilmember Tanaka and this, and I'll come to you, Councilmember Koo. Okay. So item number 9, just for those listening, is approval of amendment number 2 to the contract with AECom, continued and expanded services for connecting Palo Alto rail grade separation. Excuse me, and it's increasing that by $309,000. And so the Vice Mayor's moved that we put it on consent tomorrow. Let's just go through and vote. Councilmember Tanaka?
No.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
No.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Nis?
No.
Myself, I'm a yes. Councilmember Filseth?
Yes.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Du Bois?
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack?
No.
Okay. Thank you. So that passes on a 4-3 vote with Councilmembers Cormack, Nis, and Tanaka dissenting. And so item number 9 tomorrow will be heard on the consent calendar.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a point of order?
Please.
Since the time has passed for us to make inquiries on this, how are we supposed to get information?
Staff, any response there?
So
question.
With 3 votes, you can remove it from consent. And that puts us just where we started today. Not a terribly orderly process.
I recall that method. Thank you.
Would staff take questions though? I think that Councilmember Cormack was asking.
Yeah, if we wrote a short set of questions that council members may have, would staff be able to respond to those?
We would absolutely do our best. So if you could get it to us first thing in the morning, I wouldn't suggest you do it tonight, but first thing in the morning would be ideal for allowing us to respond.
I think by midday is more reasonable given the fact that we'll be on this meeting this evening.
Fair
and
enough.
It's the very last item. So,
Understood.
okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Cormack. Councilmember Tanaka.
There are actually parts of what I actually agree with the Vice Mayor on, which is we're cramming a lot of stuff in the next 2 days, or tonight and tomorrow. And I don't know whether we're really giving it justice. And what I wonder is, instead of trying to do that, I think the Vice Mayor actually had a good idea of maybe just 1 or 2 more meetings later on, past tomorrow, might cover it. And so I know that some members of the committee there's some other items they want to talk about, but there's a lot that we have to cover in the next day or so. And so I guess I don't know if we have to make a motion for that, but I would certainly be very supportive of maybe another additional meeting. I realize some people are going on vacation and whatnot, but it doesn't have to be next week. It could be the week after. But I know that there's some of the loose ends that we're trying to do, and there's things that we're trying to cover that I just don't think we're going to have time to cover adequately. So that's my thoughts.
Thank you. Councilmember Nis.
A couple of thoughts. One is I guess really the best person to speak to this is Ed, as to whether or not to have any more meetings. So I know that Beth is leaving town, as she said, and hiding in a bunker for 3 weeks. I think staff's been pulled pretty thinly, and we're on Zoom so often, which isn't my favorite method of communication, but it's the one we have to use. So do you want to make some comments on that? You know, another meeting, what do you think?
Well, I think your point's well taken in terms of the city clerk and really the staff overall being pretty much, I'll say, tapped out, having sprinted to this point. And I believe the council as well. And I appreciate your having the discussion tonight, because talking about the council's bandwidth to get through the issues, I think is more than fair game. There may be some items on your agenda that you choose to defer or to start but not conclude. That may be an alternative for you to consider, and perhaps I'd leave it at that. It would be challenging for us to put on another meeting, recognizing that schedules have been built around the expectation of a break until August 3rd will be your next council meeting.
So, and one last thing, and I think you may have already addressed this, when we're talking about Foothill, we are going to hear from the public and hopefully be able to carry that item on to August or September.
The current item is agendized to receive the Parks and Recs Commission's report and to provide direction to staff. So it's not specific enough to identify or immediately implement whatever those next steps might be, whether it be to repeal an ordinance or the like. So in either case, there will need to be a return back to the council for more specific action.
Okay. Well, I'll get to speak tomorrow about that, I presume.
Councilmember Cormack.
Are you taking just general comments on the agenda at this point, or was this supposed to be motions?
Motions are preferred, but I think folks had a lot to share. So.
Well, since there have been general comments, you know, this is the exact same point. I remember being in the budget when people are like, we're not going to make it. We have to have another meeting. And I'll just reiterate that I think we can do it. All of us have issues with the time and the length of it, but it would be my preference for us to continue to do the work. And as long as that takes, is as long as that takes.
Thank you. And Councilmember Koo, I don't see your hand, but you indicated you wanted to speak.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to make a motion to defer on tomorrow's agenda, item number 6 and number 8 to after we return from break. I was going to agree with what Councilmember Tanaka and Vice Mayor Du Bois had said, you know, to have another meeting. But after hearing from the city manager, and given that I recognize staff must be completely exhausted and, you know, many are ready to take their break. And so I respect that. And so no meetings, but definitely to defer some of these items to a later date. I'm also conscious about what Vice Mayor Du Bois saying, that he needs to get to work. A number of us do still work in another job. So, you know, it would be very helpful if we could reduce the time.
Okay,
so
you're moving to defer items 6 and 8 tomorrow.
What did I say?
Hold on. Councilmember Niss, hold on, please. So item number 6 is discuss the Parks and Recreation Commission's pilot program to increase access to Foothills Park. Number 8 is discussion and direction to staff on the housing affordability requirements for project proposed under the planned housing zoning. Is there a second to defer those 2 items?
I'll second it with, again, the caveat that maybe that means that tonight, if we're late, we would move something from today till tomorrow.
We are doing these things one thing at a time. So right now the motion is to defer 6 and 8 tomorrow.
Yep.
Okay. So just a reminder, number 6 is the Foothills Park item. Number 8 is discussion on the housing affordability, the planned home zoning, kind of like the project we just did. And let's please vote on this. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Did you get the Vice Mayor?
I did, yes.
Oh, no.
Okay. That passes on a 5-2 vote with myself and Councilmember Cormack dissenting.
I thought you said yes.
Yeah, I thought you said.
Oh, I meant to say no. I'm sorry. No, definitely meant to say no.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry
yep.
to interrupt, but is the public allowed to or encouraged to speak on this item?
I don't believe so. We
I
checked
just
with
don't
the
know, so.
attorney, and I think it's items which
Okay.
have a number and a vote. Is that correct?
Yeah, agenda setting does not require a public comment.
Thank you.
Anything else, Councilmember Koo? Okay, so I just have a couple comments. We have a lot of work to get done. There's a lot going on. I think we are capable of it. The Vice Mayor and I meet every Monday morning. We plan this stuff. And Mr. Vice Mayor, we have talked about this schedule for weeks on end. I know it's tough, but just moving things at the last minute like that really, I think, is a disservice to some of our boards and commissions, staff, and the community. The Foothills Park item has been ready since November, and we've held off on it. And I'm sorry it's at a meeting towards the end, but that's the reality. And the discussion on delaying the planned home zoning discussion just means Palo Alto is going to be that much more dithering on housing. So I'm frankly pretty disappointed, and wish we all could work as a team a little bit more. We have hard work to do, but let's get through it and work through a process. Councilmember Tanaka, is it brief?
It is, yeah. So this weekend I spoke with some of our Palo Alto students about Vote 16. They're trying to get a ballot initiative to allow us to have 16 and 17-year-olds to vote. Since we have a couple of things off the agenda and they're trying to hit a deadline so they could get this actually on the ballot, I was wondering whether we could try to accommodate them to hear this item, given we moved some really, really big items off our agenda for tomorrow.
Well,
to the city attorney, can we add items at this point? I mean,
Yeah, Councilmember Tanaka, we're past the time where the Brown Act would allow us to add a new item for tomorrow.
I mean, yeah, and furthermore, you just voted to remove 2 items and now you want to add one. Like, are our meetings too long or are they too short? I'm a little frustrated here, guys, if you can't tell. Okay, anything else on agenda changes, additions, and deletions? No? Okay, let's move to oral communications, where members of the public may speak to items that are not on the council agenda. And as we used for our last item, we will have the clerk have a list of the different folks who wish to speak in that order. And I see 30 people. I do want to mention, we do have the ability to hold this to 30 minutes and then resume oral communications at the end. That is a strategy to manage our meeting. So let's see how it goes. Sorry, I'm just trying to count a little bit. We will also announce
right now we're at 33 people wishing to speak. So at 2 minutes, it would be over an hour.
Understood. Okay, let's go for this. But I do reserve the right to end our oral communications and move it to the end of this meeting if we need to for meeting management. But I will be sure to let folks know when that time is approaching.
So our first speaker on oral communications on anything that is not on the calendar tonight, our first speaker is Rachel Owens, to be followed by Catherine Casey and Frida Rivera. Rachel, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rachel Owens, and I'm a rising senior at Palo Alto High School and the president of Vote 16 Palo Alto, which is a youth-led nonpartisan movement aiming to lower the voting age to 16 for city council elections. As Councilmember Tanaka said, we strongly urge the council to consider placing a measure on the ballot lowering the voting age to city council elections and to agendize this measure for tomorrow's meeting. I believe it is in the city's best interest to consider this change. Not only are 16 and 17-year-olds mature enough to vote, but lowering the voting age would result in improved voter turnout and improved civic engagement. Lowering the voting age to 16 for local elections is not a new idea. Vote 16 is part of a larger campaign called Vote 16 USA, which has campaigns in Hyattsville, Tacoma Park, and Greenbelt, Maryland, where 16-year-olds can now vote in all local elections. Similarly, in Berkeley, California, a measure was passed that allows students to vote in school board elections. Another local campaign is in San Francisco, where a measure is on the ballot this year that would allow 16 and 17-year-olds to vote for city council, county elections, We also want to remind the council that placing this measure on the ballot is not lowering the voting age to 16, but rather granting their constituents the opportunity to decide for themselves. As this is a democracy and policy decisions should be driven by the will of the people, it is imperative that the citizens of Palo Alto are given a chance to decide for themselves the merits of lowering the voting age to 16. We ask that the council review the proposed colleagues' memos and ordinances and agendize this issue either for tomorrow's meeting on June 23rd or that they hold a special meeting during their break to discuss this issue. It is imperative that they do so in a timely manner so that they are able to place this issue on the ballot for the November 2020 elections. Should they push this item off until August, they will not be able to place it on the ballot for the 2020 elections, and we will have to wait until 2022. Once again, while there are numerous benefits to lowering the voting age to 16, it is not the council's job to decide for the public whether or not this is something we are looking to do in our community. It is, however, the council's job to give their constituents the opportunity to decide this for themselves by placing this measure on the November 2020 ballot. I strongly urge the council to seriously consider this measure and agendize a discussion of Vote 16 for tomorrow's meeting or add it to an agenda of a special meeting over their break. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Rachel. Our next speaker is Catherine Casey, to be followed by Frida Rivera and Yael Sarig. Catherine, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Great, thank you so much. Hello, everyone. My name is Katie Causey. I'm a proud PAUSD alum and active volunteer in the Palo Alto community. First off, thank you so much for your leadership. I know this is a really difficult time and that you've had a lot of late nights, and I really, really appreciate your hard work. Tonight, I'm here to support Vote 16 Palo Alto because right now, during global crises, we are seeing so many young people lead, whether that's organizing protests or getting supplies to their community. And we need to recognize and encourage that leadership. I know there are many people under the impression that 16 and 17-year-olds are not mature enough to vote. In a study by David Hart and Robert Atkins, the maturity of 16 and 17-year-olds was examined with respect to citizenship by looking at the developmental trajectories for qualities such as tolerance, civic knowledge, political skills, and volunteering. Their evidence suggests that 16-year-olds are prepared to vote responsibly on measures of civic knowledge and political skills. I strongly urge the council to seriously consider this measure and agendize a discussion of Vote 16 for the Tuesday, June 23rd meeting, or hold a special meeting during the recess to discuss this. Thank you so much.
Sorry, my dogs are going crazy. Fire trucks go by and they go crazy. Thank you, Catherine. Our next speaker is Frida Rivera, to be followed by Yael Sarig and Dia Darwal. Frida, go ahead.
Hi.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Frida Rivera, and I'm a recent graduate of Palo Alto High School. I support for Vote 16 Palo Alto because I believe that 16 and 17-year-olds are more than mature to vote, and allowing people to vote will make them more involved in our community. 16 and 17-year-olds also have fully developed cold cognition, which is a type of cognition used when voting. Hot cognition refers to emotional-driven and quickly made decisions, whereas cold cognition refers to decisions made over longer periods of time. Voting and citizenship involve cold cognition decisions. In a study performed by Philip Zelzow, a professor at the University of Minnesota's Institute of Child Development, people of different groups took tests to measure their cold cognition. The study concluded that one's cold cognition is fully developed by the age of 15, while one's hot cognition is not. The cold cognition that figures into voting is, meaning that 16-year-olds are capable of making matured voting decisions. This means that concerns for maturity should not be a limiting factor when deciding whether or not to place this measure on the ballot, as we have demonstrated through the use of impartial evidence that 16 and 17-year-olds are in fact mature enough to vote. I strongly urge the council to seriously consider this measure and agendize a discussion of Vote 16 for tomorrow's meeting or hold a special meeting during their recess to discuss this. We also would like to add that we hope that you take our youth voice seriously and not brush us off. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Frida. Our next speaker is Yael Sarig, to be followed by Dia Darwal and Ishani Raha.
Hi.
Yael, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Yael Sarig, and I'm a recently graduated Pali senior. I support Vote 16 because I've always been politically active, something that's made me aware of the various strengths and shortcomings of American politics. Vote 16 is a way to address and remedy a glaring concern in our democracy. America has a voting problem. It's a harsh reality I was confronted with when I realized Trump would win. My disbelief centered around one fact. He was propelled to victory by essentially a quarter of eligible voters, continuing a long trend of lackluster civic engagement in America. Now, during the pandemic, I see plainly evident the ripple effect that results from uninspired voting. Frustration with our government and the way they've handled the public health crisis has been rampant. That frustration has bubbled up and boiled over in the form of nationwide protests against police brutality, against systemic racism. From the barrage of voices comes one urgent unifying message: vote. Vote out politicians who have set the country back, or who have been allowed to sit idly by while it burns. Vote in your local elections. Do something tangible. Donate, protest, vote. There's not much to be done about America's disinterest in voting when you're a teenager. So last year, when I was offered a role in leading Palo Alto's Vote 16 campaign, I jumped at the chance, because I know rallying young, impassioned voices to vote creates habits that last throughout adulthood. We're much more than activists fighting for a voice in local elections. Vote 16 is important to me because America's future is important to me. I know the power that voting carries. I've felt for so long the frustration tearing through our country now. I'm overjoyed to see so many voices finally speaking out against injustice, but I'm more certain now than ever that the best way for those voices to enact change is through the ballot. Historically, the disenfranchised fought for so long to gain the right to vote because they knew that suffrage was the key to revolution. I care about voting as a civic duty, but a staggering percentage of Americans don't. It's perhaps a small step, but it's a step towards empowering voters. And empowerment, not love, trumps hate. I hope you take our concerns as young people seriously, and I strongly urge the council to seriously consider this measure and agendize a discussion of Vote 16 for tomorrow's meeting, or hold a special meeting during their recess to discuss this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Diane Darwell, to be followed by Ishani Raha and Benjamin Stein.
Hold on for
Diane,
1
go
minute.
ahead.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. We actually no longer have a quorum. We only have 3 council members on video. So if my fellow council members are there, thank you, Councilmember Filseth.
I'm here.
Thank you. Sorry, Dia, the time, it's your turn again. Thanks, Eric.
Hi, can I go?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Dia Tharwa, and I'm a rising senior at Gun High School. I support Vote 16 because voter turnout is one of the biggest issues currently facing our community and country today. Not only is overall voter turnout abysmal, but youth voter turnout is even worse. I want to take a second to talk about how lowering the voting age to 16 can help solve this problem. But before I do that, I want to examine the nature of voting. Voting is a social act, one that is influenced by the environment around you. This environment being your primary socialization factors such as parents, the educational system, and geographical stability. Who you are around greatly influences whether or not you will turn out to vote. And so let's take a look at the environments that the youth are in at the ages of 16 and 18 and how this would affect their voter turnout rates. At age 16, students are, for the most part, living at home with their parents and in a stable environment. Their parents have most likely already established their voting habits and are habitual voters. On the other hand, at age 18, students are most likely in the period of change in their lives, moving away from home or sometimes even out of state. Their primary socialization factors switch from their habitually voting parents to a never having voted before peer group. Voting for the first time is an extremely daunting process. One must register to vote, find their polling place, and learn about the candidates and the issues. This process becomes infinitely easier when students can do this surrounded by their stable support system and community who have already established their voting habits. This is proved by a study called Leaving the Nest and the Social Act of Voting Turnout Among First-Time Voters by Josef Patti and Casper Hansen. This study examined the voter turnout rates for first-time voters based on several different factors, such as if their parents voted and if they lived with their parents. The study found that for female voters, if they did not live with their parents, but both their parents voted, that the expected rate for the turnout was 56%. However, if they lived with their voting parents, the expected rate of turnout was 73%. This means that lowering the voting age to 16 would ensure that each and every student has the opportunity to experience their first election and learn the process of voting in their home under the positive influence of their parents. I hope you take this concern as young people seriously, and I strongly urge the council to seriously consider this measure and agendize a discussion of Vote 16 for tomorrow's meeting or hold a special meeting during this recess to discuss.
Thank you. And our next speakers is Shani Raha, to be followed by Benjamin Stein and Antonia Mao. Is Shani, go ahead. Go ahead, Ashani.
Yeah, my name is Ashani Raha, and I'm a rising senior at Palo Alto High School. I support Vote 16 because I believe that it is essential for young people to vote in their first election, as this leads to lifelong civic engagement and voter turnout. Voting inertia, as described by Eric Polzer in his study called Becoming a Habitual Voter, Inertia, Resources, and Growth in Young Adulthood, is the concept that if someone votes in their first election, they will become a habitual voter and vote in subsequent elections. However, the concept of voting inertia also suggests that if someone does not vote in their first election, they will become a habitual non-voter. This stresses the importance of turning out to vote in one's first election. And as we have previously established, voter turnout is much higher among youth that are still living with their parents than among those who have left the house. Together, from the concept that voter turnout will be much higher among 16-year-olds who are living with their parents in a stable environment, and the fact that voting in one's first election is crucial to establishing a voting habit, we can conclude that lowering the voting age to 16 and guaranteeing every 16 and 17-year-old the opportunity to vote in high school will lead to higher voter turnout rates and create habitual voters. This is not just a hypothetical idea. In places where the voting age is 16, such as Tacoma Park, Maryland, 16 and 17-year-olds turned out at 4 times the rate of other voters. In other areas, such as Austria and Norway, 16 and 17-year-olds turned out at a higher rate than the next highest voting bloc. This shows that lowering the voting age to 16 is key to addressing our democracy struggles with voter turnout rates. Lowering the voting age to 16 will create lifelong habitual voters, voters who are able to express their voices in their democracy. I hope you take our concerns as young people seriously, and I strongly urge the Council to seriously consider this measure and agendize a discussion of Vote 16 for tomorrow's meeting, or hold a special meeting during their recess to discuss this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashani. Our next speaker is Benjamin Stein, to be followed by Antonia Mao and Michaela Shea. Benjamin, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Benjamin Stein, and I'm a rising senior at Palo Alto High School. Every so often, there comes a time that will be forever ingrained in the memory of a generation. One of those moments is occurring as we speak. In spite of an unprecedented and deadly pandemic, people around the country are participating in a massive movement on a scale never seen before in human history. With ongoing protests in all 50 states and 6 continents, it is clear that the Black Lives Matter movement will set the tone for conversations of racial justice for years to come. Yet when looking at the leaders of this powerful and wide-reaching movement, a pattern emerges. Many of the people organizing protests, rallying their communities, and spreading messages online are students. Even in our own community, an estimated 10,000 people attended a march organized entirely by a group of students. Now more than ever, it is clear that young people are at the forefront of the American political landscape. Yet despite more civic engagement and political involvement than most adults, high school students do not even have a say in the election of their own city council members. It is clear that 16-year-olds can vote responsibly. It is clear that future voter turnout will increase after allowing 16-year-olds to vote. And most of all, it is clear that based on their role in virtually every major movement over the past 15 years or 50 years, 16 and 17-year-olds have earned their right to vote. I hope you take our concerns as young people seriously, and I strongly urge the Council to seriously consider this measure and agendize a discussion of Vote 16 for tomorrow's meeting, or hold a special meeting during their recess to discuss this. Thank you.
Thank you, Benjamin. Our next speaker is Antonia Mao, to be followed by Michaela Say and Miranda Lai. Antonia, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Antonia Mu, and I'm a rising senior at Palo Alto High School. I support Vote 16 Palo Alto because I believe local elections are incredibly crucial to achieve concrete change in our community. The decisions that City Council makes on behalf of youth will impact our lives for years to come, and 16 and 17-year-olds have unique insight into how the city's policies affect teenagers. Not only does lowering the voting age improve voter turnout and helps establish lifelong voting habits, it also drives demand for effective civics education in schools. If the voting age for city council elections is lowered to 16, students will be more engaged in the American government and civics class they take in sophomore year. This will also help dispel concerns that 16 and 17-year-olds are not informed enough about certain issues to have a vote. I implore the City Council to listen to youth voices who are invested in the advancement of our community. I hope you take our concerns as young people seriously, and I strongly urge the Council to consider this measure and agendize the discussion of Vote 16 for tomorrow's meeting, or hold a special meeting during their recess to discuss this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Antonia. Our next speaker is Michaela Shea, to be followed by Miranda Lai and Thomas Lai. Michaela, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Michaela Sia, and I'm a rising senior at Palo Alto High School. I support Vote 16 Palo Alto because I believe that 16 and 17-year-olds are just as affected by local politics as any other citizen in Palo Alto, and we carry a stake in the game when it comes to local elections. Elected officials work to carry out the will of the constituents and are held accountable by them. In this case, 16 and 17-year-olds are just as much the constituents of the city council as the rest of the city. In Palo Alto and across the nation, 16-year-olds can hold a job and pay taxes on their income, drive, and can be tried at court as adults. We know some people may be under the misconception that issues decided by city council are not important to youth, but this is extremely untrue. For example, we know that this year, because of COVID-19, there has been a proposed $500,000 budget cut to an important teen programs such as Make X, the Think Fund grant program, and the Teen Center at the Mitchell Park Community Center, which brings the teen community together. I hope you take our concerns as young people seriously, and I strongly urge the council to seriously consider this measure and agendize a discussion for Vote 16 for tomorrow's meeting, or hold a special meeting under this recess to discuss this, as we are just as much as constituents as any other member of Palo Alto. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michaela. Our next speaker is Miranda Lai, to be followed by Thomas Lai, and then Doug Owens. Miranda, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Miranda Lee, and I'm a graduating senior at Palo Alto High School. I support Vote 16 because I believe that it allows youth to become more engaged in local politics and establishes steady, lifelong voting habits and improved civic engagement for all. Decisions made by the Palo Alto City Council affect 16 and 17-year-olds every day, and young people care deeply about city issues, much more than we credit them for. For example, in the past few weeks, the climate of our nation has changed drastically as people rallied across the country to demand justice for George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and countless others, as well as to demand police reform and systemic change. Palo Alto has been no exception, with thousands of citizens rallying to express their voices. Several of these impressive protests were organized solely by high school students, with thousands of more students attending. We can see that our young people are engaged, responsible, and ready to create change in society. Allowing them a vote and thus a voice in our city council will allow them to make the positive change that they wish to see and improve our city for the better. All the policies that the city council can introduce and the areas it can impact, from utilities, housing, transportation, and environmental sustainability to large-scale police reform, affect 16 and 17-year-olds just as much as they affect the rest of our citizens. And as constituents, we deserve a voice in discussions regarding them. Voting is the most reliable way for ordinary citizens to influence the government, and lowering the voting age to 16 for city council elections would force local politicians to listen to the young people who are affected by their policies and address their legitimate concerns. We understand that the city council is very busy, but frankly, I was disappointed when this issue was brought up earlier and dismissed. I hope you take our concerns as young people seriously and don't brush this off. I strongly urge the council to seriously consider this measure and agendize a discussion of Vote 16 for tomorrow's meeting, or hold a special meeting during their recess to discuss this. Thank you.
Thank you, Miranda. Our next speaker is Thomas Lee, to be followed by Doug Owens, and then Lucy N. Thomas, you have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Lee, and I am a rising senior at Gunn High School.
I'm 17 years old and I'm here to voice my support for the city of Palo Alto to lower their voting age to 16. My message to you is simple. Youth care about our city and our society. In recent weeks, some of the most vocal and passionate fighters for social justice have been youth, whether through social media posts, protests, youth-led initiatives, or simply conversations with their friends and family. If you look through Instagram, you'll see youth sharing about racial inequality, the humanitarian crisis in Yemen, Title IX, and even telling other people to vote because we can't. Our actions show that we care. We care about the direction society takes. We care how people are treated. We care about our education. Most importantly, we care about progress. Then let me ask you, why are some of the most socially passionate people not able to voice their beliefs at the poll? My colleagues have shown you through research that youth have a stake in the game and that we are cognitively able to vote. We've also shown you research that voting improves democracy and voting habits, and that through civic knowledge and engagement, we're able to create this democracy that this country was founded upon. Time and time again, we youth are told by adults that we are the future of the world. But how are we supposed to live up to that if we're told that our voice doesn't count because we can't vote? If you believe that we are the future, let's lower the voting age. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Our next speaker is Doug Owens, to be followed by Lucy N. and Allison Moo. Doug, you have 2 minutes.
Hearing our comments. I'm a resident of Palo Alto, and can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. And you've just heard from an incredibly dedicated and talented group of students, and I want to support Vote 16. I also want to make one main point in that, and I understand the limitations of the restrictions imposed by the Brown Act, but if the council doesn't consider this before August, it will delay this for 2 years because it will not be time to get on the ballot in 2020. I hope you'll consider a mechanism to give these incredibly talented and dedicated students voice. I've been enormously impressed by what they've done. They've worked for many months on this, and I think they would really appreciate, and I think they deserve the opportunity to try to convince the voters of Palo Alto that this is a good idea. And I think it is a chance for Palo Alto to show leadership in empowering our young people who are dedicated to democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doug. Our next speaker is Lucy N., to be followed by Allison Moo and Margaret Adkins. Lucy, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Lucy, you may need to unmute from your end. There you go. You have 2 minutes.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
Go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Lucy Nemerov, and I'm a recent Pali graduate. I support Vote 16 because I believe that youth deserve a say in our community. I also would like to remind the council that their decision today lies in whether or not to agendize and discuss this issue. After that, their decision is based on whether or not to place this measure on the ballot. Neither of these steps require the council to lower the voting age to 16. This is a decision to be made by the members of the Palo Alto community, and a decision that should be made by the members of the Palo Alto community. It is imperative that the council agendize this issue for tomorrow and vote to place this issue on the ballot. They should not be able to decide against lowering the voting age in Palo Alto. This is a decision that should be made by the public, and it is the council's duty to give them this opportunity. Again, I hope you take our concerns as young people seriously, and I strongly urge the council to seriously consider this measure and agendize a discussion of Vote 16 for tomorrow's meeting, or hold a special meeting during their recess to discuss this. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. Our next speaker is Allison Moo, to be followed by Margaret Adkins, then Chris Brickner. Allison, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi all, my name is Allison Moo and I'm a 2019 Pally graduate. I'm here to support vote 16. I believe youth voices are needed at the ballot box because city council members must serve all of their constituents, not just the ones over 18. 16 and 17-year-olds know better than anyone that safe bike paths and transportation policies are needed to create a safer community. Additionally, we have seen from the past few weeks that young people are incredibly engaged in social justice issues affecting our communities. Youth have come together to demand justice for Black Americans who face police brutality and racial injustice every day. This is just one example of how youth are making an impact within our local community and deserve a voice through their vote. Again, I would like to reiterate that I strongly urge the council to seriously consider this measure and agendize a discussion of vote 16 for tomorrow's meeting or hold a special meeting during their recess to discuss this. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Our next speaker is Margaret Adkins, to be followed by Chris Brickner and Sarah O'Riordan. Margaret, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Margaret Adkins. I've been a proud city employee for over 25 years and honored to represent the SEIU bargaining units for over 10 years, 7 of those years serving as chapter chair. Our members are proud to be a part of the City of Palo Alto family and take pride in the work that we perform for the community. Each and every one of us wants to get back to the new normal, whatever that may be, so we can get back to providing the community with the excellent services they want and deserve. Even though we have a closed contract, we wanted to make concessions if it meant saving members of our family from losing their livelihoods. We took into consideration that our bargaining units consist of the lowest wage earners in the city, and any concessions would have a greater impact on some more than others because of the wide range of salaries. We wanted to make certain that our concessions would not bind our members to an obligation that would jeopardize their personal commitments to their families. We also wanted to protect those with immediate plans to retire from committing to lifelong concessions. For the city's team to simply suggest that our members put their lives on hold for another 10 months was appalling, but we moved forward anyway because our goal was to mitigate the layoff as much as possible. So after wasting thousands of dollars on many hours of concession discussions and an outside attorney, I don't understand how council could say thank you, but no thank you to our offer of over $3 million plus in concessions, which is about the same amount the management group is contributing. Never in my life did I ever think that giving away $3 million would be so difficult. My members need to understand why council chose to cut city services to the community, why council chose to take food off the plate and the roof over the heads of their employees and their families, and why, if the city was in a financial crisis, did they turn down over $3 million in concessions from the general bargaining unit? Why? If the budget crisis is as severe as first promoted, why would council reject $3 million plus in concessions from the lowest paid workforce, reduce the professional management furlough concessions by 50%, and spend, not save, $480,000 to offer safety folks an early retirement incentive? I can only ask if the claimed budget deficit is as severe as first promoted, or was there a plan or a hidden agenda? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Margaret. Our next speaker is Chris Brickner, to be followed by Sarah O'Riordan and Eve Donnelly. Chris, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, City Manager, as well as those that are watching and joining in tonight's Zoom meeting. My name is Chris Brickner. I've been an employee for the City of Palo Alto for over 10 years now and work as a substation tech lead in the utility department. In my time here with the city, I have participated in Electric Operations Safety Council, Utility Strategic Planning Committee, and as well as a shop steward and now vice chair of SEIU 521 for the City of Palo Alto. It is important to me that I do what I can to help in any situation I may be faced with, or when I see someone in need. I have always put the needs of my family, friends, and others above my own. So when the city came to SEIU leadership and asked us to help, I was more than willing to help. SEIU was asked for $3 million to help with the shortcomings in the upcoming 2021 fiscal year budget. And that would result in the layoffs of our fellow employees. At that point, I was more than willing to help fellow SEIU members keep their jobs. We learned in later meetings with the city that our concessions would possibly not save jobs because services were due to be cut. Still, I was willing to help the city with what they needed, as long as other groups were willing to make similar concessions. Multiple times, we brought generous concessions to the table and surpassed the $3 million mark that was asked for by the city. Each time it was turned down and we were told it wasn't enough. The city hasn't moved once in what they wanted as concessions. They have redressed their concessions, but it has never changed from what they had asked with their first proposal. It seems to me as if there's some other plan or agenda being pushed on all city employees. SEIU is a service employee union. We take pride in our work and the services we provide to the citizens of Palo Alto. Even though most of us in SEIU don't live in or near Palo Alto, we care about this city. It is hurtful that our concessions to help have been turned down and told that it wasn't enough. What we have offered would be a financial setback that will take many years for our members to recover from, but still we wish to help. There are many uncertainties in the future, what this future holds for us and how we may deal with it. But we will deal with it together because that's what makes us strong. It is hurtful that our offers to help have been rejected, and only those in the upper echelons of the city know why. In closing, remember to stay safe, stay healthy, and together we will get through this together.
Thank you, Chris.
So just a quick comment. We're about 30 minutes into oral communications. As I said at the beginning, I would highlight when we hit that mark. Let's do another 30 minutes, and in 10 minutes, so at 8:10, let's please stop taking names. So if you would like to speak in oral communications, please raise your hand in the next 10 minutes and you'll be added to the list that you see on your screen. And at 8:30, I'm going to pause our oral communications and we're going to move on with the agenda, and we'll come back to the rest of oral communications towards the end of the meeting.
Our next speaker is Sarah O'Riordan, to be followed by Eve Donnelly and Johanna Say. Sarah, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Sarah O'Riordan, and I'm a recently graduated senior of Palo Alto High School. I support Vote 16 Palo Alto because it is more than logical that 16 and 17-year-olds should be allowed to advocate for the changes and policies they want to see for their future. You've heard the scientific backing from my fellow speakers, and ultimately, it is a threat to our democracy that voter turnout amongst the younger generations has always been disproportionately lower in relation to the amount of potential voters there are, especially when compared to the percentages of older generations' voter turnout. While political climates in the US continue to escalate in tension, many of the notable changes and movements in the recent civil rights uprising have been spearheaded by teens under the voting age. If there is any year to encourage teen voting, it's this one. If we are to continue to educate our teens about the harsh truths and injustices of our city and our nation's history, then why should they not have the chance to use the knowledge they've gained when it's fresh in their minds and when it matters the most? The party line is that the next generation will save us, but we can only do that if you let us use our passion and energy for change while it's as intense as it's ever going to be. Additionally, I cannot thank council and staff members enough for their extended effort in recent weeks. However, I found the comments to Councilmember Tanaka in regards to the Vote 16 matter and meeting length unprofessional, and myself and others are disappointed to see those in power blatantly disregard an issue clearly important to your citizens. With this in mind, I cannot implore the council strongly enough to agendize this issue and discuss it tomorrow, or to hold a special meeting to address it. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Sarah. Our next speaker is Eve Donnelly, to be followed by Johanna Say and Ryan Globus. Eve, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Eve, you may need to unmute from your end. We will move on to Johanna Say. Johanna, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
All right, thank you. My name is Johanna Sia, and I'm a Palo Alto resident and rising sophomore at Palo Alto High School. I support Vote 16 because I believe we need to get more youth engaged in our democracy. Lowering the voting age can lead to a long-term increase in voter turnout because voting is habitual, and 16 is a much better age than 18 to establish the habit of voting. As previously articulated, at 18, people are in a state of transition that makes it less likely that they will vote. At 16, people can establish the habit of voting in a stable environment. This is crucial because whether a person votes in the first election they are eligible for strongly influences whether they will continue to vote in the rest of their lifetimes. 16 and 17-year-olds are ready to vote. Research has showed they have the requisite civic knowledge and skills and have the mental reasoning ability to make informed choices. We need bold ideas and reinvigorate participation in democracy, and lowering the voting age is one of these potential solutions. Turnout for the 2014 midterm elections was at a 72-year low, and the United States ranks below most other advanced democracies in voter turnout.
Hello?
Can you all hear me?
Yeah, Joanna, go ahead.
Okay, as I would like to continue, I strongly urge the council to seriously consider this measure and agendize the discussion of Vote 16 for tomorrow's meeting, or hold a special meeting during the recess to discuss this. Thank you so much.
Thank Joanna. Our next speaker is Eve Donnelly, to be followed by Ryan Globus and Kimberly Thacker. Eve, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi there. My name's Eve Donnelly. I'm a former Pally student. I support Vote 16 Palo Alto and urge the City Council to agendize this issue for tomorrow's meeting. I support Vote 16 because of how it will improve voting habits in our community and create lifelong voters. I believe that voting in democracy is how the citizens of our community and nation can express their views and have their voices heard. However, as of right now, many voters do not vote in elections, and our voter turnout is very low. This means that our government is not representative of the views and will of the people. Something needs to change. I do believe that this change is Vote 16. By allowing youth to vote for the first time when they're in high school, they can develop good voting habits. If this was accompanied by improved civics education, the Palo Alto community would be producing a new generation of informed, educated, and habitual voters. This would not only increase voter turnout and civic engagement, but it would prompt more youth involvement in local government. Youth have a different perspective on the way our community functions and can see areas for improvement that are invisible to our other generations. For the benefit of our local community and democracy as a whole, the voting age should be lowered to 16. I hope you guys are taking our concerns as young people seriously and don't brush this off, because I have been noticing that. I strongly urge the council to seriously consider this measure and agendize a discussion for Vote 16 for tomorrow's meeting, or hold a special meeting during their recess to discuss this. Thank you.
Thank you, Eve. Our next speaker is Ryan Globus, to be followed by Kimberly Thacker and Abby Lang. Ryan, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Ryan Globus, and I'm a resident of Palo Alto. And I urge you to add items 6 and 8 back on the agenda tomorrow regarding Foothills Park and affordable housing. I was outraged and disgusted by the actions that the council took to remove those items from the agenda tomorrow and delay them until August. Many of you council members attended Black Lives Matter protests and want to paint a beautiful city street with Black Lives Matter. But we need to take action to integrate this city. This city has a history, both past and present, of racism via policy, and you just have to drive across the creek to East Palo Alto to see that. And so in order to integrate our community, we need to open up Foothills Park and not make it a crime for poor Black and brown people to enter our park. We need to fund affordable housing that so many of you say that you're so concerned about, so people can live here, poor Black and brown people who work here and add to our community, so they can live here and not on the other side of the creek and not in RVs and in tents. I urge you to add those items back to the agenda. Anti-racism is about changing our policies and taking action, not paint on the street. I yield my time.
Thank you, Ryan. Our next speaker is Kimberly Thacker, to be followed by Abby Lang and Kareem Al-Badri. Kimberly, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
I'm speaking on behalf of the Palo Alto Children's Theater. I've volunteered there for several years, seeing the impact of the theater on thousands of youth participants and audience. My 2 teens have been involved in many aspects of the theater for 7 years. I know you guys have this super long evening of budget discussion, but there are several of us here again tonight because we don't feel like we are being heard and our proposal has not been considered by the council. We're representing many more kids and parents who aren't speaking to try not to take up too much of your time. We thank you for restoring performances. I was really happy to hear this from my teens, but please take the time tonight to go the extra mile to also restore the staff positions that make these and all the other programming, both physical and virtual, possible. I realize you have many, many areas to consider. The theater is a small item for you, probably not a priority, but please consider the thousands of kids and youth served each year and the professional artists whose jobs are at stake. For many of your community members, this is a huge priority for them. The Friends of the Theater has put a proposal to you, asking that the cuts to the budget be reduced by only about 1/6 of what you're proposing and reallocated to support staff positions, with the Friends raising the rest of the money needed for programming. This is really a win-win proposal. It shouldn't be a dent to the budget. You have some building projects, something about seat replacement for performing arts, AC 18000. You have a public arts budget for public places, AC 186017. And this is performing arts in public. So we just beg you to please tonight, somebody put on the agenda to accept the FOPAC proposal to reallocate the funds and protect the staff jobs. They need their jobs now. It may be too late to bring back these professional people that make this theater so special for the city of Palo Alto. The Children's Theater is a unique and wonderful place where kids and staff from a diversity of backgrounds come together in creative community to learn and express themselves. Please work with us and not against us.
Thank you, Kimberly. Our next speaker is Abby Lang, to be followed by Kareem Badri and Lisa Rock. Abby, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, I'm Abby Lang and I'm 12 years old, and I'm here to ask you to consider the Friends of the Palo Alto Children's Theater's proposal to maintain the current staffing. I have been doing productions at the Children's Theater since I was 8, and it's been such an outstanding experience. We may be in crazy times, but PACT is still figuring it out, bringing the performing arts into kids' homes despite the global pandemic. I'm currently attending a virtual theater camp in which at the end we record scenes and songs from our homes to put together into a musical. The Children's Theater wouldn't be the same without the amazing staff who really get to know us over the production and learn what we can do. They are kind and patient and very talented. They are what makes Children's Theater the Children's Theater. They work with you, get to know your strengths and weaknesses, how well you memorize things, and so on. They remember some of those things when you come back and audition again. Over time, they really get to know you and they cast you knowing that you are reliable and can get it done. If we lose these amazing staff members that put so much into what they do, kids who have been coming to this theater as a safe haven for years will be forgotten, forced to restart at a theater that is no longer the same as it was before. We cannot let this happen. Please, please, please thoroughly consider the Friends of the Palo Alto Children's Theater proposal to maintain current staffing. I know you're very busy and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Abby. Our next speaker is Kareem Al-Badri, followed by Lisa Rock and Rachel Samoff. Kareem, you have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Kareem Al-Badri. I was extremely upset this week when I viewed the video of the brutalization of Julio Arevalo by police officer Thomas DeStefano outside Happy Donuts. Arevalo wanted to buy a donut. Officer DeStefano claimed he saw him involved in a drug deal. The video does not show any evidence of a drug deal, and no drugs were found. Arevalo did not make any attempt to run away or fight back. He only took a slow step backward. That was enough provocation for DeStefano to slam Arevalo into a metal fence, pushing him into the chain links with his considerable body weight. He handcuffed Arevalo, while Arevalo cried out that he was in pain. DeStefano then pulled him off the fence and slammed his body into the pavement. Arevalo could not block his fall since his hands were bound behind his back. He hit the pavement face first, shattering his eye socket. DeStefano then sat on Arevalo's back and continued to subdue him. Watching the video, it is impossible not to think of George Floyd. 2 weeks ago, I heard Chief of Police Robert Johnson say on one of these calls that when he saw the video of Floyd, he wondered whether it was possible for something like that to happen here in Palo Alto. Johnson did not need to wonder, as he presumably had seen the video almost a year earlier when the incident occurred. The police department failed to respond to records requests by NBC and by the Post, which they are legally required to respond to within 45 days for almost a year. DeStefano remains employed by the police department, which in 2019 paid him a salary and benefits of more than $309,000. If the department wished to retain any semblance of legitimacy to carry out its mission of protecting and serving the people rather than terrorizing the populace, it would have fired DeStefano a year ago. Instead, it did what police departments around the country have been doing forever. It protected its officer and dragged its feet as long as possible. City Council must call for DeStefano's dismissal. The police department must stop carrying out bogus stops and frisks without probable cause. Supporting police violence has always placed you on the wrong side of history, but now the people who elected you are watching. Thank you.
Thank you, Kareem. Our next speaker is Lisa Rock, to be followed by Rachel Sama, and then Jonathan Ehrman. Lisa, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Lisa Rock, and I am a member of the Palo Alto Advisory Committee on Early Care and Education and the Executive Director of Palo Alto Community Child Care, also known as PAC. PAC has served the Palo Alto community with quality child care for over 45 years. I've been with PAC for 25 of those years. I've experienced dark times in the child care industry, but the impact of COVID-19 eclipses any challenge we have faced before. I'm deeply worried for the future of child care providers in our community. The child care industry is tenuous in the best of times, and it has been able to continue functioning all these years on the backs of early educators through low wages. The vast majority of child care providers cannot weather a business closure like the one we have faced. It is also important to understand that any impact to the operation of child care programs disproportionately affects women, and more specifically, women of color. PAC reopened its child care programs on June 15th, and as happy as we are to begin rebuilding after 3 months being closed, we have a long and arduous journey ahead. When we closed, we were serving over 800 children daily. Now, due to group size restrictions, we are able to serve closer to 200 children. If you saw a 75% reduction in your business, how long do you think you would last? We are operating our business at a greatly diminished capacity that also requires a significant increase in spending to adequately staff, purchase supplies, and support extensive cleaning and disinfecting protocols. PAC is not alone in this problem, and we are not the only child care providers at risk. I'm deeply worried about the future of child care and early education services. As a community, we should all be deeply worried and do whatever possible to support the critical services child care providers offer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lisa. Our next speaker is Rachel Samoff, to be followed by Jonathan Ehrman, and then Jonathan Snee. Rachel, you have 2 minutes.
I also am a member of the Palo Alto Advisory Committee on Early Care and Education, which is advisory to the city regarding the child care landscape in Palo Alto. There is no economic recovery without access to safe, secure childcare. The supply of childcare and preschool has been threatened, as you've just heard, by the onset of COVID-19 and is now at risk in our community. Since the shelter-in-place restrictions began, we have worked with providers of childcare and preschools on a bi-weekly basis to discuss the current ongoing needs of the childcare sector. We've gained a detailed picture of the challenges of maintaining childcare and preschool in our community during the pandemic. While a few childcare businesses have remained open to serve essential workers, most have remained closed during the shutdown. For all parents to re-enter the workplace fully, these programs need to reopen. As you make your budget decisions, please consider the following needs of the childcare sector. Childcare and preschools are businesses with razor-thin margins even in normal economic times. With no or severely restricted income during the shutdown, many have had to furlough or lay off staff and still struggle to survive. As providers reopen their programs, they're now required to provide more space per child to enable social distancing, smaller self-contained classrooms, lower child-to-teacher ratios, enhanced hygiene facilities, more frequent and enhanced cleaning protocols, and PPE. Parents cannot cover the cost of these additional expenses, nor can childcare and preschool businesses operate without the resources to pay for them. While many recognize childcare and preschools as essential services, we have not yet considered how to help cover these additional costs so that their services can continue. As you consider supporting small businesses during this recovery process, please keep these childcare programs at the front of your mind. Their financial challenges are severe. We can't afford to lose more childcare spaces, which were in short supply even before the pandemic. We urge the City of Palo Alto to designate specific funding to support this vital part of our economic infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Our next speaker is Jonathan Ehrman, to be followed by Jonathan Snee and then Sinya Shen. Jonathan, you have 2 minutes.
All right, am I unmuted now?
You're unmuted. Go ahead.
Hi. Yes, I want to congratulate the City of Palo Alto on having the COVID testing this week at City Hall. I think it's great that that happened, and for the people who organized that, I think Liz Niss and Joe Smitty and others, thanks for making that happen. It's unfortunate that it took so long to happen. Really, this is something that should be happening in every city and probably every month. I just want to say about the experience, there were city employees there, I think, who were handing out paperwork for people in line to fill out. When you got into the lobby, it went very well. But I have to say, I was very disappointed. When I got into the lobby, I was quite surprised to see that giant screen in the Palo Alto City Hall lobby was in fact on, that there was power going to that screen. That just seems incredibly wrong at this time right now. I mean, that screen for me is already a symbol of council's misplaced priorities. I mean, it used to be, in the lobby of City Hall, there was an old TV that you could watch the city council meetings on if they were going on. But when council, when you spent millions, redoing stuff in City Hall, you put in this giant screen, which has absolutely no practical purpose and is drawing power probably even now. It's ridiculous. And to me, it's a symbol of the council's misplaced priorities. I know for a fact, not every city employee who is helping out with testing is going to have a job after you pass your budget, and yet that screen will still be drawing power. And what other things in the city infrastructure money is being spent on unnecessarily, when the fact is right now, nobody should be losing their job. This is not the time for that. There are people who are willing to make concessions. Everyone wants to help. And bargaining is about creative solutions. If somebody doesn't take, what you initially offer, it doesn't mean that they're disrespecting you. It means that they may have another idea. And it's really upsetting to me that the city is spending money on completely unnecessary things when there is a real human cost behind your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Our next speaker is Jonathan Snee, to be followed by Sinya Shen and Katie Brown. Jonathan, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Snee, and I'm a rising senior at Pali. Today, I'm going to talk about the importance of the Palo Alto Children's Theater and why the budget cuts proposed by the Friends of the Palo Alto Children's Theater should be considered. Before I do that, I wish I could get another 2 minutes to talk about Vote 16, but I cannot. So I want to quickly say that I'm a member of Vote 16, and I strongly urge the council to consider the measure mentioned by my fellow speakers and agendize a discussion of Vote 16 for the Tuesday, June 23rd meeting, or hold a special meeting during their recess to discuss this. Now back to the theater. I cannot overstate how important the Children's Theater is to me and my family. The first play I ever saw was at the Children's Theater. It opened my eyes to the entire world of performance. When I was 7 years old, I immediately wanted to start acting. The Children's Theater accepted me with open arms. There I made great friends, took various camps, learned a lot about theater, took voice lessons, and participated in countless shows. Even now, I'm on the PACT-sponsored Teen Arts Council, and I'm working on a joint project with Stanford and the Children's Theater. The Children's Theater, in normal times, provides great educational opportunities, entertainment, and community enrichment. And even during the coronavirus pandemic, continues to do so. My little brother Eli is currently doing an online camp with the Children's Theater, and it's going great. None of this is possible without the amazing adults and staff working at the theater. The theater needs the staff in order to function and continue improving the lives of children and Palo Alto at large. The people working at PACT are great. They do so much for the community, and there is no reason to cut half the staff. I urge the City Council to consider the theater's proposed cuts and have the Friends of the Palo Alto Children's Theater offset the costs of restoring the staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Our next speaker is Sinya Shen, to be followed by Katie Brown and then Jeremy Ehrman. Sinya, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Right.
Good evening. My name is Senya Shen. I'm a member of the Palo Alto Public Art Commission and a concerned resident of Palo Alto. In light of recent events and consistent with the mission and vision of the Public Art Commission, I'm calling to urge the council to reconsider two recent proposals impacting Palo Alto public art. Specifically, the proposal to suspend percent for arts and the proposal to reduce the size of the Public Art Commission. Public art reflects the community around it and can help us not just understand ourselves, but to understand each other on a deeper level. Recently, the value of accessing public spaces and public art has been demonstrated during the shelter-in-place orders, the protests at City Hall, and the subsequent public art proposal in support of Black Lives Matter. The proposal to suspend the Percent for Art program puts at risk art in public spaces that can be accessed by all. Suspending the Percent for Art ordinances will severely limit the response of the Public Art Commission to current events. We urge the council to reconsider this proposal. The second proposal at issue, the decision to reduce the number of Public Art Commission members from 7 to 5, threatens public art from another perspective. Palo Alto has a diverse population, and reducing the commission to 5 members will limit the number of diverse community members to be appointed. Public Art Commission members volunteer their time, and a reduction from 7 to 5 will not materially reduce the number of meetings, meeting time, or staff time to support the commission. Public art allows us to see ourselves and our identity within a larger society and feel comfortable and make Palo Alto more welcoming. We urge the council to reconsider these proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, Senya. Our next speaker is Katie Brown, to be followed by Jeremy Ehrman and Cheyenne Hushman. Katie, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Katie Brown, and I'm a recent graduate from Gunn High School. I have spoke at previous city council meetings regarding the proposed budget cuts for the Palo Alto Children's Theater. I've been involved in the theater for over 8 years, and I wouldn't be pursuing a theater degree in college without them. I'd like to thank you for revising your budget cuts and adding performances, but I wanted to specifically talk about the proposed cuts for the staff. What makes the theater so unique and vibrant is the staff themselves. They are so vital and important to the health and growth of the theater. Cutting 50% of the staff would truly hurt the theater and the community. Each staff member is so important to the theater, and they contribute unique and special skills that benefit the theater. The whole staff is so valuable and so important. The theater is still offering many programs which are so needed in these difficult times, especially for young children. The theater is providing so many opportunities through virtual classes and camps. Young children need support and resources during these uncertain times. These staff members have put so much dedication into the theater over the years, and it would be so heartbreaking to let that go. We need to support artists during this time of crisis. If we want to keep Palo Alto an artistic and cultural community, we need to support artists who are supporting us. Please consider watching my video, What PACT Means to Me, which I have sent to the council. If you watch this video, you will see how these proposed staff cuts will not only hurt the staff and the theater, but the participants, the parents, the community, and Palo Alto as a whole. Please consider FOPAC's budget proposal. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Katie. Our next speaker is Jeremy Ehrman, followed by Cheyenne Hushmund and James Hindery. Jeremy, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I was wondering if it was legal for the city manager and his staff to send eviction notices to tenants at Cubberley Community Center before the city council voted on or even discussed the lease that authorized those evictions. The city council is supposed to drive the policy, set the policy for the city, and the city staff is supposed to enact that policy. But in this case, the city staff seems to have led to the policy entirely and forced the city council and everyone else to do what they wanted. The city staff had a lease for Cubberley drawn up by the end of May, but instead of sending it to the city council for review or to be amended, they instead sent it to the school district and insisted they vote on it. At the beginning of June, the school district signed the lease even though the city council hadn't even seen it yet. Once the school district did that, the city staff sent eviction notices to tenants, even though the city council had not actually looked at the lease yet. Finally, on the 15th, the city council saw the lease for the first time. They attempted to make a change by shortening the length of the term, only to be told 2 days later, oh, it's already been voted on by the school district, so you can't do that. Now it's set to be approved tomorrow on the consent calendar after the budget is passed today, which is authorizing this lease. So this process is completely out of control. There seems to be no oversight. Was this even legal? Why is the city manager so determined to throw out tenants in the middle of a pandemic when no one can actually use the Cubberley facilities anyway? This is just outrageous. The city council should have discussed this in May, but instead they didn't. City staff boxed them in and refused to have any oversight. So was this legal? Was this according to city policies? It certainly seems extremely unethical. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you, Mr. Ehrman. Just a quick comment. So we're about an hour into oral communications. I've decided let's just get through it rather than doing this later in the evening. One quick comment also for those who are commenting on oral communications. If you are speaking about budget items, we would really encourage you to save your comments for item 31. Again, oral communications are for items that are not on the council agenda for the night. And if the clerk, with that, we can resume with our public speakers.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. Our next speaker is Cheyenne Hushman, to be followed by James Hindery and Rohan Ghosh. Cheyenne, go ahead.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great, thank you. So I'm Cheyenne. I graduated last year from Gunn High School, and I just finished my freshman year at Columbia. And I want to talk to you guys about the Children's Theater today. I started doing plays there when I was 8 years old. I was a very wild kid, so my parents basically stashed me away there. And I totally found my second home there. I mean, I can't think of a picturesque kind of Palo Alto childhood that we all want our kids to have without thinking about the hours that I spent there rehearsing for plays and at camps and hanging out with friends. And obviously, I'm sure all of you know about the benefits of arts education for children, but I think what might be helpful to talk about is how many adult role models and mentors I found at the Children's Theater. The adults there were the first people I felt like I could confide in outside my own family. And sometimes, obviously, there are things you can't tell your family, and having that support network was absolutely pivotal to my development and happiness and my mental health growing up. And the people who work at the Children's Theater everywhere, backstage, at the front desk, running camps, they're some of the most genuinely caring and kind and devoted people I know. I'm still great friends with many of the people that I got to know there. So cutting the employment at the theater is not just a disservice to these hardworking individuals, it's a disservice to the children of Palo Alto who frankly grow up in a stressful environment, and sometimes they need a place like a theater and adults there who will support them and motivate them in ways that you don't find elsewhere in Palo Alto or in our public schools. So please, please consider the Friends of the Palo Alto Children's Theater proposal to only reduce the theater budget by about a sixth. And I want every kid in Palo Alto to get the chance to have a shot at the same childhood that I had. So thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Cheyenne. Next speaker is James Hindery, to be followed by Rohan Ghosh and then Lisa Travato. James, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi there, Council. This is Jamie Hindery. I'd like to voice my support for the Vote 16 movement. It's really kind of incredible how many young people have put themselves through the difficult process of following city politics. It's a very opaque process, a process that a lot of my peers in their mid-20s aren't able to sit through or be patient enough or to learn about. And so the fact that 16-year-olds are putting in their time and their effort to speak to you, I really think needs to be noted. I'd also like to second the idea mentioned by one of the earlier speakers that moving agenda items 6 and 8 off of tomorrow's calendar or agenda is, I just think that's ridiculous. It shows a complete hypocrisy in the council. You guys are claiming that Black Lives Matter, yet you won't open Foothills Park. That's something that can be done immediately. I don't understand why that needs to be pushed. And as for the affordable housing thing, that angers me a little bit as well. In terms of the performing arts, I heard one of them mention that they wanted a 1/6 reduction in the proposed cut. The cut that I'm looking at is 700,000, so that's giving them back 110,000 from that cut. And I think that there are places in the budget amendment that I can get to on the budget item where we could find that money and give that to the performing arts, because I too saw my first plays there, and it really was, although I wasn't a part of their programs, it was a transformative place for me growing up here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. Our next speaker is Rohan Ghosh, to be followed by Lisa Travato, and then Xander Koo. Rohan, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, Council. I'd like to speak on a couple of matters. Primarily, Vote 16. I think it is extremely important that the city give that forum to youth voices to be able to express the fact that be able to actually put to the ballot allowing 16-year-olds to vote. This, I will remind the council that it is in concert with Assembly Constitutional Amendment 8, which the Santa Clara County Democratic Party has in fact endorsed last year. And I would strongly encourage that a discussion on moving Vote 16 to a ballot measure be agendized as soon as possible, and definitely before filing deadline. I would like to add that I stand with the labor community in Palo Alto and our tireless city workers, and I think it's ridiculous the way they're being treated. And now to the main point, which is regarding the Palo Alto Police Department, which I will remind everybody here is not a good actor and is under federal investigation for racial bias and multiple racially motivated assaults on our residents. This is not the police department that our community deserves and does not protect the public safety of our residents. And I want to make it very clear to the city council that our police department needs serious reassessment as to its conduct, its very practices, and the amount of resources it gets while we're cutting all of these programs that greatly benefit the community. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Rohan. Our next speaker is Lisa Travato, to be followed by Xander Koo and then Madison Abbasi. Lisa, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, thank you. My name is Lisa Travato, and I'm here to speak about the Palo Alto Children's Theater, the budget, and specifically the significant staff cuts that are imminent. I wanted to add my voice here to the chorus of people who have already come forward to let you know how important the theater is to our children and our families. Right now, our kids are separated from most of the activities that they love, and the theater's online camps and classes have been a really important link to the theater for my own daughter, and I know for many other children. I know it's a really hard time for everyone, and I appreciate all the efforts you've made recently, but I just asked you to consider FOPAC's proposal for funding that can help keep the theater's staff in place. So this might allow the children to stay connected with the things they enjoy doing while much of their normal life may have changed so drastically. This is one thing that can keep them connected to each other and the things they enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Our next speaker is Xander Koo, to be followed by Madison Abbasi, followed by Sophia Moore. Xander, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. My name is Xander Koo. I'm a Pali alum, and I'm a lifelong Palo Alto resident. What a dark day it is for the city when I have to say that I agree with Mayor Fine. I am disappointed with the council's pathetic decision to defer items 6 and 8 regarding Foothills Park and housing affordability. The Foothills Park item has been delayed for long enough, and Palo Alto has been burying their head in the sand for far too long. While council members may individually be afforded the comfort of a recess, it is imperative that the council acts now on this issue and push immediately for more affordable housing and end the exclusion of our Bay Area neighbors from our city parks to protect the Black, brown, and low-income residents of not only Palo Alto, but of neighboring cities, as well as the many members of our community who are now facing homelessness, an issue that has been severely exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. I also urge the council to discuss the future of the PAPD and the possibility of cutting or defunding the PAPD as an agenda item for tomorrow or during a special meeting during your recess. The council has a civic obligation to do what they can to terminate Perrin and DeStefano and fire Ed Shikata for his gross violation of his authority with the curfew, his presumably externally motivated support for the presidential hotel conversion, and his overall lack of transparency in terms of his decision-making and his decisions to withhold information about police investigations. I echo the sentiment about lowering the voting age to 16. It'll be a huge step forward for Palo Alto's democratic process and promote civic engagement for our residents starting from a young age. I also hope the council will listen to the requests of the Children's Theater and the evicted Cubberley tenants. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Xander. Our next speaker is Madison Abbasi, to be followed by Sophia Moore and then Rebecca Eisenberg. Madison, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Madison Abbasi, and I am a rising junior at Palo Alto High School. I am a strong supporter of Vote 16 Palo Alto because I truly believe in the importance of including youth voices in the decision-making process. When the youth in our community reach age 18, most of them will move away to college and they are not able to vote for the change that they want to see in Palo Alto. Allowing 16 and 17-year-olds to vote would ensure that this entire demographic is heard and that our Palo Alto community as a whole can benefit from the different experiences and perspectives the young voters bring to the table. To reiterate some of the points made by my peers earlier, research has proven that 16 and 17-year-olds have an adult level of cold cognition or logical decision-making capabilities, and they are constantly the age demographic with highest turnout. When they cannot vote in Palo Alto, the city loses this demographic. It is important that politicians are held accountable by their constituents and that policies made on a local level are powered first and foremost by the will of the people. 16 and 17-year-olds are constituents of the city council that are directly affected by its decisions. However, unlike older adults, we do not have the vote to ensure that our voices are heard. I strongly urge the City Council to consider the aim of Vote 16 Palo Alto and to agendize this item and vote to have it placed on the ballot. The Palo Alto community deserves the right to decide whether 16 and 17-year-olds should vote, and the 16 and 17-year-olds in our community, myself among them, deserve to have their voices heard by the decision makers of those decisions that directly affect them. I yield my time.
Thank you, Madison. Our next speaker is Sophia Moore, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg and then Grace Ma. Sophia, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sophia. I'm a recent Gun High School graduate, and I'm a proud participant of the Palo Alto Children's Theater. Over the past 10 years, as a child that grew up in the Palo Alto Children's Theater, I'm devastated to hear that the planned budget cuts will have an adverse effect on such an incredible and vital institution that many, including myself, call their second home. I, for one, have been lucky enough to partake in countless shows, summer camps, artistic lessons, and so much more for the majority of my childhood and adolescence that I couldn't even begin to imagine how the community and the youth of Palo Alto would fare with the theater's absence due to budget cuts. Our community is so much more diverse, vibrant, rich, and strong as a result of this artistic establishment. I have met some of the most sensational, incredible, one-of-a-kind individuals that provided and nurtured me with the greatest learning opportunities and defining moments that helped me, along with many others, flourish into the creative, imaginative, and expressive human beings that we are today. Without these hardworking, devoted staff members and individuals, along with the programs that they help foster and support, we have no artistic community. All that they do is absolutely essential in keeping the theater alive. Some of my fondest, brightest memories have been forged at the Palo Alto Children's Theater, and I couldn't imagine Palo Alto without it. The Palo Alto Children's Theater holds a very special place in my heart, as do the people in it. I truly hope that there is light at the end of this tunnel and that the theater and its incredible staff don't suffer as a result. I strongly urge that the City Council takes this proposal seriously as it pertains to the livelihood of many employees at the theater and will have an enormous effect on the theater and its community. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Sophia. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Grace Ma and then Ben Miyagi. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi again. City Council, how do you sleep at night? Can't you hear the voices that are calling you, begging you to consider their points of view? You disappeared, most of you, right after they started speaking. That doesn't reflect upon you well. The reason there are so many callers is because you put an unprecedented, almost certainly illegal number of items on the consent calendar. As you know, according to the Brown Act, the consent agenda, aka consent calendar, is reserved for items that are non-controversial, that have already been approved, and that can be lumped together as a group and easily approved without discussion. None of your items meet any of these requirements. For example, on your consent calendar, you have the approval of $20 million for the improvements of Palo Alto's private airport, an airport that serves only private planes and that creates airplane noise and pollution that drives most of the residents of this city crazy. Additionally, on that consent calendar, you had at least $50 million of third-party contracts that maybe caused the loss of jobs to the SEIU callers who called in today, who said they gave up everything in order to keep their jobs, and you dumped them anyway. Here are the third parties you're giving their work to instead. And you spend the $20 million on the private airport while continuing to insist on defunding the children's theater instead of defunding the police. Enough is enough. This is insane. Listen to these Vote 16 folks, an organization that I fully endorse and support. I spoke to these young adults yesterday. I think that they have more integrity and intelligence than most of the people in our city staff and elected office. I hope you will remove the items from the consent calendar and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stop, I'm looking at.
Our next speaker is Grace Ma, to be followed by Ben Miyagi and then Anna M. Grace, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, honorable city council members. My name is Grace Ma and I'm on the Santa Clara County School Board. I am a 38-year resident of Palo Alto, and I want to let you know that the Santa Clara County office promotes the California State Seal of Civic Engagement, which was signed into law in October 2017 by Governor Brown to award to pupils who have demonstrated excellence in civic engagement and participation and understanding of the United States Constitution, the California Constitution, and the democratic system of government. The guidebook for 6 proven practices for effective civic learning state that high-quality school-based civic learning fosters civic knowledge, skills, and attitudes, promotes civic equality, builds 21st century skills, improves school climate, and lowers the school dropout rate. Not speaking for the County Board of Education, I personally strongly support Vote 16's efforts to have the lowering of the voting age discussed by City Council on a future agenda. I also want to support the consideration of funding for childcare services as an essential service for economic recovery in the city of Palo Alto. Both the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors and the City of San Jose City Council are allocating millions of dollars of their CARES relief funding on childcare for the community. City Council in Palo Alto must recognize that childcare is critically important for our community's workers to rebuild Palo Alto's economy. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Ben Miyagi, to be followed by Anna M., and then telephone caller with the last three numbers of 532. Ben, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I'm Ben Miyagi. I'm Chair of the Public Art Commission. And during our last meeting, we unanimously passed a motion to have Black Lives Matter painted on the street on Hamilton Avenue in front of City Hall. The artist call has gone out, and we expect the letters to be painted by June 30th. So a very quick action on this, and the commission wants to thank you for your support in this matter.
Thank you, Ben. Our next speaker is Anna, to be followed by telephone caller 532, and then by Owen Longstreth. Anna, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Anna Meyer, and I just graduated from Palo Alto High School. I am speaking in support of Vote 16, and I'm urging the City Council to discuss the issue at their meeting tomorrow. I support Vote 16 because I believe it is imperative for the young members of our community to have the opportunity to impact their community through voting. Not only would it establish the good habit of exercising our civic duty by voting and increase voter turnout, but also 16 and 17-year-olds deserve to have their voice heard in regards to issues that affect them. I hope you take our concerns seriously, and I strongly urge the council to consider this measure and agendize a discussion of Vote 16 for the Tuesday, June 23rd meeting, or hold a special meeting during their recess to discuss this. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Our next speaker is telephone caller 532, to be followed by Owen Longstreth, and then Eileen Kim. Go ahead.
Yes, hi. I'm actually calling regarding a budget item. I'm happy to speak now or to wait until you get to it in the meeting.
We would prefer you speak to it when we get to the budget.
Yep.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Owen Longstreth, to be followed by Eileen Kim, and then Blake Matthews.
Hi there, can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, so I wanted to talk on a couple of things. First, I'll introduce myself. My name is Owen Longstreth. I'm a rising senior at Palo Alto High School. I wanted to briefly voice my support for Vote 16. Although I'm not affiliated with Vote 16, I would like to say that I support the decision and the move to include younger people in politics. Speaking as a high schooler, I wanted to say that I am definitely very engaged, and many of my peers are. And I just really believe that we need to have the vote in order to be more engaged in city politics. The main thing that I want to talk about today, though, is budgeting. I've been listening to public comment. I've been hearing about the proposed cuts to theater, to the arts, to childcare, and I haven't really heard anything about cuts to the police department. And I just want to say, like, where the hell are the goalposts for budget cuts? So we have all these great programs for outreach. We have all these great programs to help our residents. And, you know, all of a sudden we have budget shortfalls. So I guess we're going to cut all of those, but our racist police department that appears to be out of control and racist, it's being federally investigated. They don't really seem to be getting any major budget cuts. I mean, what is your priority? What are your priorities here? I mean, what does the police department do for us realistically? As far as I know, sounds like it's just a lot of it sounds like it's racially motivated assaults, and it sounds like it's bad. It sounds like it's bad behavior and just excessive force and violence. And quite frankly, like, we shouldn't be encouraging this. You guys need to defund the police department because this is, quite frankly, it's ridiculous. There is no reason that we should be cutting all these great programs that help the residents of the city, and we leave this racist, overly violent institution in place. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eileen Kim, to be followed by Blake Matthews and Addie Katzenelson. Eileen, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
I'm a Palo Alto resident with 2 young children in the Palo Alto public school system. We absolutely love the city of Palo Alto, and it's very saddening to see the city council prioritizing and choosing certain projects over others, including infrastructure projects and ongoing high city employee salaries, while cuts are made into the community, children, and youth services. Using an approach of death of 1,000 cuts, the very community services that make the city an outstanding place to live, unique and special, are the very ones the city are deciding to get rid of. At a time during a pandemic when there's a deep negative impact on the mental health and wellness of our children and teens, the very services that are most needed by our young people are the very services being lost. As the community has been looking at the salaries of city staff, we've all noticed, and it's all been noted, that the city of Palo Alto city staff have multiple times higher pay than those in a similar situation in the private sector. Therefore, given how city council has decided to cut into youth and city and children programs, and given the pandemic and the city deficits, we ask that the city council pull from the consent calendar the non-reduction of city salaries. This is not a time for city council to put on the consent calendar this non-reduction of city salaries when the very residents and community are clamoring and pleading the very opposite, that city salaries be reduced given the deficit, and instead that Palo Alto community programs be refunded so that the youth and children are supported. Someone once said that no one can have pet projects and budget cuts will affect everything. However, such a broad brush approach is not nuanced, it's not intelligent, and it shows that there are no priorities at all. Someone also wise says, show me your budget and I'll show you your priorities. Right now, our city stands at cutting into the community programs, children and youth programs, and infrastructure projects, and employee salaries are paid out at full speed. What are our priorities? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Blake Matthews, to be followed by Addie Katzenelson, to be followed by Roberta Alquist. Blake, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm going to make this pretty brief because I don't have too much to say, but I'm a junior, or I'll be a senior now at Menlo Atherton High School. And I just wanted to advocate for a higher budget for the Palo Alto Children's Theater so that way they can stay afloat, because I've been super involved within the theater for pretty much my entire life. It's absolutely changed my life in so many different ways and was just a really safe space for me to grow up and learn how to feel comfortable in my own skin and be comfortable like around other people and learn how to interact and all these really fundamental skills for my life. And I know that it can be that for so many other kids. So I'm really advocating and hoping for less budget cuts for Palo Alto Children's Theater, just so that way it can continue to thrive in the way that it has throughout pretty much my entire life, and so that it can be like a safe space for other kids in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Blake. Our next speaker is Addie Katzenelson, to be followed by Roberta Alquist, Martha Walters, and our final speaker tonight under oral communications is Curtis Smaller. Addie, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Adi Katzenelson. I'm a rising senior at Gunn High School. And like some others here, I wanted to talk about how the Children's Theater staff is instrumental to youth and how they've helped me with my experience there, as well as how I shape and develop my future. As someone applying for college, I have to narrow down moments in my life to what helped me most. As a lot of these came from the Children's Theater, the staff is an instrumental part of how those happened. They gave me a real-world theatrical experience and the opportunity to learn from people who have worked in the industry. Without these staff, these experiences will not have happened to those younger than me. After doing tech for multiple shows, I became a costume shop intern for 2 summers. Not only did that teach me how to work under a superior, but it also taught me how the industry operates. They also represent an important part of the inclusive and accepting community that has developed in the children's theater. Without them, it could fall apart and no longer provide a safe haven for so many kids and teens that have come there for years. The staff is the glue of the children's theater community, and I hope you consider letting them stay and keep their jobs. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Addie. Our next speaker is Roberta Alquist, to be followed by Martha Walters, and our final speaker is Curtis Smaller. Roberta, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to speak about the Black Lives Matters movement in the 2 wonderful presentations at City Hall this last Friday or Saturday and the previous Friday or Saturday. Race, class, and gender really matters, and some of our city leaders don't seem to get it. They need to go and listen to that report. The first one on Saturday was brilliant by these speakers. This staff historically reproduces the elitist, white dominant, segregated city in which I live, with continuing exclusionary practices like polling the Foothills Park question and privatizing the commons, and not for decades building numbers of low-income housing for our workers, and not cutting huge staff salaries so that the workers could continue and the programs could continue in the city. Race, class, and gender are intersectionalities. We need to consider those relationships as we move to try and get Palo Alto to become a more inclusive rather than exclusive place. We saw few council members at those 2 meetings, those 2 protests at City Hall. We lack worker diversity and we lack worker housing in Palo Alto. Therefore, our kids don't learn about difference. They therefore become frightened of difference. Regarding your housing programs, it's tokenism to continue to allow huge amounts of square footage of office and maybe a condo or 3. We need to promote worker housing. Stop appropriating the rhetoric of Black Lives Matters, and develop some actions like halt office development, implement rate stabilization.
Roberta, your time is up.
Okay, one final point, support your SEI workers. Thank you. And I don't know why it was pulled off and put down lower on the list. Can you explain that?
Our next speaker is Martha Walters, to be followed by our final speaker, Curtis Smaller. Martha, go ahead. You may need to unmute from your end, Martha.
Oh, okay. Got
there
it.
You go.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. My name is Martha Walters. Dear Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, thank you for this opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name, as I said, is Martha Walters, and I've worked at the Palo Alto City Library since 1991, first as an hourly for 5 years and then as a full-time employee after I earned my master's in library science. As a long-term employee and an active union member, I serve as a chapter secretary for the SEIU General Unit. I have some concerns about the fiscal year 2021 budget that is slated to eliminate many positions, including over 1/3 of the library staff. The members of my bargaining unit, SEIU, have all expressed an interest in helping mitigate any potential layoffs citywide by offering concessions and doing our part to help with the budget shortfall. It is for this reason that we have offered over $3 million in concessions in an effort to help save jobs. And more importantly, continue to have the ability to offer the services that our residents enjoy and rely on. The potential layoffs have impacted both community services and library departments inordinately. As I mentioned before, the layoffs in the library department alone would impact a third of our employees. Our department employs about 90 individuals. Over 30 would be let go in the budget proposal. To be clear, that's a third of our headcount in my department alone out the door by July 31st. Losing a third of our employees is a bitter pill to swallow. However, what is even more perplexing and spine-chilling is the fact that not one library manager who directly manages any rank and file is slated to be laid off. This should alarm anyone who is paying attention to the issue at the city regarding span of control. In fact, at the library, we recently hired 2 new managers, and those positions are new positions to the department budget just this current fiscal year. My intent tonight is to just bring to your, just to bring to your awareness that we have in good faith had proposals to save over $3 million that the city dishearteningly has chosen not to accept. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Martha. And our final speaker is Curtis Smaller. Curtis, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Council. A previous caller asked, what are your priorities? It is very clear what your priorities are. Your priorities are special interests. They are office developers for offices that will never be occupied. Or have you been to Hanover lately? If you haven't been there, there are plenty of unfinished offices that have not been built, but clearly we need more. You gave 30 minutes to Sandhill property developers. Meanwhile, we are all scrambling to get our statements done in 2 minutes. Why? So you can build more office space that is not only not going to be occupied on a Superfund site on which everybody who goes there is going to be potentially poisoned by the fact that there's going to be a garage built and possibly piercing the vapor plume and or other toxic waste in that garage. Where was the conversation about what was going to happen without an underground garage? None. You want to put it on consent on the consent docket. You basically want this to be approved without anybody saying anything. Everything on the consent docket has been done so that you don't have to talk about it. The philanthropists who wanted to give Foothill Park to the BLM movement, this council rejected that and affordable housing and put it on an ice floe, never to be heard from again. So go ahead, fire people from libraries, cut arts, cut the children's theater, do everything you're doing. Just remember the people you step on the way up will be there on the way down. Thank you. I see my time.
That was our final speaker, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, Clerk Minor. So thank you everyone for your input, comments, and questions, and especially thanks to our young community members speaking up. Just a quick note, if you have spoken to the consent calendar or the budget, you cannot speak to those items again. We do have a democratic obligation to give everyone equal say. So let's move on to our next item, which is minutes approval, item number 3. Are there any speakers to the action minutes? Is there a motion?
So moved.
So moved by Councilmember Cormack. Is there a second? You have to speak up, Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Great. All right. If there's no further comment, let's please vote on this. Councilmember Tanaka.
No, yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Councilmember Filseth?
Yeah, sorry. Councilmember Filseth is next.
Yeah, I'm yes too. I'm yes as well.
Thank you. And Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. That passes unanimously. Okay, we now move on to the consent calendar, which is items 4 through 30A. A number of contracts. Just for the public, one of the reasons this consent calendar is so large is because we're going on break starting Wednesday, and so the city still has to do its regular business. If you'd like to speak to the consent calendar, please raise your hand and the clerk will help you provide your comments.
Mayor, fine, we have Speaker Patty Rieger. Patty, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Patty Rieger, and I'm on the Human Relations Commission, but I'm speaking on behalf of myself. But at the same time, I hope that you move from item number 29, which is reducing the Human Relations Commission, and move it to an agenda item tonight. And I hope you vote no. Right now, we have 197 people signed a petition urging you to renege on your issue of 109 of the agenda item. And I really hope that this is going to impact diversity if you leave it at 5. If you really think that race and class and gender matters, like you said in your 5,000 word staff report, then I hope that you vote no on making the commission smaller. Making it smaller, we will have 3 white women and 1 black man, and I think that is not showing that the city cares about diversity, and it's just lip service if you say it and don't act upon it. So I hope that you realize that this is a structural racism that you're doing, and that that you move it to an agenda item. And the Human Relations Commission, we voted 4-1, and we sent you a letter requesting that you you move it back to 7. And there was basically no discussion from the staff for this move, except that it would be more efficient for the staff. They admitted that it would bring probably less diversity if you remove it. I just hope that you put it on, take it off the consent calendar and put it on the agenda and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. Our next speaker is James Hindery, and our final speaker is Jonathan Ehrman on the consent calendar. James, go ahead.
Hi, Council. This is Jamie Hindery. On the consent calendar, I'd like you to move items 21, 22, and 29 to agenda items. On item 21, I would like you to please consider adding 16 and 17-year-olds to the people eligible to vote. I would also like you to include ranked choice voting because we have 4 open seats this fall. So I think ranked choice voting would give us a much more representative council. I would also like you to add semi-public financing to the campaigns, setting aside some amount, some reasonable amount that anyone can use then, or any qualified candidate can use to run for council. I think this would expand the accessibility of the council and get more, a wider reach from the community. On on consent item number 22, I would like, 1 second. Or on consent item number 29, I would also like to echo the statements of Patty. I don't believe that the HRC should be cut. I think that makes it more difficult for them to be diverse. I would like to see it increased to 9 seats, but I understand that that might not be possible or feasible. But definitely cutting it from 7 to 5 is not something that I'm okay with, and I would really be disappointed if that stayed on the consent calendar. Also, the airport, that's consent item number 22. Yeah, spending $20 million on that while cutting the children's theater and the library and putting the fire department into a brownout, like flexible scheduling, as in we'll have fire stations that are empty. I mean, it makes no sense how these are on the consent calendar. These are extremely controversial topics. I cede my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jonathan Ehrman, to be followed by Lawrence Magid, and then Rohan Ghosh and Kirsten Flynn, and those are the end of our speakers for this. Jonathan, go ahead.
Hi. I wanted to speak on one of the items on the consent calendar is a contract with a paving company for not to exceed $2,954,000 for fiscal year 2020 streets resurfacing project. I think it's even only just for 120 days. I think that's the length of the project and not the bid length. Anyways, I just want to say, it's an awful lot of money for fixing streets, and some of it may be necessary, but there is also discretion in that in that contract for, if for fiscal reasons you need to, curtail the amount spent, you can. And I think I would think if I were you, I'd be looking very hard at what projects are on the list, what is up for being repaved and redone, because, if it's just for cosmetics, there are so many more important things right now, like, people being unemployed. And everything should be scrutinized, especially considering we've had less traffic in the last couple of months. How does that change things? So I mean, I think these we can't just put these projects out there and be like, well, since we agreed to it, this is what it is, and it's this giant amount. Everything should be scrutinized carefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Our next speaker is Lawrence Magid, to be followed by Rohan Ghosh. And our final speaker is Kirsten Flynn. Lawrence, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Larry Magid, and full disclosure, I'm married to HRC Commissioner Patricia Petty-Regier. The City Council, I think, has clearly stated that it wants to encourage diversity, that it wants to fight racism, that it wants a community that is just and fair and believes in racial justice. And knowing many of you, I know that you also believe very strongly in equal rights for LGBTQ individuals. And from the mayor's response to the young people who just spoke, I have a strong feeling that you also believe in youth being very much part of our decision-making process. And I think that's great. But the problem is that we have very few opportunities to actually show how we mean what we feel. Sure, we can paint Black Lives Matter in front of the police station or create a beautiful mural, and that's symbolically wonderful, but it really doesn't mean anything because, of course, we all know that Black Lives Matter. But when it comes to concrete things that can be done, that's where I think you can judge your own sense of commitment. And repeating what my wife said and repeating what I said at the previous meeting, reducing the size of the Human Relations Commission is a concrete example of going against the very values that you have been articulating. I don't see how cutting the size is going to save any amount of money. We have a great many people in our community who I'm sure could be recruited to be on the commission. Not only do I want to see racial diversity, but I want to see younger people. I want to see people from the LGBTQ community, and I want to see people from the low-income people. I want to see this truly be representative of this community. And cutting it from 7 to 5 is going to make that impossible. Even 7 may not be ideal, but it's certainly a lot better than cutting it. And frankly, no one articulated any reason why it should be cut. And the only item that came up was the acknowledgement that it would reduce diversity. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rohan Ghosh, to be followed by our final speaker, Kirsten Flynn. Rohan, go ahead.
Hello again, Council. I would like to express my sincere disdain for the fact that on the consent calendar, we have a contract to improve the City of Palo Alto Airport, which is used by a very small swath of this community. And while actual programs that help actual people in this community are at severe risk of defunding, I think it's imperative that that money be put to use in actually helping the residents of this community, and especially towards not laying off essential city workers. And this is honestly ridiculous that we are spending $20 million to restore an airport used by barely anyone in this community, while union member workers are at risk for layoff. We are not addressing the systemic problems of our police department, and we are not increasing funding for any of the actual services. And in fact, eliminating transportation, youth programs, theater, all kinds of things. And we have all of this money sitting there in that airport. I think that needs to be moved for actual debate. I would like to add the point about calling for the election. I would like to second Mr. Hindry's point on reassessing certain election rules there. especially regards to voting age. And I think both of those things are things that actually have actual discussion to happen. So I would support a motion to bring those to the full council for a full debate, and let's talk it through, because you guys are going on a recess and these are issues that need to be fully discussed. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you, Rohan. And our final speaker is Kirsten Flynn. Kirsten, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello. I was accidentally muted there. I'm sorry to come in late, but I didn't realize that the agenda item that I wanted to talk about wasn't an agenda item, but part of the consent calendar. And that is, I'd like to vehemently oppose approving a waiver for converting the President Hotel, which was previously a source of affordable housing, to commercial use. Housing is one of the city council in their retreat, they said is their top priority. Affordable housing, we're in an affordable housing crisis, and diversity, which so many people have talked about tonight, includes economic diversity. And so affordable housing is especially important. It's against our own rules to convert housing to commercial. It's against, we're breaking our own rules if we grant this waiver. And it's unconscionable to take actions that mitigate the risk for a developer, which they took with their eyes open, while removing a source of affordable housing from the housing inventory in the city. You're the voice of the citizens. We count on you to do what is best for our community. And I don't think we need another high-end commercial development. I think we need affordable housing. Please move item number 28, I think it is, from the consent calendar to an agenda item, and really take a serious look at doing what's best for citizens, not for developers. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Mayor Fine, that's our final speaker.
Okay, thank you. So thank you to everyone for your comments. We now return to council. Just one quick note on the airport paving project. It is 100% funded by the FAA in a grant, which the information can be found on packet page 586. Okay, we now return to council. I presume there will be a number of items some of us are voting no on and potentially want to pull them. So I'm just going to go to each of you and just mention which items you are interested in pulling and which you'd like to vote no on, and I'll take notes, but we'll make sure we get it all right at the end. Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. I'd like to pull item number 20, 25, and 27. And did you want to take my no votes too?
Sure, let's do that, please.
I'd like to vote no on number 9, number 13, and 29. And if the items that I pulled, nobody supports pulling, then I'll add it to my no votes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
So first I have a disclosure. So I think number 25 is quasi-judicial, and I actually spoke with a couple of the neighbors of that project. So maybe you want other people who spoke to people to also make disclosures.
Good call.
I'd like to pull item 21, the election, so that we could discuss vote 16. And I'm voting no on 11, 24, 29, and 30A.
Did you say 30A?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, disclosures are a good idea on 25. I also spoke with members of the HOA there, and they laid out some issues in terms, they were worried about the, I think the stair tower, which may impinge on some of their views, and shadows was one of the issues they raised.
I think it's the car wash. It's a commercial property.
Oh, sorry, I'm thinking of a different one. That's the car wash. Sorry, I was thinking of the hotel. Okay, Vice Mayor Du Bois.
I also spoke to some people about the car wash on 25. I wanted to register a no vote on 12.
Okay, Councilmember Anis.
So on number 25, I spoke to someone, I'm not sure who I was speaking to, They caught me on my phone and I don't recall their name, but they certainly were interested in the car wash.
Okay, thank you. And now that my memory is jogged, I also spoke with two parties there, one an office building nearby, the other a school, and they were particularly worried about the decibel levels for the car wash. Councilmember Cormack.
On number 25, I returned a phone call to someone, I believe it was Mr. Wayne, after receiving the information on the consent calendar answers. That's all. We did not speak. I just returned the phone call.
Okay. Any other items to be pulled or no votes? Okay, so I don't see enough support to pull any items, but Councilmember Koo, I will count your pulled items as no votes. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, please. And I'd like to make a disclosure also.
Please.
For item number 25, I also spoke to a representative that is at the offices next door to the site project.
Thank you. And Councilmember Tanaka, seeing no support to pull 21, should we count it as a no vote, or would you like to vote for it?
I'll vote for it.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to then move the consent calendar.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Niss. To the clerk, can we just clear the hands? Thank you. And let's please vote, and I'll recite the no votes afterwards. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the consent calendar passes with Councilmember Koo voting no on 9, 13, 20, 25, 27, 29. Is that correct? Okay. And Councilmember Tanaka voting no on 11, 24, 29, and 30A.
Right.
And Vice Mayor Du Bois voting no on 12. Correct? Okay. So we'll now go to each of you who voted no on items, and per our procedures and protocols, you each have 3 minutes to discuss your votes. So we'll go in the same order: Councilmember Koo, Tanaka, and the Vice Mayor.
On item number 9, this adds more to the infrastructure project fund because of road designs that do not conform to the state highway improvement standards. No amount has been indicated in the staff report. Number 13, Exhibit A on packet page 392, the scope of services with the planning and development services on-call contracts, especially for 4 fire inspector and reviewer positions and 1 code enforcement officer, all positions that requires knowledge and experience of fire response protocols and procedures at the local level here in Palo Alto. Same for the code enforcement officer. Item number 20, FY 2020 street resurfacing capital improvement projects. There are 4 projects listed, and PE 09003, city facility parking lot maintenance project, should be deferred. Bid item number 34, Indian and Moreno traffic circles, also should be deferred, as well as bid item number 35, Middlefield curb and islands. Number 25 is quasi-judicial 1700 to, that's the Mercedes size 1700, 1730 Embarcadero. You know, this is the first time that we have actually received 2 peer reports of a noise analysis from somebody else to challenge the analysis from the Mercedes project. And it would just be fair, and we would be performing our fiduciary duty to review that and operate, since the existing business who is there is operating in good faith. Then on number 25, oh, that was 25, I'm sorry. Number 27, item is for Cool Blocks funding is $45,000. The Know Your Neighborhood grant, which has been an incredibly successful program furthering neighborhood and community cohesiveness and community building, was a total of $25,000, which was cut. So I just kind of feel that why is one program chosen over the other? This is just just wrong to be cutting off a program that is successful. Lastly, I have number 29. So I think that HRC at the 7, actually, since they are getting more work that needs to be done, is actually should remain at the 7 versus cutting down to 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
So on no on 11, it's a $5 million item that's not reimbursed by the FAA or some other agency. So it's a lot of money. Frankly, I think we need better staff reports. In the staff report, it didn't indicate whether the rates are higher or lower. We are in a global depression. A lot of people have lost their jobs. We're about to lay off a bunch of people here at the city. And I think we need to do better at negotiating rates with our vendors. So for me, this is a little bit opaque. The other thing I don't like about this is like a blank check, right? There's no explicit contract here. It's something that will be figured out later. At least the other items, there was, a little bit more concrete as to what's going to happen. There's no actual contracts here. It's like basically just giving $5 million authority to spend in this area. And to me, at a time when money's really tight, that our revenue's falling off the cliff, when we're laying off people, when a lot of our residents have lost their jobs, it's not the right way to spend money. $5 million is a lot of money for us. And I mean, frankly, I disagree with having 20 something or 30 items on our consent calendar, because I think it's a bit much. On item 24, so we're going to spend $800,000, on streaming, right? Streaming our video. We have all these people who call it in. A lot of them use Zoom. Streaming to YouTube or Facebook is not a big deal. I do it every weekend. I do it every Sunday from 2 to 4, just myself and a part-time volunteer. And so do we really need to spend $800,000 on live streaming when, Zoom is actually good enough and we have all this participation that we get on it. And that money, that $800,000 could have been spent to keep someone's job. I know a lot of employees might be listening and thinking about like, what the heck's going on here? And so I just think that we gotta, a lot of things are important and some things are luxuries and some things we really want to invest in. And I think if we could use Zoom and live stream, we should just do that. Number 29, I have to agree with Councilman McCoo on this. I think we need more diversity in the community. We're hearing a lot of people calling in on it. We see things in the paper. We get all the emails on it. I think diversity is really important. I think going to small, it's not like the commission, ourselves, even the commissioners, pretty much don't get paid, right? So do we really need, is there a budget savings by cutting people? No, there isn't. It's just less opportunity for more members of our community to participate. And especially on something like the HRC, which is the Human Relations Commission, which is trying to actually solve some of the racial inequality issues. It just doesn't seem right that we're cutting it unnecessarily. There's no budget impact. So I don't know, it doesn't make sense to me. And then the one that, I think unfortunately only one caller spoke about it, but didn't make the paper, didn't make the news, but it should. So at the start of this budget crisis, we had management come back and I thought it was great. They announced, it was a big slide on it. We spent a lot of time talking about it. And I was grateful for management to come back and say, look, we're gonna take a 15% pay cut. And that's really magnanimous. And I thought that was a great step forward and showing some leadership to our employees in our city. And then we find out that, first of all, it's not really a pay cut. It's like, well, we're not going to take a pay increase. We're going to take a furlough. So we're going to work fewer days, but it's not really a pay cut, right? And then we find out, okay, on this consent item, which is not even an action item, it was in the press. I think most people probably didn't, in the 30 item consent calendar, probably didn't know about this, but the caller was right. This is basically, instead of a 15% pay cut, which really isn't a pay cut, it's actually a 50% of that. And I think two callers mentioned, one SIU person and I think the other person, one of the members of the community, it's a 50% pay cut of what they were really going to take. So it's like half of it, right? So it's not 15%, it's half of that, like 8% or something. And so I just, to me, so it's basically going from 26 furlough days to 13 furlough days. So it's half the amount of furloughs. Yet we're going to be laying people off. You know, it's just, and so many people in our community have lost their jobs. So many businesses I've talked to are struggling. Think about going out of business. You know, it just doesn't seem appropriate to be doing this. First say we're going to take a pay cut. Don't really take a pay cut, and then the supposed pay cut's going to be even less, like half of what it's going to be. And it's just, I think if members of the community really knew what was going on, there'd be a lot more upset people about this, because it's not headed in the right direction. And I can understand why the SEIU people call it in, because, you know, like safety got retirement bonuses and they didn't. So I totally get that. But it's, you know, I think my bottom line here is I think we need better staff reports. We need red lines to what changed between different contracts. Are we paying more or paying less than last year? I think we need better negotiation. But I mean, we're about to talk about a really hefty item about our budget, and we need to do better and at expense control and at really spending the money where it matters for the community.
And Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, so I voted no on 12, which was a contract to raise the power lines that are crossing the Caltrain tracks due to electrification. And I voted no because I was concerned about the lack of detail in the staff report on the height and the location of these poles. And so really it was a vote because of that lack of detail. I hope they're being located in places where they could be undergrounded in the future when we do grade steps. And I'm concerned that we're going to hear from the community once these poles go up. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to city manager comments. Mr. Shikana.
Adrian, my
Yep.
hand is up. I need to ask one thing. I'll get in touch with the vote 16 folks tomorrow.
Councilmember Niss, that's not on our agenda right now.
But just to let them know, I'll be in touch with.
Thank you. Let's try to stick to the agenda, please. Mr. Shikana.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Just a few items of note for community awareness as we complete the heavy spring schedule for your council agendas. Next slide, please. Okay, just want to provide a quick update on ongoing issues related to our public health emergency. We all know about our continuation of our redeployments and various actions on city services following up on the proclamation of local emergency. Just a quick report following last week's very busy coronavirus testing here at Palo Alto City Hall, administering over 2,000 tests. Really want to say thank you to the County of Santa Clara Public Health Department and Health Department, given their provision of staff to actually perform the tests, working with our city staff that were assisting with logistics. We do, at a countywide level, have ongoing information of further tests that are being conducted around the county. Those can be reached at our city's website, cityofpaloalto.org/testing. Once again, very well discussions with the county as to when they might be able to come back to North County, Palo Alto. Also want to provide a quick update on city services as we are hopefully moving into greater openings over the coming weeks. First off, this week we started our library sidewalk services, materials drop-offs and pickups, both at Mitchell Park Library as well as Rinconada. Details are provided on the city's library website, library.cityofpaloalto.org. Community service camps, which are beginning again with appropriate social distancing, beginning July 6th, and finally our household hazardous waste station, which is also now reopened and beginning operations for receipt of disposal from household materials. Next slide, please. Then just a quick note on some other updates for our Summer Streets program. As hopefully everyone has now seen firsthand, our California Avenue closure has continued. This is a 7-day-a-week closure that has been very well received, and still working out adaptations with businesses along California Avenue, but certainly invite the community to come out and check it out for themselves. And one additional thing to check out for themselves will be University Avenue this coming weekend, starting on Friday. We will be conducting a weekend closure from Friday through Sunday on University Avenue. Again, we expect some logistics to need to be worked out once we try it out this coming weekend. We are also seeing more parklets, and parklets will be on the council's agenda for tomorrow for finalization of authorization for seeing more parklets in the downtown and throughout Palo Alto, potentially subject to your discussion tomorrow. And information on all of what I just covered is at our Summer Streets webpage, cityofpaloalto.org, Summer Streets. Then a quick update on our small business grant program that the council approved several weeks ago. As we've been working through confirming eligibility for various companies that have been applied for and then selected, we've now released that have now been on our webpage at paloalto.org, cityofpaloalto.org/business grant. So congratulations to all the businesses that have been identified, and we are working our way up to the roughly 50 that are estimated to receive funds under the city's $500,000 grant program. We are, and I would remind the community, open for donations. Also information at that webpage for individuals or companies that are interested in donating to small businesses in Palo Alto. Then finally, just a couple of quick notes that the first off noted here on this slide that the mayor signed a letter today on behalf of the city and with mayors of a number of cities taking stance to preserve funding for local governments through a property tax shift that's part of the proposed budget. So still working through that at the legislative level. Just want to ensure the community is aware that we're continuing to look for preservation of resources for community services. And then finally, one item that's not on the slide, just a quick update that as we're approaching the July 4th, one might think it's already here with all of the illegal fireworks that are happening really throughout the Bay Area. This is an issue that has the attention of our police department, fire department, Office of Emergency Services. You know, we're working with our colleague agencies really to address this issue that has definitely attracted attention throughout the Bay Area. So one that we'll be doing additional community awareness in order to ensure that people are aware, not only that obviously it's concerning and certainly disturbing when it occurs in the night and can be mistaken for gunshots, but also that it's dangerous, and reminding the public that these are dangerous explosives, that each year we see serious injuries around the Bay Area for individuals that are unfortunately using these fireworks and then severely, in some cases, injured. So that completes my report, Mr. Mayor. So back to you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Really appreciate these updates, and do want to emphasize, you know, in Palo Alto, fireworks are not allowed, so let's all be careful. Are these questions to the City Manager? I see hands for. Okay, Councilmember Niss. No, Councilmember Tanaka.
Two questions. First, they're quick questions. First question, now that businesses are starting to reopen, what's the status about the RPP type of enforcement? Is parking enforcement going to happen or not happen?
So we've got staff monitoring parking in the areas around our commercial districts, and at this point, there's no indication that there's a spillover effect. So we think we've got quite a bit of capacity before that becomes an issue. So we're not enforcing it this time, but monitoring.
So you're just monitoring it on an as-needed basis. Okay, get it. Second question is for University Avenue. Have you guys talk to the neighborhoods and businesses? Because I had office hour on this topic too, and it still seems very controversial. So how are we doing on that?
So we have had some outreach directly with individual businesses, as well as been holding Zoom calls. We're still working out some of the particulars of the plan going forward. Once again, the plan is to do weekend closures only, recognizing that there will be some that love it and some that hate it. Some think we should do more, some think we should do none at all. So we're trying to strike a balance, and we'll test this through the month of July and be able to report to you on how it's going, and I'm sure get some direction on further steps.
Okay, thank you. All right, we've been here for a bit. I'm going to suggest we take a 15-minute break, reconvene at 10, and we'll start our budget. Thanks, everyone. Okay, it is 10 p.m. and I see 4 council members here, so we have a quorum. So let's move on to our action calendar for the night. We have 4 items. 31 is the adoption of the budget ordinance. 32 is adoption of the rate schedules for our utilities and reserve transfers. And 33 is, excuse me, a quasi-judicial project for 88 University, also known as the Hotel President. And 34 is approval of amendments to the employment agreements with the council appointed officers. As we discussed, we'll be taking up items 31 and 32 together as they're deeply related. And I believe staff has a presentation and then we'll go to the public.
Yes, thank you. Let me ask Kylie Nozay, our Chief Financial Officer, to present for staff.
Good evening, Council. As Ed mentioned, I'm Kylie Nozay, the Administrative Services Director. Sorry, I'm trying to share my screen. As the Mayor mentioned, before you tonight are both items 31 and 32, which have a plethora of our annual financial reports and financial documents that need to be adopted by the City Council before July 1st of this year. There are a few other ancillary items that I'll go over at the end, but ultimately this is your operating and capital budget, your municipal fee schedule. We have a municipal code change for council member salaries. This is all of the utility rates and the financial plans for the various utility rates. And also this year we have the OPEB report. Separate from these 2 items are 2 other items. One was on the consent calendar and one the Mayor just referenced as item 34, which are the salary schedules and employee compensation agreements that tie into all of these documents. So with that, really just want to take a moment to thank council and frankly the community for a really thoughtful approach to a really tough and rapid budget discussion. It's hard to believe that we started this conversation less than 2 months ago, really on May 4th, when the council chose to reflect the current health emergency in our FY21 budget planning, which straddled us with a $39 million general fund gap in our revenues. We've held 7 separate discussions on these budget deliberations with the City Council, many of them going very late into the night and being marathon meetings. And, you know, ultimately service impacts still remain significant. But I think through these discussions and process, the city services will be maintained and hopefully can be restored when economic conditions improve. So really, we've focused in this budget on ensuring that we've maintained our outdoor and rec facilities, that the police officers that remain are able to focus on patrol and other collateral duties as opposed to administrative functions, that our fire services continue to respond. All 5 libraries in this budget will remain open, although they will have reduced schedules. And we really continue to try to support the resident and business community through minimal to no rate increases in the various utilities. So year over year, people should hopefully see pretty consistent pricing. It's just really important as we move through this to recognize the continued uncertainties. We were just before the council last week going over the fiscal year 2020 impacts of COVID-19 with over a $20 million reduction in our 2020 revenues. That resulted in a draw on our budget stabilization reserve of $11.7 million. But even with that, there are many factors that we still don't know. Our tax receipts are on a 2 to 3 month lag. So for example, we still don't know the true sales tax activities from January through March, and we won't know those until July. And it's likely not until September that we'll know the impact of the core shelter-in-place months, which were April, May, and ultimately June. And obviously, as everyone's been noticing, the shelter-in-place order from the county and the state continue to evolve, and hopefully are working to restart economic engines. However, consumer confidence is going to stay uncertain, and that's one thing that we aren't sure how quickly that will rebound. Overall, before you tonight is a citywide budget of $796.7 million. This is the citywide funds. So you can see the net sales are the largest component. Net sales, as a reminder to everybody, are the utility commodity sales. And then we have other things like other revenues and use of reserves. Remember that on the utility side, we often use reserves for rate smoothing, as well as timing differences between fiscal years. So these are our citywide revenues, which match our citywide expenses. So you can see in FY21, of that $796.7 million, the three largest areas that the funds will be spent are the capital improvement program, salaries and benefits, and utility purchases. Again, utility purchases has to do with commodities. Capital improvement has to do with the council's 2014 infrastructure plan, as well as our general capital improvement to maintain our infrastructure, such as the utility lines and pipes. And obviously, as a service-driven organization, salaries and benefits continue to be a significant portion of our costs. Overall, the budget that's before the council tonight has a recommended staffing level of 960 full-time positions. This reflects a reduction of 74 positions, full-time positions, of which 62 of those positions are general fund. So you can see that year over year, this is about an 11% reduction in citywide staffing. And that holds true in the general fund as well. Part-time staffing, which is not reflected on this table, are proposed to be reduced by 30 FTE. And that number 25.7 FTE. And that's about a 30% reduction in general fund part-time staffing and about a 25% reduction in citywide part-time staffing. Now, just a little bit of kind of walking down memory lane here. As the council gave staff direction on May 4th with that $39 million revenue gap, staff came forward on May 11th with a potential balancing strategy for council and the public's consideration. As part of that strategy, we were actually recommending a 91 position reduction. Through the deliberations with the city council and from the community feedback, we were actually able to restore 17 positions. And that's how we got to this 960 or 74 position reduction. And now of those, as the HR team has been working based on filled positions versus vacant positions, as well as different rights such as bumping, which is the transfer of employees based on seniority, we're looking at an expectation of about 19 full-time staff separations by the end of this. Of these, about 9 of them are sworn, and we'll talk about that later as this strategy does include an attrition ramp to actually try and minimize, lessen, and frankly, to the extent feasible, eliminate the need to separate any of those sworn positions. So ultimately, you can see we've been walking through this process over the last month and a half, narrowing and whittling and adjusting our focus and really refining where we ultimately end up. On the part-time staffing, the FTE is a little bit deceiving since only portions of an part-time staff are only a portion of an FTE. So ultimately, the part-time staffing reductions are expected to impact 70 part-time employees. And there are a number of ways that those 70 employees may be impacted. It may be a reduction in hours. It may be transferred due to bumping, that seniority rule, or it ultimately, in certain cases, will be a layoff or separation from city service. So on the general fund, we have about a 15% reduction in year-over-year revenues and expenses that are projected. And actually, this would be what would have been a 20% reduction from our 2021 baseline budget. Just a reminder that staff issued on April 20th baseline budget that pre-COVID, where our revenues and expenses would have been. And it really demonstrated strong financial management from this council. And originally had a $2.7 million addition to the budget stabilization reserve. which also included all of the proactive pension funding, the investments in CIP. But ultimately, in the wake of COVID, our revenues have significantly changed. And you can see with the change in the table year over year, we're expecting a major impact to sales tax and TOT primarily. So overall, that would be about $196.5 million in general fund revenues in FY21. Of that $197 million, again, the makeup of the allocation of the funds hasn't significantly changed. Again, as a service-driven organization, the majority of our costs in the general fund remain in salaries and benefits. So those are everyone from your sworn positions with your police officers and firefighters to all of the rec leaders, as well as all of our library staff as well. And then you can see our next largest are our contract services. As a reminder, we do have some services that are fully on contract, such as janitorial services, and those would show up in that contract services section. Another way to look at our expenses is how we spend those funds in terms of the type of delivery of service or service area. So this chart is looking at that same allocation of $197 million in expenses and really showing where it's going from a functional perspective as opposed to a cost category. Our largest investment is in public safety. Our second largest is in infrastructure and the environment. And remember that this includes well over 10 million, I'd have to look at the number, transferred to capital infrastructure. And then neighborhood and community services is our next largest. So that's our library, community services, theater, art center, etc. So ultimately, before you, this is a summary of, where we landed from a balancing perspective after the council's deliberation. You can see as an orientation on the left side, this is the general fund. On the right side, that's all funds. And you can see the original revenue and expense estimates, as well as staffing that were in the baseline budgets released on April 20th, and all of the recommended adjustments from there. You can see that in the general fund, now over 50% of the budget adjustments, or $42 million worth of expense reductions, 24.5 million. So again, over 50% are citywide balancing solutions. Those citywide balancing solutions are ones that aren't necessarily pegged to a department, but they are reductions in our infrastructure investment. Those are our changes to our Coverly lease. Those are savings from internal service funds, drawing on fund balances into reserves. So those are more broader organizations, whereas the ones above are by service area. So these are the areas that have service level impacts, and that's about $17 million in expense reductions. So again, of the $42 million worth of expense reductions, about 17 million are specifically adjusted in line with direct services that the city provides. Of that 17 million, about 7 million is a direct cost reduction in public safety. So that's police, fire, and Office of Emergency Services. We also have reductions, as I mentioned, in Coverly. We have operating hour reductions in community centers. You can see there's also some fee increases, both in public safety, as well as neighborhood and community services to increase our cost recovery levels. We have the reduction in library hours across the 5 libraries. There are reductions in police, the patrol staffing, as well as special teams, including investigations and traffic. We have a flexible brownout staffing model recommended in here for fire services, which is reducing capacity when staff is out on leave within the fire services. The elimination of shuttle services is in here, as well as restructuring of the RPP, or Residential Preferential Parking Permit Program. So there haven't been a lot of changes since the council's last deliberation on May 26th. The major one is the management and professional unrepresented group, as was discussed on the consent calendar. There's a proposal to change it to a 10% compensation reduction, as opposed to what was originally proposed, which is a 15% reduction. Unfortunately, as been discussed this meeting, after deliberations, the city and SEIU were unable to reach agreement. And this final budget recognizes the practicality and ability to implement the compensation reduction, and it just didn't work between the 15% and what frankly our inability to reach agreement with SEIU. So ultimately, this would result in a reduction in the furlough days from 26 to 13 days. Those with 13 furlough days will be taken in full cash compensation, meaning no leave balances can be used. Offsetting what would need to be a restoration, I guess, in costs due to a lower compensation reduction, if you're following the bouncing ups and downs, we pulled back on funds that were set aside for implementation costs. So as discussed with the council early on, as we would continue to go through this budget process, we would continue to refine what it would cost us to implement this. Implementation costs, primarily in a strategy such as this one, reflect the need to notice separating employees. There's a 30-day noticing period to separate employees, and then some of our contracts have other provisions that have costs associated with the separation of employees. And so ultimately, as we've refined this and done the calculations on the total number of separated employees, staff was able to recalculate what those transition costs are estimated to be over the first quarter of next fiscal year, and we are able to reduce what was set aside previously. Council did leave a few items remaining after the May 26th agenda, and so they are listed here for council's review and, if they so choose, action. First is the strategy to manage attrition in police and fire. So as I mentioned before, right now staff is estimating about 9 separations from police and fire if we were to implement on this July 1 start date. However, the city reached agreement with its safety units to defer their cost of living adjustment this July, and in the fire side to actually freeze steps. And so what this does is these savings will provide funding for the retirement retirement incentive that was previously approved by the City Council, and provide hopefully attrition ramps. So by that, I mean deferrals of the implementation date of the police and fire proposals. So for police, the concessions would be bringing an attrition ramp through the end of October. And for fire, it will be an attrition ramp through the end of December. So again, this means that of those potential employee separations, both within POA and IAFF, those will be reevaluated and reanalyzed later on this year because the concessions will allow us to have that ramp. So no action necessarily is needed from council on that if they're satisfied with that attrition ramp. The funding for KZSU remains outstanding. Council had asked us to look and see if Stanford could potentially help fund this. This is about a $20,000 annual cost. Stanford is unfortunately unable to assist us in this. So right now, KZSU funding remains eliminated from this 21 budget, and it would take a council action to restore this. And lastly, there's the reserve for COVID-19 uncertainties that the council established on May 26th, $744,000. With the task to staff to revisit this in the new fiscal year within the first 6 months. Overall, as a summary of just our general what this financial picture looks like, bottom line in the general fund, our budget stabilization reserve will remain at the current $33 million projection that staff is projecting as of June 30th, 2020. So ultimately, there is no recommended draw on the budget stabilization reserve in this 2021 budget. This would put the BSR at 16.8% of our 2021 budgeted expenses. This is within the target range of City Council. As a reminder, the City Council has a 15% minimum to 20% maximum of budgeted expenses. However, the BSR remains below the council target. The council has set a target of 18.5% of expenses, and so it is below that by 3.5 million. And just again, a reminder, there does remain that set aside of $744,000 for COVID-19 uncertainties. Other funds, this is just really for making sure we have the full picture of what's before the council tonight in budget adoption. This is a reinforcing what we've already reviewed. CDBG funding has the COVID-19 funding in there. It's overall $1.1 million allocation. RPP program is eliminating the general fund savings, or I'm sorry, general fund subsidy as a result of the program changes. And the TMA funding has been reduced based on council's direction, with the savings being earmarked for COVID-19 business support. This is obviously item 31 and 32. So item 32 being the potential or the proposed rate changes. So this is a summary of the proposed rate changes for FY 2021. A number of them are obviously at 0, with gas, fiber, and storm drain at 2 or 2.5% recommended increases. This is about $1.47 per month increase in the residential bill, or a 0.5% increase. On the CIP side, the general fund contribution to infrastructure is reduced or recommended to be reduced in here by 56%, or $18.4 million in 2021. And ultimately, what this proposal does is it provides a minimal but yet responsible investment in some of our essential infrastructure, and really reinforces the strategies of keep up. So reducing our keep up and our spending on infrastructure rather than falling behind and requiring new funding. It really is prioritizing shovel-ready projects to take advantage of hopefully a favorable construction market, minimizing near-term funding of discretionary projects, and ensuring a steady flow of projects to minimize peaks and valleys, which is necessary for staffing levels. Overall, in the 5-year CIP, the general fund budget is proposed to be reduced by $32.7 million. So you can kind of see that as the transfer immediately drops in this chart from 2020 to 2021, and there's a slow ramp back to previous funding levels over that 5-year CIP. Major investments across the CIP, and really this continues with those priorities of keep up and catch up, as well as some limited new buildings or specific improvements. So we talked about the 2014 Council Infrastructure Plan, which are things like the Public Safety Building, the Bike 101 Bike and Ped Bridge. But the CIP has a number of other projects beyond the general fund. Again, previously discussed on consent tonight, the Airport Apron Reconstruction Project. This is the phase 3 of it, which is 100% funded by the FAA grant funding, which is great in that normally it would be 90-10, meaning the FAA would fund 90% and the city would fund 10%. So given where the COVID-19 and where the FAA's funding is, they're fully funding phase 3. We continue with 6 of the 13 stormwater management capital infrastructure projects, and this all is in line with the stormwater management fee ballot measure that was passed by the voters. And the water quality control plant still has over $100 million worth of infrastructure investments as we work to redo the water quality control plan. So there have been a number of meetings as we talked, and this is just again to highlight the budget conversation that the council has walked through with the community and with staff, starting on May 4th when they made that choice for the financial planning kind of target. We've had those multiple budget hearings, council emails, public testimony, a survey has all been part of this kind of public process. And, you know, internally, we've been meeting with our labor groups, as we've discussed, staff and managers to bring forward proposed adjustments, modifications, and changes based on the feedbacks throughout this process. So albeit frustrating at times, I'm certain, for council, staff, and the community, since we've been really working in real time, but staff and the public and the council have really iterated on this balancing strategy as we originally set out to, and discussed that iterative process as we've moved through real-time meeting to meeting, different changes, different feedback. So a really big thank you, frankly, to everyone for coming along for this ride over the past month and a half. Additional actions, as I mentioned tonight, are before you. So the municipal fee schedule sets all of the fees for the city's activities. These are both regulatory as well as service fees for non-mandatory things like rec programs. And so this has a general cost increase of 2.6%, but there are a number of fees where there are special call outs for increasing cost recovery levels, again, to help maintain service levels. But just increase the revenues to offset the costs. Areas include the Junior Museum and Zoo, which is not set to open until March of next year. Increasing our cost recovery on various arts and teens and recreation athletic programs. And then a major one is in fire services to begin to implement fees that'll help recover costs of our medical services. Another report before the council on this item is the OPEB report. This is a biannual report that is kind of like your CalPERS actuarial reports that you get every year, but just for retiree medical. And so this is an actuarial report that reviews our retiree medical costs and liabilities. Just as a quick note, the city continues to proactively address these liabilities. There's an OPEB trust of over $100 million. And yes, it still is at over $100 million, even after the volatility in the market and the losses that it saw as a result of that. Plus, this action solidifies and really does continue the proactive fiscal stance this council has frankly incorporated as a value and has reduced the discount rate from 6.75 to 6.25. And this is much more in line with the proactive funding on the pension side. So we're bringing both OPEB and pension in alignment. And this report was reviewed by the Finance Committee and unanimously approved. There's an ordinance for a waiver for council members. So in light of the concessions that employees will be taking, this affords council the ability to waive their salary if they so choose. And then lastly, I mentioned the approvals for the rates as well as the salary schedules and employment and union agreements. So before the council and on the next 3 slides are the recommended action that we're looking for the council to take tonight. And ultimately, at the beginning, I described what will happen as a result of this, but all of these subsections and pieces of it are all the necessary components to actually adopt the final FY 2021 budget ordinance. So that's everything from the budgets that were released on April 20th, all the amendments and all the attachments to both the proposed operating and capital budgets, the table of organization. So this is the ultimate staffing level that the council will be approving for FY 21. Fiscal year 2021 uni fee changes. So all of these wrapped up together turn into your FY 2021 adopted budget. Just as a reminder to the council and the public, when we're adopting the budget, we're only adopting the first year. So we are not adopting years 2 through 5 of the CIP. Next is adopting the ordinance, amending the Muni Code. This is the second reading. And the next is accepting the capital improvement plan. So again, we are adopting the first fiscal year of it because we will appropriate those funds, but years 22 through 25 is just an acceptance of that plan. We'll revisit that plan next year as part of the annual budget process. And lastly is, as recommended by the Finance Committee, accepting the biannual actuarial valuation. For item 32, staff is seeking the council's approval and adoption of the financial plans as well as the rate schedules for the various utility payers. And with that, that concludes staff's presentation. And so I think to the mayor or public comment.
Okay, thank you so much. And I believe we all have this presentation to review ourselves as well. Okay, let's go to members of the public for public comment on the budget items here, items 31 and 32. And a reminder, if you have spoken on these items previously, we would ask you not to again. Thank you. Just one
Thank you,
last
Mayor
thing.
Fine.
Sorry, it is 10:30. That was my alarm. Yes, was that the clerk?
It was, but go ahead.
No, I was just reminding my colleagues it's 10:30, and I promised to remind us then.
Okay. Our first speaker is Fred Ballin, to be followed by James Hindery, followed by phone caller at 532. Fred, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, go ahead.
Fred Ballin, good evening. Kindly ask Fire Chief Blackshire to confirm the following related to your May 12th tentative budget approval. Beginning in 9 days, every night of the week, and every day and night of the weekend, indefinitely, if a firefighter scheduled to staff a fire engine, an ambulance, or the ladder truck cannot make his or her scheduled shift, no matter the reason, there will be no backfill in order to avoid overtime costs. There is a fire engine in each of the 5 fire stations within Palo Alto city limits. Each engine requires 3 firefighters to deploy. At night, 3 is the number of firefighters in each of those stations. The first unfilled absence takes one of those 5 fire engines out of service. You choose the firehouse. Note the Stanford Station deployment model and contract are different. There are 3 ambulances inside the city limits. Each requires 2 firefighters to deploy. At night and on weekends, the second unfilled absence will also take out an ambulance at either Hanover Street or Mitchell Park, and in combination, shut down the station. If it is at Hanover Street, who deploys the hazmat rig? And what then becomes the fastest emergency route to the foothills? What happens on county declared red flag days, in which overtime also pays for an additional 3-person crew at the Foothills Fire Station? Forget it, or continue to move up the wildland vehicle from Arastradero Station 4 and forget its backfill. How bad can it get? As bad as the maximum number of backfills needed per shift. What is that number? What is the average number for summer or other seasons? And how much are you willing to risk with this penny-wise foolishness? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ballin. Our next speaker is James Hindery, followed by telephone caller 532, and then Bill Ross. James, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, Council. This is Jamie Hindery. I understand that there's not much that's going to get changed at this point, but I do want to point out some things that are being cut and some fees that are being added. We're adding a fee for first responder EMS calls, but not for calling the police. That makes no sense to me. The brownout flexible staffing model for the fire department also makes no sense to me, but I'm going to just let you think on Fred's comments on that. We're cutting the services available to the children in our community pretty drastically, it seems like, whether that be the children's theater and the cuts that are being made there, or increasing the fees to middle school athletics by 25%. That can make the difference between joining and not joining for a lot of these families. We're also reducing the public operating hours for the Lucy Evan Baylands Nature Imperative Center, which serves both PAUSD and the Ravenswood school districts. In the library department, we're cutting $1.6 million and 16 full-time employees, including 2 senior librarians. We're also eliminating the free shuttle service, something I used every day to get to school in middle school. This is only saving the city $528,000, and it's costing the city 105,000 rides. And I'm curious, when was the last time any of you on the council rode this or even relied heavily on this free shuttle to get to work or to school and just need it for your life? We're completely eliminating the funding to the Reentry Resource Center, which actually it's $125,000, which is nothing compared to the cuts that are being made. And it is a crucial service for bringing in the so-called criminals that are community chooses to prosecute.
Thank you, James. Our next speaker is telephone caller 532, to be followed by Bill Ross, then Rebecca Eisenberg. Go ahead, caller.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Georgia. I'm calling regarding the Children's Theater. I will do my best to keep it brief. The Children's Theater is still offering camps and classes, so they need all their full-time employees on staff. The Friends have pledged to offset the cost to the city by increasing their annual contribution by almost an order of magnitude. Please do not make what is for you a tiny budget cut when it would have such a huge impact on the handful of professional artists that staff the theater. I know this is not a conversation about whether the arts matter. I know you are trying to make pragmatic decisions that will keep the city economically afloat. I would argue that the Children's Theater helps us do just that in the long term. The arts are never about short-term gain. As artists, we have no choice but to keep working until we get it right, and these circumstances haven't altered that reality. As a professional actor, I am working on 2 shows right now, one of which is being performed across the country in Cambridge, Mass. As a playwright, I am workshopping a new play with actors in LA and New York. As a music director, I have mounted 2 full musicals over Zoom. As an educator, I have taught upwards of 40 private lessons and group classes, all over Zoom. The arts are changing permanently, just like every other sector. The integration of technology of this sort is not going to disappear when the pandemic is over. In order for the city's arts and culture to remain relevant, we need to ride this technological wave. This is what we do. We should be leading the way, and we very easily could be. The theater has already commissioned 2 new works to be performed over Zoom. This is an opportunity for STEM education to be integrated even further into this most interdisciplinary of art forms. Our spending reflects our values, and our privilege here in Palo Alto gives us a special platform. We have built a reputation on innovation, and there's a lot of room for innovation of this new technology. It's not set up for performance or for education, at least not yet. And given the opportunity, local students at this intersection of arts and science could easily come up with some useful technological contributions. Many of my students already have. So I'd encourage you not to look at this as a charity ask, but as a low-risk, long-term investment opportunity. Again, the Friends have offered to almost completely offset the cost. As someone said earlier, perhaps there's room for trimming in the police budget. Thank you for all you're doing to keep.
Thank you, Caitlin. Our next speaker is Bill Ross, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg and then Jeremy Ehrman. Mr. Ross, go ahead.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Council and Mayor, City Manager, I wish to address 2 issues associated with the fire budget. One, the reduction to fire inspectors. As a reaction to the ghost ship warehouse, the legislature passed 2 bills that substantively changed, by way of state mandate, on county, city, and special district fire departments, repeat, fire departments, the way that specific residential structures and private and public schools are to be inspected. I'm concerned that the reduction that's proposed for fire inspectors doesn't comply with that state mandate. In fact, the shift to development services of that function, I think, may constitute an unfair labor practice because the MOU prohibits it. In any event, those positions should be restored and they can pay for themselves. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. The greater impact is that already detailed by Mr. Bowen. When faced with a similar situation 1 week ago, the East Contra Costa Fire Protection District adopted a notice to all residents and property owners that it could only engage in defensive firefighting, meaning it would not enter a structure to save a life unless they knew that that was the only choice. There's a duty incumbent upon the city manager and the fire chief to explain what these reductions mean. In both areas of EMS transport and suppression, there will be increases in response times. Lower response times save lives and property. But there should be openness with the city's residents about what the impact of this brownout should be and will be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Jeremy Ehrman and Rohan Ghosh. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Back to the airport. I heard Mayor Fines insist that on page 5 of the document relating to the airport funding, that the FAA covers all of the costs of the airport. But I heard your own staffer, Kylie, mention that the FAA covers only approximately 90%. So when I looked at page 5 that the mayor wanted me to look at, I see very clearly in the middle of the page that approximately 1.8 million, almost $2 million of the project are not covered by the FAA and are being redirected from unrelated places that easily could be redirected to the children's theater, or easily could be redirected to the school district, or easily could be redirected to renewing the leases of the nonprofits that you all just dumped in Cubberley. So that is $2 million that is being redirected from others. So I'm pretty good at reading these documents since I have 30 years of experience reading them. And I go back to my original statement that this is money that you're spending on the airport that nobody wants. Additionally, addressing the matter of KZSU, $20,000, for the love of God, $20,000. Just, can we please support the college radio station? Who are we? Let's have the college radio station. Finally, I want to mention the kind of false, kind of tone deaf volunteer act of the city council to give up their quote salaries, unquote. As we heard from Councilwoman Koo and others, you all have different jobs, which I think is wrong. I think city council should be a full-time job with a regular, approximately $150,000 salary, in which case this never would be proposed. You should be devoting 100% of your time to our city. You shouldn't be caught between the people who pay you and the people who elect you. Thank you for considering.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Rohan Ghosh, to be followed by Oniza and then AA. Rohan, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, City Council, once again. I'd like to point out that there are a great many items in this budget that are sincerely worrying. First of all, as Ms. Eisenberg recently pointed out, $1.8 million still going towards the airport from our city budget. And that is honestly ridiculous, considering we are fully eliminating the city shuttle program, which benefits so many of our residents, and so many of our vital programs are being cut, specifically the reentry program. And while we are cutting the reentry program, that actually helps people who've been caught in our criminal justice system recover. We are taking very delicate cuts on the police department and not making very substantive commitments to reducing police militarization, reducing the active presence of police that is quite abusive to this community, as has been shown by the way police treated Gustavo Alvarez, the way they treated Julio Alvaro. So it's honestly ridiculous what the city council is doing with the budget this year. There are places we can find funding for programs that actually benefit the community, not an airport that we are paying out of pocket for and that only the very richest people use, and not a police department that continues to harass and abuse people in this community and serves no purpose other than the fact that 66% of their arrests are for misdemeanors and shouldn't be arrests in the first place. So I would strongly urge the city council tonight to reconsider those parts of the budget, to hold more public hearing, and to seriously reconsider the priorities of this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Oniza, to be followed by AA and then Pat Burt. Oniza, go ahead.
Oh, I think I got muted.
You're fine.
Go ahead. Okay. Hi. First thing, I just realized, thank you for never mispronouncing my name. I know that's really random, but I appreciate it. And then I had a long list of things I wanted to say. I was going to talk about, the fee for firefighter EMT and how that places the burden on people who don't have health care, and how it's understandable that you have your hands tied because of the egregious strain the police have on our budget because of overtime, the fact that disciplinary records don't, first of all, get sealed, but don't even play a role in force reduction. And I'm extremely, extremely appalled that we have taken away funding from the Reentry Resource Center during a pandemic when more prisoners are being released and put it into YCS programs to give students monthly stipends. I don't understand that. I think it's ridiculous. I think that really needs to be taken a look at, and it's just a clear indication of how much privilege people in the city have, how little we listen to and acknowledge other members of the community. So I was going to say all this, and I guess I have, but I haven't been paying attention long enough. There have been budget hearings, I'll admit that. But I did see all of you pat yourselves on the back for instructing the HRC to look into implementing 8 can't wait policies in 60 days while you're on break for the majority of it. Then you voted to decrease the number of people towards this task. Solving systemic racism isn't important enough to the 5 white people on the council. I only saw 2 people vote against it, even though you yourselves have admitted that it's important to have that to deal with systemic racism. I'm not calling you out for being white. I'm calling you out for your racist actions. You made these choices in front of all of us, and then, I'm not going to say that because that was a little angry, but I don't understand, and I'm upset. And thank you for listening, but please do something different.
Thank you. Our next speaker is AA, to be followed by Pat Burt, then Jonathan Ehrman. AA, go ahead. AA, go ahead.
I would like to speak to the
Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
I would like to speak to the recent op-ed characterizing the budget cuts that said, our largely affluent community that is used to a plethora of programs and services will lose many of these experiences, and everyone's heart is going to be broken during this process. Firstly, our community includes those who are not affluent, too. Secondly, we do not all rely equally on the services you are cutting. For example, if I used a wheelchair, I might rely on the free shuttle you are defunding to the point of elimination much more. I love checking out books from the library, but I would be much more affected by your cuts to the library if I didn't have a personal roof over my head or internet. If I were coming home after spending time in a prison, the Santa Clara County Reentry Resource Center might be critical to me. This center keeps communities safe using evidence-based practices. This is exactly what we want our public safety programs to look like. You are defunding, completely eliminating our contribution to this program. I urge you to acknowledge that the cuts proposed hurt people with less wealth, significantly more than people who have wealth to spare. A truly kind community, a truly safe community, a community truly focused on being less racist, would not erase the voices of those experiencing hardships far beyond a bit of heartbreak. It is not your job to cater to those who are least affected by your choices. We do not all suffer equally when you defund community services. We do not all suffer equally at the hands of the police department. It is the epitome of racism to say that a white person's feeling of safety when the police come in Palo Alto is worth the actual unsafe, disrespectful treatment Black residents are forced to endure. Start to consider that the experiences of people who have life circumstances most different from yours matter. Bring vulnerable people into the fold of who you consider members of our community, even if they cannot attend these meetings or fund your campaigns.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pat Burt, to be followed by Jonathan Ehrman and then Stephen Koo. Pat, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. As you make these final decisions on cuts to public safety and community services, I'd like to emphasize a few points. The revenue has crashed, and this has been most of all from a very steep drop in the TOT revenue, which is the primary funding stream for the general plan. But only 6% of the cuts are to the capital expenditures, and 94% are from the operating budget, even though the drastic amount of the revenue has been from the source that feeds the capital plan. And so the original April budget was 176.8 million for capital projects, and it's only been dropped to 174.4 today. Interestingly, between the May 12th budget and the May 26th, staff was directed to take approximately 2 million out of the capital plan and transfer it back to the general fund. But staff actually cut 10.6 million from various capital projects. However, they then added back 8 million of that to other capital projects with a cover assertion that all the revised capital spending was the minimum that was essential. So my question is, how did $8 million in capital funds become essential over that 2-week period? So if the council merely rescinds the remaining $5 million transfer from the general fund to the capital budget, not the TOT-based transfers, then the bulk of the most severe cuts can be restored at no negative impact of any consequence to the capital plan. So I encourage you to reconsider that, and you have one last chance tonight to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Our next speaker is Jonathan Ehrman, to be followed by Stephen Koo and then Brent White.
And just
Jonathan, go ahead.
One quick comment. We will stop taking speakers at 11 p.m., please.
Will do. Jonathan Ehrman, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Great. Am I unmuted?
You're unmuted.
Great. I'm very worried that the fees that are being proposed for the Junior Museum and Zoo will keep people away from the museum, that rather than increasing cost recovery, people just won't come. For many members, it will create a barrier for many members of our local communities at a time when we need things that bring us together. And what is more universal than science, the natural world, animals? It seems that, especially since we're opening a new facility that we want people to check out in these uncertain times, it seems that you should at least think about, when it opens, having the program free when it first opens, and to see exactly how it goes when you open the museum and zoo for several months. Also, if it continues free as it has for so many years, as has a legacy, the Friends and others are in a better position to find donors to fund the museum, to say, this is what it is, will you join us? So I think in the end, you can get higher cost recovery, and the museum can support itself better if you keep the admission fees low, or in fact none at all. And you should look at that in terms of the total picture, not just assume that if you increase the fees, they'll just automatically get more cost recovery, because frankly, we don't know yet what reaction to the museum will be. We don't know who's going to want to go out, and you're putting a giant barrier in front of people who might come by and check it out, who will not pay the fees that you're asking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Our next speaker is Stephen Koo, to be followed by Brent White and then Audrey Knox. Stephen, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Hi, can you?
Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, City Council. People commenting today have already pointed out many of the ways in which the proposed budget disproportionately places the burden of this economic squeeze on the most vulnerable in our community, including seniors, students, the unhoused, and Black and brown folks. So I'll take my time to point out some of the ways Palo Alto is forced to spend irresponsibly because of provisions in our existing police union contract. First, let's talk about force reduction. Section 34 of the police union contract requires that employees with the shortest length of service be laid off first. Why can't we discharge officers who have disciplinary records first? Instead, we're spending $500,000 to encourage veterans to retire early. Of course, even if we could lay off officers with disciplinary records first, our hands would still be tied. The police union contract allows officers to seal many disciplinary actions from their record after just 1 year, which means they can't be used to impact pay, promotion, or employment. If you think this is just standard labor protection, this special treatment appears to only apply to the police. No other labor union contract signed by the city has such lax terms for sealing records. Second, let's talk about court overtime pay. Section 13 of the police union contract specifies that officers get paid 50% more per hour for court appearances, quote, in the course and scope of their normal duties. Not only is it questionable that police officers need to be paid extra to perform their normal duties, why are we paying overtime at a 50% higher rate for police officers to testify at the expense of the public when they are often testifying against members of that same public? Doesn't this incentivize the police to arrest more people to bring them to court? It is, in fact, an open secret that police officers will write obviously bogus tickets so that they get time and a half overtime fighting them in court. Court overtime pay must be reduced to straight overtime pay only, if not struck out from future contracts entirely. There's a lot more I can say, but my time is up. The police union contract is up for negotiations again this coming year, and I urge the city council to stop leaving money on the table and fully exercise our leverage to negotiate more reasonable police union contracts that demand better fiscal responsibility and transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Our next speaker is Brent White, to be followed by Audrey Knox and then Xander Koo. Brent, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I spoke last week. Hopefully some of you remember me. I'm Brent White, president of Palo Alto Local 1319. I just want to say I'm pretty happy with the way our negotiations went with your team this week. Pretty happy to build a stay of release for our fire personnel until the beginning of next year. And I got to say, it was nice to be able to work on a positive note with that team. For that, we're grateful. But building on that, let's look for the future. We have a unique opportunity to provide counsel to make informed decisions going forward. In the following weeks, myself and my team of 1319 will be reaching out to council to offer a perspective on how we can make Palo Alto safer while saving a certain amount of money. We can do cost reductions, we have creative ways, and our goal is to protect the citizenry first and foremost, but also let's see if we can make some creative cost savings. Speaking to prevention, of which I'm distinctly familiar, which Bill Ross spoke to about earlier. So what's being cut within prevention? It's a magnitude of spots. So Senate Bill 1205 is the state mandated ghost ship fire regulations. One of the inspectors that's being cut actually runs the state mandated program for all 21 captains and trains them on an annual basis. That person's gone. The lead inspector for schools, that's the other person that's gone. We also do, out of those 2 personnel that we're going to be cutting, we do high-rise inspections, hospital and clinic inspections. Those include New Stanford Hospital, the old Stanford Hospital, Lucille Packard's Children's Hospital, and Palo Alto Medical Foundation. Also the Stanford Liaison, 2 fire/arson investigators, so 1/3 decrease in that as well. So it's a significant amount. So I don't know how we're going to make up the difference. I would like you to think about that, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brent. Our next speaker is Audrey Knox, to be followed by Xander Koo, Jeremy Ehrman, and our final speaker will be Michaela C. Audrey, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi. First of all, as a gun alum, I'd like to voice my support for Vote 16. I was inspired by all of the young people who spoke today, and I'm disappointed by the lack of enthusiasm and support that I saw from the council tonight. And I think that you, as the council, owe it to these dedicated young people to hold a special meeting at some point over your break, because you owe it to them and to the community to give this a chance. I also want to emphasize a lot of what fellow caller Stephen said a few minutes ago. the council's made it pretty clear that they're eager to get to their break. It seems like there's not going to be a lot of changes that happen to this budget tonight, and that's a real shame given all of the cuts to services that are happening. But maybe if police weren't paid a time and a half overtime pay to appear in court, we would have money for the theater. Maybe if we were able to fire officers with a disciplinary record, especially involving excessive force, we would have that money back for childcare in our community. The police union contract being up for renegotiation this upcoming year, expiring at the end of June 2021, is huge. And there are some really key things to focus on with that that Stephen laid out. A big one is that disciplinary records can be sealed after a year after an incident. What is that about? Why don't we have that transparency? Other unions don't have this. This is specifically a police issue. We also need to get rid of time and a half to appear in court. Police officers should be held personally and financially liable for damage they do to the community. We don't need to offload that to taxpayers, the police brutality effects of that.
Thank you, Audrey. Our next speaker is Xander Koo, to be followed by Jeremy Ehrman as our last speaker. Xander, go ahead.
Hi, it's me again, Xander Koo, lifelong resident. Why on earth are you deciding to cut fire safety and emergency response during a pandemic? Maybe it's time we make an emergency medical call for city council, because it seems like none of you are thinking straight. I understand making budget cuts and reallocations in response to a pandemic, but why on God's green earth would you turn to medical response funding for those cuts? In addition, how will you account for the hundreds of students who will be displaced by your cuts on the free shuttle, safe routes to school, middle school athletics, and theater programs? Palo Alto prides itself on our education and our inclusive community services, but we're spending money on an airport? For who? What? By signing off on this budget, you're shooting the city in the foot and being complicit in a humiliating chokehold on the resources that the most vulnerable members of our community rely on most heavily. Why not save money by cutting from our exorbitant police budget? Why don't we start by saving $100K by ending Wayne Benitez's pension and $500K a year by firing Perrin and DeStefano? I implore you to reconsider your pathetic excuse for a budget proposal. I hope you enjoy your summer break. I yield my time.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Jeremy Ehrman. Jeremy, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. The budget before you for the capital budget says that it prioritizes our most critical infrastructure. It also says that it minimizes the near-term funding of discretionary projects. Yet there is $400,000 budgeted for replacing seats in the Lucy Stern and children's theaters at a time when you are planning to cut $700,000 from the children's theater and Lucy Stern budgets. Speaking as someone who has worked in those theaters for years and years and who has sat in those seats within the last year, this is not a critical project. The seats in the Lucy Stern Theater and the Children's Theater are still functional. Not only that, but they have gotten months less use than they had when this was proposed. And when social distancing is in effect, they will probably only be filled about a quarter. So it seems very simple and straightforward to take this $400,000 that was previously allocated for seats and give them back to the theater. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. And that ends our public speakers.
Thank you, Clerk Minor, and thank you to all our speakers in the budget item. We appreciate your input and feedback. Okay, so we now return to council. I'm going to open it up for a round of questions, and after that, we'll have a round of questions, comments, and motions. Just want to thank everyone in the community, staff, and my colleagues for all the work on this. We've spent many, many long hours and meetings on this budget proposal. And a quick reminder tonight, if we can bring up the slides of the recommended action, I just want to quickly review what we're directing tonight. Okay, thank you. So first of all, it's approval of the proposed operating and capital budgets, amendments to the proposed capital and operating budgets, allocated charges to those budgets, the table of organization, the muni fee schedule, the council member salary waiver option, the CIP updated for 21 to 25, OPEB, and then finally all the electric rates and appropriate transfers.
Mayor Fine, point of order.
Yes.
We skimmed over 10:30, and I would like to make a motion.
So I did mention 10:30 when we got to it.
We did, but we did nothing with it.
Right, because we were about to start public comment.
If we would entertain a motion, I think we need to move 2 items till tomorrow night.
I'll second that.
Which items are you trying to move?
And that, we only have 2 left.
Well, you could move this one if you want, but I'm asking you to be specific.
Well, then the 2 I want to move are 32 and 33. And if anyone wants to add this, they can also do that.
We are on 32 right now.
I'm sorry. Yes, 32 and 33, right.
So you want to move 33 and 34, is that correct?
We might be able to finish 32. No, you're on 31 right now.
We are doing 31 and 32 together. This item right now.
Oh, Adrian, I think you're still on number 31. What do you think?
We are hearing 31 and 32 together, the budget and the utilities.
Well, if you think we can get through that tonight, that's a lot. But for sure, I want to move 33. Why don't some others chime in what they want to do?
Okay, so you have a motion to move item 33 till tomorrow, is that correct?
Second.
Okay. I think we can do 34 still after this. I don't think it'll take that long. I presume this one's going to take a bit, but then 34 I don't expect to be that long. Okay, so there's a motion to move item 33, 488 University, Hotel President, to tomorrow for the action calendar, seconded by Councilmember Filseth. I don't believe we need to speak to this. I'm going to suggest we just vote, okay? All right, Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Councilmember Nis.
Yes.
I'm a no. Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
No.
Okay, that passes on a 5-2 vote with myself and Councilmember Cormack voting no. So item number 33 has been moved till tomorrow. I will check in with the city manager about when we can get it on the agenda for tomorrow. Okay, back to items 31 and 32. I just briefly went over the recommended motion from staff. It contains a lot of different parts: budget, table of organization, muni code, utilities, etc. So let's go for a round of questions. I see Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, thank you for rolling that item over till tomorrow night. I'll try to stay through this item. I may not make it for 34. So I just want to make a quick comment on the process. I think we've had 24 hours of meetings as a group, the entire council. So I hope we're not going to see a lot of political grandstanding tonight. I know it's election season, but let's not waste our time remaking motions that we've already voted on. This is a tough budget. There's no question about it. I think we defunded every department this year. We had a $42 million reduction. It's not something that any of us wanted to do. And we have cut 15% from our current 2020 budget. And we think that's a prudent amount. We're not really sure. If it's not, we're going to have to make further adjustments. And as Director Nosey said, we reduced 74 full-time positions, 28 full-time equivalents and part-time jobs. You know, I know those are kind of dry words. Those represent people who are going to be out of work, and all those cuts are necessary. I want those people to know that that's not something that any of us did lightly. We're going to be feeling the repercussions of this budget, I think, for years. Many important programs and services are going to be delayed. But I honestly think that staff and council did a very thorough job. We listened to the community. We restored what we could. We were trying to strike a balance so that in some cases we restored services partially. So you might not be able to get that library book the way you did last year, but you'll be able to get it. The Children's Theater will be open. Police and safety staff will be there. I'm not sure we've always done our best to communicate these changes and where we ended up. In terms of the open items, you know, I support funding KZSU. I support maintaining our budget reserve, which is below our minimum. So it's something we need to pay attention to and restore as we can. We have this issue of not achieving the savings we wanted to from our labor agreements. We wanted to save about $3.5 million. We got about 2.3 million. You know, labor costs are one of our largest costs, and so while we did reduce the number, we are still going to be faced with these layoffs. I had a quick question. So there was a comment in the staff report about not charging or starting to charge for the first RPP permit, but that change wouldn't be happening in FY21. So is that something that is actually part of this budget, or is this something that we can revisit when we talk about the RPP next?
So the budget right now doesn't contemplate it doesn't approve the programmatic changes. It approves the technical adjustments that would recognize the potential programmatic changes. But ultimately, it's expected that will come before the council for their action, which is a really technical way of saying the only change that this budget allows for is it allows staff to change the current municipal fee schedule to make that change, meaning no one free permit, if that is ultimately the direction that the council so chooses. But Philip's here, and ultimately the transportation team does expect to come back to review the full programmatic changes that the council reviewed as part of this budget process for final implementation.
Okay, but it sounded like there'd be no change in this budget year regardless.
Again, our authority is there to change it, but the program will go before council for their final review and adoption of what the new RPP program would look like before any changes would go into effect. And staff expects to come back during 2021 on what that new program looks like. And ultimately, once that's done, then they'll, based on council's direction, either adopt it, change it, and then implement it subsequent to that.
Okay, so I have concerns about that one. I also just wanted to kind of go over the teen programs. I believe we left the Think Fund intact, is that correct?
That is correct.
And did staff have any reaction to the letter from the Friends of the Children's Library that offered $90,000 in funding and $150,000 in kind donations?
Just perhaps a clarification, this is Friends of the Children's Theater.
Theater, sorry.
No problem. Let me ask Director O'Kane to speak to where we are on that review.
Sure. Thank you, Council Member, for that question. So we have been reviewing that letter. As you know, their proposal is to provide $90,000 in for city programming and an additional $150,000 for other costs such as contracts and supplies. This would then, their proposal asks us to restore 2.5 FTE positions, which is about $190,000. I've talked to staff at length about this and what it could restore, and it is a lot of the virtual programming that they've begun to do, the camps and classes, as well as allow them to start planning for potential spring productions. So they're hoping that productions could begin in the spring. But the virtual programming, the camps classes is really what they're focusing on right now. And this would allow them to do much more of that.
That's so 5 minutes. Is staff suggesting we adopt that then, or?
Well, that's a good question. I think the question would be, what would we offset the $190,000 with?
At this point, this is an unfunded program. And so unfortunately, we do not have the funds available to close that gap.
Is it 190 minus the 90 that they offered? Or does that include the 90?
It does not. So that what would come from my understanding from the friends would be 90,000 for programming and then 150,000 for expenses, but these wouldn't cover staff expenses.
Okay, thank you. I'm out of time, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Please raise your hand if you'd like to speak in this round. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine, and thank you to the Vice Mayor for outlining, the top level of where we are with the budget. Few just quick comments in the attachments with all the details. I think attachment A, Exhibit 5 is confusing probably for the public because it looks like all the FTEs are staying the same. The freezes don't show as reductions. So if any member of the public is looking at that and trying to cross-reference, you have to go through and remove the people who are freezes. I just wanted to point that out. I was happy to see in attachment B, page E6, the participant statistics. And for those members of the public who are interested in the pension situation and how many people are in which of our unions, I commend that page to you so you can understand how many people we have who are retired and how many people we have who are working in each of those sections. And then finally in attachment C, reappropriations, page 6. It is really important that we get going on those wastewater projects. I know you mentioned earlier that, there's a big amount, but many of them are being reappropriated. So I'm hopeful that this year we'll be able to move forward. I want to say that I'm grateful to all of the unions who were able to work with us to understand the recognition of the extraordinary situation we're in. I sincerely appreciate it. And I know that, there's some regret on both sides that despite our best efforts, we weren't able to do that with SEIU. One thing that I think is not entirely clear from the presentation, Ms. Nose, is there was a reference to the change from the manager's compensation reduction from 15% to 10%. Could you please connect that with the SEIU changes? Or
sure.
Thank you. So everyone understands.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Cormack. So ultimately, the original proposal for management concessions did include a 26-day furlough, which would have managers physically not working for 1 day every 2 weeks. Without any sort of agreement with our largest labor force, implementing something like that seemed impractical and infeasible. And so ultimately, we adjusted that so that it was done for 13 days and it adjusted the schedule of it to be able to address the potential scheduling, oversight, and management necessary to frankly continue city business.
Okay, so that's the link between them. All right. And then the other thing is, can we just get super clear on how many, if any, police officers or firefighters will be leaving the city in July?
None.
Okay, so I just want to be sure. We've got a lot of emails from people super concerned about fire staffing, and I just want to be sure the community understands that.
Sorry, Councilmember, one clarification. None that we will be the impetus of, meaning the organization. That does not mean that someone may choose voluntarily to separate for another job or retirement, but none at the hands of the proposed budget.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I'm glad the BSR is in the target range. It feels much better than where we were a couple of weeks ago. And I think we've discussed the capital budget, quite significantly. And then I want to say one thing to the community members who are still unhappy, and understandably so. We have set aside some money to figure out what we need to change. And we just don't know the answers to that yet based on how much uncertainty there is. So it could be children's theater, it could be park maintenance, library hours, it could be firefighters, it could be the shuttle bus. There are all kinds of things that we hope to be able to have more information about. And so for the people who are unhappy, we hear you, and we're gonna see what we can do in a few months when we know more. And then finally, for those employees who will be leaving us, I wanna say that you have our heartfelt thanks for the work you have done to make Palo Alto a better place to live and play and work. We're truly sorry to see you go, and we wish you all the best at this difficult time.
100% agreed. Thanks, Councilmember Cormack. Councilmember Koo.
Let me see here. So earlier, there was some commenters that talked about the Palo Alto childcare. How are we as a city affiliated with the childcare? Is there funding that we provide to them that they're no longer getting?
I believe our primary source of funding to PAC is through what has traditionally been called the Cubberley lease, and has now been transferred into a separate payment through PAUSD to PAC. And I believe the total is somewhere north of $700,000 annually.
That's correct.
So they're getting it directly from PAUSD rather than from us, channeling through PAUSD.
I believe that is correct. I think that was a bit of a unwinding that needed to happen there. So yeah, Kristen, thank you for please step in and just clarify.
Sure. Well, specific to Palo Alto Community Childcare, they receive funding directly from the city that is used for subsidies for families for childcare. They the piece that is part of the Cubberley lease, or that used to be, is now being separated. That was the city paying the school district to lease the childcare spaces at the schools. And then we lease those spaces to Palo Alto Community Childcare. It is like City Manager Shikata said, it was a very sort of complicated agreement that was built over time, and we're trying to get it to something that's on its own and a little bit more manageable.
So
Okay.
one important point in that, as complicated a relationship as it is there is no reduction in subsidy or in any way funding that ultimately reaches PAC. They were held whole while the reduction was made to PAUSD for the Cubberley lease. The Cubberley lease will be back on your agenda tomorrow. On your consent calendar, the PAC portion of that was approved last week.
Okay. So with what the representatives from the childcare, what they said about their hurting and all that, there's no money coming from the city to help them.
There's no additional funding coming from the city. That is correct.
I forget which, June 16th, ID number 11328. That was the FY 2020 budget adjustments, Q3 financial report. The last page says that we've transferred from the general fund approximately $6,679,000 to the infrastructure fund. Is that in addition to the $5 million?
Let me ask Ms. Nazay to respond to that. I think we're referring to different fiscal years.
Sure, we are. What 5 million are you referring to, Councilmember Koo?
Didn't we do a $5 million from our on the May 12th and 13th study, that there was a transfer of 5 million, or was it a different million?
We are talking about 2 separate fiscal years. I suspect we are talking about the overall transfer to the CIP, which, as a reminder, is 2 pieces, right? One transfer to the CIP is the pass-through of the TOT funds, or the portion rather of the TO funds dedicated to the infrastructure plan. The other piece is the general fund transfer to infrastructure, which isn't related to TOT receipts. In FY 2021, it is currently proposed that that base transfer is $5 million from general fund to the infrastructure fund.
Oh, so that must be the one that I'm talking about. Then what is the 6,679 in attachment C of the amendments to the city manager FY 2020 budget?
Sure. That is a combined reduction of the base transfer and the loss in TOT revenues. So in 2020, when you saw that precipitous drop, the 95% drop in TOT, the portion of that associated with infrastructure was offset by a reduction in the transfer to the infrastructure fund. In addition to that, staff pulled back an additional 3.5 million to get to that 6.7 million, I think, in general fund transfer to infrastructure. So again, pulling back as much as we could while still keeping that fund financially solvent.
Okay, and then just quickly, it was brought up that fire staffing, if they were cut or not. You know, I hear you answered that they weren't cut. However, just to be clear, that in the past years, we've had vacancies that were not filled. And so therefore the staffing or the personnel has been reduced. I remember in some previous years, there was either 6 or 8 that were vacancies that were not filled. And then just 2 years ago, I believe, there was about 11 vacancies that were not filled. So staffing for fire continues to be reduced, even though nothing was cut this year. I just want to kind of clear that up.
5 minutes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I think also worth
that question and get an answer quickly.
Sure. So the proposals in fire this year do actually have staff reductions in it. Councilmember Koo referred to significant reductions, frankly, that were taken a few years ago at this point as a result of the negotiations with Stanford University. We are the provider of fire services at Stanford. And so for a number of years, we were in ongoing negotiations where we actually held positions vacant to ensure there wouldn't be layoffs as a result of those position reductions. I want to say we reduced maybe 10 or full-time staff, sworn staff, as a result of those Stanford negotiations. Today, what's before the council is an additional reduction of full-time staff in the fire department. Fire is only running with a few vacancies at this point in time. However, with the concessions that IAFF has agreed to with the city, that's going to provide a 6-month attrition period, meaning we wouldn't lay off or separate any firefighters in July of this year. What we'll do is wait between now and December 31st with no layoffs and hopefully have firefighters retire or choose to separate because we have a normal attrition rate, which will alleviate our need to formally lay off or separate a firefighter. I think the key difference in the services that you were talking about is with the staffing reductions that are proposed in this budget. As you mentioned before, when we had vacancies, we would backfill that with overtime. We would no longer backfill vacancies with overtime as part of this proposed budget. And that's what results in that flexible brownout.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Koo. Next, we have Councilmember Tanaka.
I have a couple questions. So first question is, and it's maybe a little bit related to what Councilmember Koo was talking about, and also a couple of members of the public. I think the assertion was made that the CIP had a certain amount of funding. Some of that funding wasn't there to begin with on initial budget and then came in later. And thus the net CIP was only a couple million less versus a lot less, like $10 million less. And I was wondering if the director could just talk a little bit about that and explain about what happened there.
Sure. So in the original proposal to the council on May 11th, staff had recommended a 50% reduction in the base transfer or investment in city infrastructure. So that was approximately, I want to say, 7 million. Ultimately, through the council's deliberations, they asked us to find another 2.6 million to reduce from that transfer. For a variety of reasons. And so this proposed budget, or rather budget for council's adoption, has reduced that transfer by 60% instead of 50%. So it's a $10 million plus reduction, leaving only 5 million left being transferred from the general fund to the CIP. As a reminder to the council and the public, that's just the base transfer. There is a second transfer, also from the general fund to the general fund CIP. That's the TOT funds. And so that is a reflection of the voter measures that have most recently been approved with the new hotels as well as the rate increase. Those funds and any growth or decline is a one-to-one relationship in terms of the reduction to infrastructure. So the precipitous drop in TOT that we've seen resulted in that equivalent in the infrastructure in transfer. So we do keep both of those hand in hand. Does that explain it?
You know, I think that the challenge is that it's a very complex topic that a lot of people can't really understand very well. So I just wanted you to talk a little bit about it because I know a lot of people have asked about this. And but anyways, I just wanted to clear that up. And then, you know, you heard some members of the public who are super concerned about the brownouts or potential brownouts of fire, and you know what the impact is on our ability to be safe as a community. Can staff talk a little bit about that in terms of what is the increased danger of that?
Sure. Let me ask our fire chief, Gio Blackshire, to speak to that. Chief.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Tanaka. So to give you details on the brownout, so it's a situation where, as Kylie Noze said, if that in the evenings and on weekends, if we have vacancies up to 3, we won't backfill for them with overtime. Past that number, we will. So you know, the reality is that, you know, as we take staffing off of a unit, so if one person doesn't come in, it goes from an engine to an ambulance, the staff with 2 personnel. If one more person comes, if there's another vacancy, then that person we reassign to another unit. Therefore, that station would be vacant. You know, we try to make sure that we address the, we try to minimize the risk in everything that we do. When we're training, we try to make as many units available as possible. Sometimes we move units around. But in this case, you know, we were directed to find a way to try and meet the expectations of the budget, but also be able to operate and meet the standard. So the way that we would operate is with the brownout flexible staffing. But in addition to that, it would we would simulate the staffing order as if a unit would be out of service during the day. But again, that's something we have more control over in the evening, but we don't during the day. So that's pretty much what the brownout means.
Okay. I guess I was looking for a more simple answer about what does that mean in terms of increased risk of fire, right? So
yeah, I can give you that. So whenever a crew is out of service, what that does is it increases the response time to that area. I mean, that's just the general nature of how we respond. Everything we do to meet our standard is dictated around time. When we have that standard of 8 minutes or less 90% of the time, that is a standard that is set. And it's not just a round number that we just picked out the blue. That is a very common municipal standard in California. And what that does is it helps decrease the chain of survival. What we do is we try to get units there in a reasonable amount of time. In the case of, and the case study usually revolves around cardiac arrest. Clearly, without going into too much detail, the sooner you get there, the likelihood of survival is possible. And so at any given time, when units aren't available, the response time is increased and, you know, there's a higher risk there. So that's all that means. As units are out of service, it's a possibility that those response times will increase and units in the surrounding area will be responding to that emergency. And that's typically what we do during the day when the unit's on a call or out of service, and a call comes in the district where that unit's out of service, we send the next due engine in.
Yeah, so can you quantify what that increase is, or estimate what that might be?
Yeah, that's actually a good question. So typically what we do, Councilmember Tanaka, when we try and do these different operational models, is we try to use this, or we use this software that we have available to us that does predictive modeling. What's really challenging with this deployment model is we can't predict how often this unit would be browned out on nights and weekends. It's easier if we said, well, what would it look like if we took a unit from station 1 and put it in station 2 or vice versa, because we can run those models and then we could see what incidents those units ran to and how they'll be shared between the 2 units. And that's just an example. But it's really hard to predict how frequent those units will be browned out on nights and weekends. The good news is now that there is a ramp up to December 31st, the staffing will not be minimized, and the likelihood that it will be browned out less. But again, there's no way to predict that. Therefore, it's hard for us to model that prediction.
Okay.
5 minutes.
Okay, I'll go on to the next round. Thank you.
Councilmember Niss.
So, a couple of different types of questions. I don't know if you would remember this or not, Ed, but what's the last time our employee headcount went below 1,000? Do you have any idea?
I know we have that on one of those graphs that Ms. Nozay had pointed out. It's probably back around.
Shown up earlier. I don't have it now, but I think it did show up earlier. Do you remember?
It's before the 2000s. I actually have to look. It's before the 2000s.
So the last time, I'm just going to talk a little about the impact on everyone, because this is a tough year. Not only have we cut an enormous amount out of our budget, but people are getting a little squirrely from being still sheltered. Even though it's looking less and less sheltered, they have become more and more antsy. And as I've mentioned a couple of times, I'm certainly not crazy about being on Zoom all the time. So it's interesting when you fall below 1,000, and I think are we at 994, Kylie? Something like that? Am I not talking? Am I muted?
We hear you.
Maybe Kylie doesn't hear me. It's okay.
960.
960, thank you. So even further. So we're down a lot. And my reflection would be, we're probably going to be asking more of some of our employees than we have before. So as I looked at this tonight, and I'm thinking, I'm so sorry for the employees that will have to be leaving. And I hope they know that our thanks go to them, and we so appreciate what they've done. But one more thing, and I realize this isn't a large tech company where they do this, but where I worked, somebody from HR helped support someone in finding a new job. So do we have anything like that, Ed, that we're going to do through HR that will give some support to people who are leaving?
Yes, so let me ask our Chief People Officer, Rumi Portillo, to speak to that.
Thank you.
Maybe at the same time, Rumi, you could also talk about those who are being transferred, maybe sometimes unhappily.
Yes, thank you for the question. We have actually been preparing in Human Resources to be available to support our employees who will be back out in the job market. We do have a virtual resource center put together with information about unemployment and about their continuing options with COBRA and health coverage. We have drop-in hours. We have one-on-one time. We're available to provide as much support as needed, both very specific and technical to their pay and their benefits, but also more generally. We also have employee assistance, which provides a lot of support for not just the employee, but also their family. So there's financial consultation available. There's emotional support available. So we have been working quite a bit over this past time when we realized that this circumstance was going to be so difficult.
Yeah, it is. And the same with is people transfer laterally and so forth. I'm sure that you spend some time with them as well, because I know there must be those going who are saying that's not where I wanted to go at all.
Right.
It's really tough. So one more specific thing, can we, is there any reason why we can't tap into our COVID savings account tonight or not? Is there any rule against it, Kylie?
No.
So what I'd like to do is move that we finance KCSU for the next year. I don't know whether we should put 2 in there now or not, but for the next year. And I don't remember the exact amount. 35?
20.
20. So I would move that we spend 20,000 to keep KCSU on the job for the next year.
So Councilmember Nis, we're still on a round of questions, but I'll come back to you in the next round.
That's why I asked ahead of time. Okay, so we can do that, but so I'll come back to that. No, I think the most important thing was that to say thanks to everyone. Really sorry for people who are leaving, but also to be sure that there was support for people who are leaving, who are transferred unhappily, or who have other issues that come up as a result of something dramatic changing in their job. And no matter what, I also know there's the survivor syndrome of the one that gets left in the department and then feels guilty because they didn't get, something didn't happen to them. Okay, thank you. That's my round. That's my question.
Thank you. Councilmember Filseth, any questions or?
We've been through this so much. Right. It's pretty late at night, so not at this time.
Being the last speaker, I'm roughly the same as Councilmember Filseth, but do want to align myself with the Vice Mayor's comments. Very thankful for everyone's hard work on this. None of us wish we were in this position. And as Councilmember Cormack mentioned, one, we are thankful for the labor groups which were able to reach agreement with us. And we're very thankful for everyone for their service who will be departing the organization. None of us wanted to see this happen. And we're dealing with some really hard situations. Okay, that finishes our round of questions and comments. So now opening it up to motions. Councilmember Nis, I said I'd go to you, but others hit your lights, and after you, I see the Vice Mayor.
My motion remains the same.
Is it? Well, give me a minute. Is it just KZSU? That's the one thing.
Just KZSU.
Okay, so $20,000 from the council. How much is in the COVID reserve? 700
and 44,000. We can loan 20.
Okay, Mr. Vice Mayor, do you want to speak to your second?
No, I don't need to speak to my second, but I'd like to speak about some other things after this motion.
Sure. Okay. Are these hands raised for the KZSU item? I'm sorry, I can't tell actually. Okay, let's just see. Councilmember Tanaka, do you want to speak on this motion?
I had something else to talk about.
Okay. Councilmember Cormack, would you like to speak on this motion?
I would. What is KZSU doing now while we are in Zoom? Are they broadcasting now, or do they only broadcast when we're in the chambers?
They have been broadcasting.
Yeah.
Okay. And all right, thank you.
Okay. I'll just speak really quickly. I'm a little torn on this one. I am a huge fan of KZSU, and I have many people who write or talk to me or text me about how they heard something on KZSU, and so I think it's an important service. On the other hand, I do worry about taking $20,000 from our fund, which we had designated for September uses when we would have a little more information on things. Okay, I'm going to assume the hands here are for the main item, and we'll just vote on this one. Okay. Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nis.
Yes.
I'm a no. Councilmember Filseth.
No.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack?
No.
Okay, so I think that fails on a 3-4 vote with Council members, Vice Mayor Du Bois, Councilmember Niss, and Councilmember Koo in support. Is that correct?
I don't know. I wasn't counting.
In support was Niss, Du Bois, and Councilmember Koo. You are in support as well, correct? Okay, so that fails on a 3-4 vote. Okay, Councilmember Niss, the floor returns to you.
No, that was my my trying to help out KZSU.
Understood. Okay, Mr. Vice Mayor, it's yours.
Yeah, again, sorry about the late hour, but I do want to note that on consent tonight, and a lot of people referred to the airport paving contract. We saw an 11% drop already versus the engineering estimate. And so again, it raises concerns that our capital budget could be inflated based on kind of boom period pricing. You know, we could potentially be saving millions of dollars by rebidding projects. So I think we need to watch that carefully and leverage those savings when we can. We could even potentially transfer less to the capital budget and find savings in bidding. I'm not going to suggest that tonight, but I think it's a really important data point. I did want to bring up public safety. So, you know, I believe that we started to look at you know, adding some sworn positions, non-sworn positions. Those were cut. I know it's late in the process, but a lot of cities are starting to add positions for mental health and for social service workers to deal with kind of nonviolent cases. This is being done all over the country as other cities are looking at their budgets now in real time. And I mean, the idea of that, I think, strengthens our public safety department through some of these reforms. It's a substantial response rather than, you know, symbolic one like painting the street. And I think it's a serious way for us to address some issues, and I think it's good policy. So I guess I have a question for staff is there a way that we could approve the budget tonight, but have some direction to go consider, say, placeholder funding for two kind of police reform positions that would, you know, basically be things like mental health or a social worker. I know we need to approve this budget. I know we probably can't work out all the details tonight, but what is staff's response to kind of being able to consider something like this?
I would note for the council, just again, stating something of the obvious, but as you took your action a couple of weeks ago related to Black Lives Matter and follow up on racial equity, we do have a series of follow-up actions, which include looking at methods of service delivery and functions with other public safety models. So we anticipate that work is really getting organized to get underway seriously over the course of the next 30 to 60 days. And I suspect coming out of that work and subject to the council's discussion on how you want to organize your participation in that via ad hocs that I know, ad hoc committees, excuse me, that the mayor has suggested putting into place, that I think in the course of the summer to the early fall, we'll be able to, with the council's full participation, be able to identify where the best investment points would be. That doesn't answer your question with respect to how we would set aside the funding. You know, fortunately, we do have about the only unallocated source that's already been identified, which is the COVID reserve. But then again, as we come back at the end of summer, I suspect we'll have a better sense of where we stand on a few fronts that could be helpful for identifying resources.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that was really the question. It was kind of placeholder funding. Do we need to contemplate it now? And again, I think combined with maybe looking at do we see more potential construction cost savings? The only issue there is the way these transfers work. But if your answer is basically, and I do think we have a good framework in place, that you think we'll be able to find some funding come September? That was really a question. Like, do we need to think about placeholder funding now, or can we wait?
I think it would be prudent for us to wait until that point. And in the meanwhile, we will continue to monitor our expenditures as we have been very diligently, and would be in a good place to give some options to the council. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, just to go off what the Vice Mayor was saying, I see a lot of other cities thinking about police reform and trying to reimagine what public safety is. And we talked a little bit about that last time in terms of maybe, looking at Sunnyvale's model. But, and I'm not gonna make motions because I want to respect everyone's time here, but, we're cutting a lot of services and programs that people really value. Some of them are even important to safety. But I really think we should be doing more infrastructure projects. I understand the rationales behind them, but I disagree, and I certainly did get the votes to make it happen. So I'm not going to revisit it. But in light of like the thoughts of reimagining public safety, would our public safety building change, right? Would we still do it the way we are doing it, or would our police department look different than it does today, and would the requirements be different? So I think that's yet another reason why we should delay the public safety building. That's a huge chunk of money for us. Again, I'm not going to make the motion for it, but I think other infrastructure projects, one of the members of the public talked about the Cumberland seats. That's actually a good point as well. But really, I think we have to think very critically about these infrastructure projects. Like some of them, like buying a $700,000 fingerprint art before the building even starts, to me, this is not appropriate. So we really need to sharpen our pencils on that. I'm glad we've delayed things like upgrading the council chambers, but I think as we go forward, the other thing we need to really think about is the span of control. I know I lost the vote on that, but we have 4-to-1 span of control. We need to improve that. We have a very large city manager office for our size. I think that's another thing that needs to be really examined. And I'm hoping that when there's more time, we can do that. Raises, right? I mean, giving raises, right? It's just mind-boggling. I think SAU is still going to get a raise, even though we're having a very, and I realize that's more their thing than our thing, but still, and raises given in the past. But we have, I think Councilmember Phil has showed that we have some of the highest paid employees in our area. So I think that's critical. I think the Vice Mayor is right about rebidding projects. COVID-19, I'm getting bids for my recording my driveway, and people are falling over themselves to rebid because there's not a lot of work to be done. So I think we can get better prices. I talked about before about PR people, right? Do we need so many PR people in our city, or can that be allocated to fire or the Children's Theater or some other area, right? I disagree with the amount that we're spending there. It doesn't make sense. Or recruiters, right? We have a lot of recruiters in the city. What are they recruiting for when we're laying off people? I think about I forgot the exact name. What's the name for the slush fund for the city manager? It was a
COVID.
What's it called? What is it called? Whatever it's called. But that money could be used for the Children's Theater as an example, right? Or I think some members of the public talked about police overtime in court. I mean, that's probably more of a union negotiation, but still, I do think that's another thing that should be addressed. I think also the fact that the management went from 15% kind of cuts to half of that just also is not. I understand the rationale, but it just doesn't seem right to me, and I don't think it will seem right to the public. But maybe they won't even know. I think also there's a lot of city property that maybe we should rent out, but that's a longer discussion. And but the thing I really regret about this budget is the cut in community services, things that people really value in the community. We heard about the Children's Theater, the libraries. The one that really hurts, I think, is like cutting the school district's money. I mean, I think a lot of people here move here for the schools, and cutting that $2-3 million out of their budget really is not solving the problem because it's the same taxpayer. Middle school athletics, right? The fees went up tremendously, and I'm thinking about all the people that are not going to be able to participate now because of that. Or the shuttle service. How are people going to get to school? Is that going to increase the traffic? Is that really kind of false savings here? Same thing with utility rates. I disagree with raising utility rates at a time when we're having the consumer price index is dropping, right? It's dropped 0.8%. Why we're raising utility rates? It doesn't make sense. A lot of the restaurants are suffering big time, and so the increase in gas is not insignificant. And same thing with increased fees, like the JMZ fee, $18, right? $18 a head is like a lot. I mean, not saying that JMZ is not going to be great, but so there's a lot that I disagree on this, and so I'm going to find it really hard to actually support this budget because of that. I think also our revenue is likely to be lower. I saw that on the slide that it shows that our property tax is going to go up, like I guess $2-3 million. I mean, is that really going to happen this year? I mean, I don't know. I find that hard to believe. I see rents are dropping. I know people are moving out of the city. So
5 minutes.
anyways, I think this budget is really problematic, and so as I said, I'm going to find a really hard time to support it. I think a lot of the community members are going to have a hard time supporting it.
Councilmember Cormac.
Are you accepting motions?
Yes.
Wonderful. I would be happy to move that we adopt the fiscal year 2021 budget ordinance, attachment A, with the 6 parts. Adopt the ordinance, which is attachment E, amending the Palo Alto Municipal Code, accept the fiscal year 21 to 25 capital improvement plan, accept the biennial actuarial valuation of the retiree healthcare plan, and approve full funding of the ADC for fiscal year 2021 using the 6.25 discount rate, and also the utility rates.
Second.
Thank you. I know that was a lot. Can we get that up on the board, please? And Councilmember Cormac, can you confirm for staff that is the recommendation in the
It
packet?
is the staff recommendation, items 31 and 32.
Okay. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
No.
Councilmember Filseth.
This has been really hard. This is not a budget that makes anybody happy. Everybody has been hurt by this. I hope, well, I think what we've done is appropriate for the times that we're in. I hope, all of us hope, that there won't be a second wave, that things will not deteriorate over the summer, that actually they might get a little bit better over the summer, and that we'll be able to move in a direction of restoring some things. But there's no guarantee that that's the case. And so I think what we have done is prudent here. There's no guarantee that there will be a V-shaped recovery. This may be the new normal in some areas. So I think that we have done what we needed to do. And I hope, let's all hope and entreat whoever we may that we recover from this thing, and when the fall comes, we can restore some of these things. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll just speak quickly, and then I see a couple hands. So I'm going to support this. Thank you both for the motion. I agreed with Councilmember Filseth's comment that this was hard work, but we've done what we needed to do. We set our own goals for this, and we certainly hope conditions improve, but we have to act as if they won't. And so this is the prudent course of action for us and for our community. Just one other thing that keeps on sticking in my mind, we have a lot of things we would like to fund more, whether it's the children's theater or the libraries or the fire department or a new model of community safety. I just have to remind us all, the phrase I used a few weeks ago, there ain't no such thing as a free lunch. If we fund something more, we're going to have to cut something else more. And I think we have done a really diligent and fair job of balancing different community interests, responding to those over time, and coming to the best outcome we could here. I'll note one last point is that, come September or so, we will be reviewing a small pot of money to figure out if we need to reallocate to certain services based on the conditions then. And given, this exceptional fiscal year we're entering, I am certainly open to us revisiting portions of this as we get more information. I think that would be the smart thing for us to do as well. So reluctantly supporting this, but we need to get our work done and make sure the city keeps on operating. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, my hand was up from before.
Sorry. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I'm going to ask the maker to split the motion because there's some that I support and some that I will not support.
I believe that's a decision for the mayor. Is that correct?
Correct. I'm just also wondering what you want me to split.
Well, I could tell you what I'll vote yes on and what I'll vote no on. So I'll vote yes on B and D, and then the rate increases there are 0.
I'm not going to split this into 12 different parts. I can split into A, B, C, D, and E.
Fine.
Okay. Councilmember Koo.
So this is a very hard budget. I want to thank Kylie and her team and all the city employees for all the work that they did, and very grateful. You know, to a degree, you know, really disappointed that, you know, we really didn't look into how to save the jobs and to save community services. We really had 2 surveys, one from the city and one that I did, and both came back with the same results, stating that public safety was the most important to the community, and community services, programs, and activities was very important as well. And, you know, we failed on that. We instead funded capital improvement projects. You know, there's $5 million from the capital improvement project that we transferred over. And I actually think that there was a lot of rollover fund, CIP fund that came from year 2020. And the refusal to defer most of these projects are just kind of mind-boggling to me. So I appreciate Councilmember Tanaka's asking to split the motions because, you know, I cannot support the certain parts of this motion. And also, it's just very sad that this is the kind of budget that we can best do by just cutting people, putting monuments before people. I won't be, so when you're ready to take the vote, I'll be ready to do that too.
Councilmember Niss.
I'm going to be voting for this, but with great reluctance. I think had we kept at it a little longer, we could have eliminated cutting all those positions. What I'm hoping is when we come back in August or September, we have our stash of $744,000 that we can save some of the things that turn out to be really necessary or turn out to be the kind of job and activity that makes an enormous difference in a way we might not have seen it in June or May. So I will vote for it, but with great reluctance.
Okay, we're going to vote letter by letter. So on letter A, which, if we can go up just so I can see what letter A says, adopt the budget ordinance, including the proposed amendments and allocated charges, table of organization, and muni fee schedule. Letter A, Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Councilmember Koo.
No.
Councilmember Niss.
I'm okay, yes.
Myself is yes. Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes on all letters.
We're going to have to vote through each one, unfortunately. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Okay, that passes on a 5-2 vote with Councilmembers Koo and Tanaka voting no. Letter B is Muni Code salary waiver for us council people. Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Nis,
Yes.
myself as a yes, Councilmember Filseth,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois,
Yep.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. Letter C, accepting the fiscal year 21 to 25 capital improvement plan. Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Nis.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, we were on C. May I revote? On C, it's actually a no.
Councilmember Nis.
It was a yes. Reluctant yes.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Filseth,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
That passes on a 5-2 vote with Councilmembers Ku and Tanaka voting no. Part D, actuarial valuation, retiree healthcare plan, and the annual or actuarial determined contribution to CalPERS. Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Nis, Councilmember Nis.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Filseth,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Letter E, the utility rates and reserves. Councilmember Tanaka,
No on all the increases.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Nis.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Filseth,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
That passes on a 6-1 with Councilmember Tanaka voting no. Okay. Thank you all. That concludes our budget.
Mayor,
Yeah, you're gonna people off.
I'm going to say goodnight. So thank you guys. I'll see you in less than 24 hours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
And before the vice mayor goes, since we lost a vote on KZSU, will that mean that their funding stops immediately?
July.
Yes,
June
July
30th.
1st.
So at the beginning of July? Okay, thanks.
Let's move on to our last item of the night. And for the record, it is 7 minutes past midnight and the Vice Mayor just left our meeting. Item number 34, approval of special amendments to the employment agreements between the City of Palo Alto and City Attorney and City Manager.
I would just note, Mr. Mayor and Council, for the record, that there was an at places memo that made a correction on an attachment for the City Attorney's amendment.
Thank you. Any presentation from staff on this?
No, hopefully pretty straightforward action.
Okay. Let's go to members of the public who wish to speak on this item. If the clerk would please help with that.
Actually, sorry, I didn't get that memo, or can someone send it to me? At least I don't see it on the website.
Can staff triple check on that memo?
Yes, let me ask City Clerk if you could just confirm the status of that at places memo.
We'll have to check. I don't know that it was put online before we came into the meeting. So we'll look and see and make sure you've got it.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to members of the public who wish to speak on this item, please.
Mayor Fine, we have several attendees now that will. The first one is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by James Hindery, Xander Ku, and then Jeremy Ehrman. Rebecca, go ahead.
Thanks. So back in the day when I had time to do what I do for a living, I do compensation negotiations. So I feel pretty confident that I have a decent insight into what's going on here. First of all, I want to say, as many others have noted, that the salaries, the compensation packages for the highest paid city execs and staffers are way out of line with what's market. in the private sector. It used to be that private sector workers could count on the stock being worth something. Thanks to our pandemic, that's really not the case, and they're stuck with their salaries, which are considerably lower. Also, these compensation packages are significantly higher than our median household income, and household usually is more than one worker. Household income in Palo Alto of $145,000. So you're starting with compensation packages that are really outside of market. The justification for having them be this high, because let's just put it out there, this proposed reduction in compensation is not immaterial. It's just not. It's so the explanation given by our city manager is that we will lose our executives if we lower their compensation. There's nowhere for them to go right now. No other city is hiring. There are no other jobs. You're laying off. What has been proposed here is literally a 5% reduction in pay with a 10% reduction in hours. That sounds more like a raise to me than it does a reduction in compensation. I think we need to be material here. I say at least 30% across the board, because somehow the rest of us manage to get by with so much less. I think they can too. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca.
If I might.
And Mayor Fine, let me just Mr. Shikata, the item is linked to item 18 or to this last item.
Okay, thank you.
It is up on the web, and I just forwarded it to all council members, the link.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is James Hindry, to be followed by Xander Koo, and our final speaker, Jeremy Ehrman. James, go ahead.
Hi there. So before I touch on this, I really want to say that I'm disappointed in the response from council to the vote 16 calls from a large section of our community. I mean, it was pretty unbelievable how many callers called in about that one particular issue. And then Liz mentioned it briefly, and that was it. So I'm pretty disappointed in the council about that. Okay, and on action item number 34, Rebecca pretty much read my mind there. I'm looking for like 30% minimum and actual salary reduction, not furlough days. I want to see this last throughout the year. I am very upset by Ed Shikata's salary. I think it's exorbitant. $356,000 a year is more than double the median household income of our city. And he was granted a ridiculously generous loan from the city. So it's not like that money is being used for housing in our city. So that's just very upsetting that we're not seeing more opportunities for cost cutting there when you guys couldn't even agree to give $20,000 of a nearly $800 million budget to a radio station. I mean, I've already spoken to 6 or 7 Stanford students since you did that, who are all outraged, and it just pretty clearly shows that your priorities are lining your own pockets instead of putting the needs of the community first. I cede my time.
So I have to remind speakers, this is about special amendments to employment agreements with the city attorney and the city manager. If your comments would please focus on that.
Our next speaker is Jeremy Ehrman, to be followed by Jonathan Ehrman. Jeremy, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
As I understand it, the city manager originally proposed that the management and professionals group would also salary cut, and that the city manager would personally take a 20% salary cut. However, when the union negotiations did not yield the results that the city manager wanted, suddenly the budget says the management professionals will only take 10%, and this document apparently says that the city manager will only take a 10% cut. So he failed to mention apparently that the full amounts of the pay cuts were volunteered were apparently only contingent upon other workers taking pay cuts. So it seems that this supposed cut in pay was not offered in good faith. It was only a bargaining chip, and when it didn't achieve its purpose, then the city manager said, "Oh well, we're not going to take these cuts after all. And I don't understand that. I mean, if this is an offer, if you're not going to do that, then it should be just like anything.
Jeremy, you broke off.
I don't understand why this was apparently proposed as a bargaining chip, not a genuine offer. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jonathan Ehrman, to be followed by Xander Koo. Jonathan, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'll try to be brief. With these top officials, what I don't understand is, when you're tasked with labor negotiations with unions, how is not coming to an agreement that both sides can adopt? How is that, an option? To me, that's not professional. As a musician, as someone who works in theater, I don't have the option of, not learning a piece or showing up unprepared. If your job is to come to an agreement between parties, then you should be fulfilling that job, especially when you are the city manager and you are making this huge amount of money and you are the top professional. If you're the top professional, then you need to, you saying we didn't get, the results is not an option. Professionals, thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Our final speaker is Xander Koo. Xander, go ahead. Xander, go ahead.
You just muted me.
You're unmuted.
Great. Okay. So I just like to say that I was kind of pissed off, to put it bluntly, when you lowered my hand. That was very unprofessional and I think mildly undemocratic and unconstitutional. I will move on. So as pertaining to item 34, I appreciate the motion to skim a little bit off the top of Ed Shikata's salary. I will echo James and Rebecca's comments that there needs to be more significant, substantial cuts, because Ed is not an elected official. We don't pay him. Our tax dollars go to him, but we don't choose him. You chose him. You chose this dude who got ejected from the San Jose government, and now we have to front his several $100 bill and his house loan. I think that there needs to be a lot more done, and the city manager should not be such a privileged position, especially for someone who has shown such incompetence through the curfew, through the President Hotel issue, and through so many other things. I think it's completely unacceptable. Ed Shikata, you should show some accountability and please resign. Thank you.
And that's the last of our speakers, Mayor Fine.
Thank you, Clerk Minor. Thank you to all our speakers. I really have to stress this to everyone. It's early in the morning. We've had lots of meetings on tough subjects. Let's all please practice some decorum and respect for each other. That's really important to this process as well. So we now return to council on item 34. Councilmember Niss, I see your hand.
So I would move approval of our special amendments to the employment agreements, which I'm reading off of 34, between the city of Palo Alto and council appointed officers, specifically the city attorney and the city manager.
Sorry. There's a motion by Councilmember. There's a motion by Councilmember Niss for the staff recommendation, seconded by Councilmember Filseth. Councilmember Niss, do you want to speak to your motion?
I would simply say to those, can you hear me? I can't tell.
Yes.
Just for those who are still listening and some who just spoke to us, that the salaries we have are always compared with other salaries in the Bay Area to compare and share what others are doing. We don't make up these salaries on our own. These are very competitive, and there's a long and complicated journey that we take in order to come up with this amount, especially helped by the HR manager as well. So with that. that's
Thank
it.
you. Councilmember Filseth.
No comment. I'll pass. It's late.
Understood. Okay. I see hands from Councilmember Tanaka and then Councilmember Cormack, and then I'd suggest we vote unless Councilmember Koo, you'd like to speak as well.
Well, I guess one thing is it's at 12:20 right now in AM. And I think this is an important topic. It's kind of unfortunate it's so late because I think a lot of the members of the public probably aren't aware of this. And this topic is a little bit esoteric, so probably not going to get covered by the papers. But I do think it's important because our city manager, our city attorney, as the full-time leaders of the city, you guys really set the pace and the tone of what goes on. And I have to agree with the members of the public that spoke. I do think the salaries are way too high, way out of line with the private sector, way out of line with what the average household in Palo Alto made. They're actually right about that. It's also way out of line with, if you look at other cities. And I think we need actually a lot more like pay for performance type of metrics. So if there's really great performance, maybe more pay. But I think that I said this before, so I'm not going to dwell on it. Now, with that said, I realize that these are voluntary, right? These are not necessarily ones where you guys had to, but I think, I think these are important because if you don't do that, then it's hard to expect the people below you to say, oh yeah, well, we'll take pay cuts, but you go ahead, you keep getting paid the full amount. So I think it's important to kind of set the example. But if you look at the private sector, the amounts that you look at, like the Stanford Hospital CEO, you look at just about all these other organizations, what the leaders have done, they've done actually a lot more than what you guys are doing here, which is disappointing. But again, we can't necessarily force it on you per se. At the same night we're passing the budget, I heard that the city manager pulled the trigger on buying his house, the $3.4 million house that the city's paying for, which to me, it just doesn't seem right. And it's unfortunate that it's too esoteric for the papers to cover. But I think that's just, when people are losing their jobs, it just seems like it's out of line and bad taste. And then, I think when I first heard about this, I was actually really excited. And I was actually kind of grateful that the city manager and city attorney said, oh yeah, we'll take a 15, 10, and 20% pay cut. But these aren't really pay cuts. Position is a pay cut. They're not really pay cuts. They're working less and getting paid less, right? And then the 100-hour leave hours, well, very grateful, I'm sure your employees are very grateful for that. It's a gift, right? So it's not like I give my daughter a gift. It doesn't mean I took a pay cut, right? So I think the positioning is a little bit suspect, right? And I think right now budgets are really hard. These times are really tough. We're going through a global recession or depression. And I just think it's, as the full-time leaders of the city, I wish there could have been more done than what was done here. But then again, I'm grateful in the fact that you guys even took anything, because you guys didn't have to. You guys said, oh, no, we're going to take a full pay, and theoretically you guys could have done that. But I was hoping for more.
Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
I'll be supporting the motion. I just have one quick question for staff. Do we accrue for vacation and other paid leaves?
Us?
I'm asking staff. Yeah. Do we accrue for vacation and other paid leaves?
We do.
Okay.
And those leaves that are rightfully the employees based on tax law, we actually reserve those funds as a line.
Council members, your question specific to council members or city staff?
Nah, city staff.
City staff, gotcha. Yes.
Yeah, great. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you. So the motion on the table is for the following two contracts. And do we need to mention anything as amended by the memo?
No, the memo just corrected an attachment, so no change to your recommended action.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, let's vote on this, please, then. Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Nis.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Filseth,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac.
Yes.
Okay, that passes 5-1 with Councilmember Tanaka dissenting and Vice Mayor absent. All right, that concludes our action calendar for the night. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, staff, very much. We now move to Councilmember questions, comments, and announcements.
Adrian, could you tell us what tomorrow night looks like?
I will speak with the city manager in the morning. You know, we did move the last item, the AECom rail contract, into consent, and the Foothill item was moved off, as was the housing item. So those are not on there. And then we also moved the 488 University to tomorrow. So I will work with the city manager to get our agenda right. Mr. City Manager?
Mr. Mayor, I think it might be helpful, just given the hour and the few hours between tonight and tomorrow evening, to suggest that your normal protocol would be that laid over items are heard first among the action items. So that would suggest the 488 University would be heard as your first action item tomorrow.
Okay, so if we do that, it'll be 488 University, the Palo Alto bid, the outdoor dining, and then that's it on action. Okay, so now back to council for questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, just really briefly, I just wanted to say that in my career, I've been really lucky to have worked almost exclusively for good bosses. Thanks.
Sit down. Good boy.
Councilmember Cormac.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. You know, I just wanted to say to my colleagues and to the mayor, I do think it's important for us to take some time to reflect on how to best run these meetings and what our new protocols and policies should be. I appreciate the mayor mentioning that. You know, one member of the public mentioned that it's unfortunately become standard for some of us to turn off our videos during public comment. I'm sorry the vice mayor isn't here because I think it's important for all 7 of us to think about it. I do find it troubling. So I look forward to us sorting that out so we can do a better job.
Thank you. I mean, I'll just mention, you know, there's a lot of novel things in running a meeting on Zoom, whether it's turning off videos and seeing if there's a quorum, trying to see whose hand goes up first. You know, tonight we tried to experiment with this thing of the list for public speakers so that, you know, there's no, so for anybody who's still listening, one of the issues we were dealing with is that people would raise their hand to speak, then drop their hand, then raise it again. And it was really hard for the clerk to track where they were in line. And so we actually now have this list, which is the source of truth. And so I just ask, like, please help me. It is really hard to run these meetings remotely. And I rely on each of you, all of us, to work together. That's really important to me. Councilmember Filseth. And nope. Councilmember Niss.
I'm making a careful observation that it's far easier, I think, for the public to speak to us on Zoom than it was to come to City Hall. And that may mean that, just as Councilmember Cormac has just said, what is the protocol for us? There might be a chance for us to look at protocol for speakers. We've heard from some of the same speakers tonight 3 or 4 times, and everyone has that right to speak out. But we are now finishing up late, and we have 2 items that we never really got to. So it's, I think we need to think through how the whole thing works. And fortunately for almost before break time, we have 1 meeting to go. So we have a lot of time to think about it in July. Thank you.
I'll go to Mr. Councilmember Tanaka and then our city manager.
Yeah, so one comment I wanted to make is I think actually one recommendation made when we first started up the Zoom that I made to the city clerk is that actually, and it is possible to actually show the video of the person speaking, because right now we see the timer, right? And And the problem with that is that they can't see us and we can't see them. So if we, and I've seen other people that also do the Zoom panelist thing, if we allow, we actually show, and sometimes I think the city clerk makes a mistake and she actually shows the video of the person. And I think that's much more effective where they could see us and we could see them, versus right now where we have this crazy timer that always sees the timer.
Right.
And yeah, so I think that would really help engagement from the public and for us, and it'd be more like it is in the council chambers where everyone could see each other, because I think that would really help kind of improve the connectivity and engagement with the community.
Thanks, Councilmember Tanaka. We've certainly considered it. I just know, one concern we do have is some other cities have done that and people have posted things on the video that are really not for this type of meeting. So there's a positive and a negative. I agree with you on the positive for sure. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could just make a quick comment, just to transition, yes, the practicality of showing videos would create a bit of a free-for-all. The Zoom bombing phenomena is alive and well. So I think it's important to acknowledge the time and effort that the city clerk and city clerk's office puts into managing these meetings that are really a much bigger task than I suspect any of us would realize or assume would be the case. But it's just tremendous choreography, and even to the point of much more so, I suspect, than any other city, just because of the level of engagement that our council has and the expectation of engagement with the public as well. So I really just wanted to comment that tonight, with the adoption of your budget, didn't want to let the moment slip by without really acknowledging the tremendous work that the council has put into this. As has been stated, this is not a budget that any of us are proud of, but it's one that I think we should be proud to have gotten through. In that recognize that we as an organization and as a community have a long road ahead of us in the implementation. Recognize we've got many moving parts, many variables ahead of us that will require us to adjust along the way. That what you've accomplished through this really difficult process is manage a multi-point balancing act of bad choices, and really appreciate the courage that you've demonstrated to work through it, and the substantive guidance that you've provided to staff. As easy as it is to shoot spitwads at a difficult challenge going by you, you've, for the most part, really driven this process and demonstrated the leadership that has allowed us to focus on keeping our core services alive through a really difficult period for this city. So thank you very much on behalf of the organization, and look forward to continuing your service in the weeks and months ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Shikata. Okay, with that, I think we have concluded our business for the night. It is 12:33 and our meeting is adjourned. See you all later today.
5 o'clock tomorrow, right?
5 o'clock today.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.